Recorded Books presents A Dream to Share by Irene Hannon. Narrated by Therese Plummer. Chapter 1.
I know you're dead set against this, Abby, but I don't think we have any choice.
Abby Warner swallowed past the lump in her throat and shifted her attention to James Lippick, who sat beside her at the round table in the Oak Hill Gazette conference room. Twin vertical grooves were etched in the center of the older man's forehead, forming sharp right angles to the flat, resigned line of his lips. None of the other finance board members looked any happier. Harold Walsh's ruddy face was pinker than usual, his shock of unruly white hair falling into even greater disarray as he jabbed his fingers through it. Vernon Luttrell stared down at the table, giving Abby a view of the top of his head, where bristly gray hair spiked to attention on either side of a shiny bald runway. Tony Parisi doodled on a pad of paper in front of him that was blank except for a series of dollar signs. A tide of bitterness washed over her. That's what it all came down to. The almighty dollar. Forget about truth and heritage and independence. Let's just make money. There has to be another way. Hard as she tried to quash it, a desperate note wove through her voice.
We've tried to come up with other alternatives, but this is the only viable option.
Harold's voice was gentle but firm. Much as she wanted to vent her anger and frustration on the paper's board, that wouldn't be fair. Bottom line, it was a fiscal issue. Publishing conglomerates were gobbling up smaller papers, making it difficult for independents to survive. Nor was this a new problem. Abby massaged her forehead. If only her father hadn't been forced to enlist the aid of 3 successful local businessmen 14 years ago when the fortunes of the Weekly Gazette had begun to sour. Yes, each investor had acquired only a 15% share, leaving her father a controlling interest. And yes, all had been willing to support a free and independent press. But when Dad had to add a 4th investor in order to keep the paper solvent 12 years ago, voting power had tipped in favor of the board, putting the Gazette in a precarious situation, as her father knew. However, none of the members had ever sided against him or her since she'd taken over 10 years ago after Dad's fatal heart attack. And they wouldn't be doing so now unless the paper was in desperate straits. They were all good men who wanted to do the right thing, but their backs were against the wall. Bills had to be paid, and the well was fast running dry.
We're open to suggestions, Abby.
Tony spoke when the silence lengthened.
If you have any other ideas, we're happy to consider them.
With unsteady fingers, Abby adjusted her glasses. If only. But they all knew that the only source of funding on the horizon was Spencer Campbell, founder and CEO of Campbell Publishing, who had expressed interest in acquiring the Gazette. I wish I did, Tony.
At the rate we're going, I doubt we can sustain operations for more than 6 months.
Vernon perused the financial report in front of him. The staff accountant had made the same prediction yesterday when they'd gone over the budget, and there was little she could do to bolster the numbers. The operation was already as lean as it could get. Abby's vision misted. For more than 100 years, under the leadership of her family, the Oak Hill Gazette had been a trusted voice in the rural counties in Missouri that it served. Her great-grandfather had started the paper with little more than a crusading spirit and $50 in his pocket. Her grandfather had won a Pulitzer Prize. Her father had always held truth and honesty in far higher regard than monetary gain. Now, under her watch, that sterling legacy would disappear. I just can't see selling the paper to some giant publisher who may not even care about journalistic integrity and all the values the Gazette has championed for more than a century. Her voice choked. After a few moments of silence, Harold spoke.
There is another alternative.
He didn't need to spell it out. They could let the paper go belly up, liquidate, close up shop. Both options made her sick to her stomach. I'm sorry. It seems I've let everyone down. Abby removed her glasses and kneaded the bridge of her nose.
No, you haven't. This isn't your fault,
James said.
The good Lord knows you've tried.
It's just a sign of the times. The little guy can't compete anymore. At least Campbell Publishing seems to be a reputable outfit. What can it hurt to meet with them? He was right. Agreeing to talk with Spencer Campbell didn't mean they had to accept his terms. If nothing else, it would buy them breathing space. And maybe, just maybe, another solution would present itself. Besides, she owed it to these men to at least consider the offer. They'd all invested a considerable sum in the paper, more out of friendship for her father than because it was a sound business move. They'd lose a significant amount of money if it folded. Okay, she gathered up her notes. I'll schedule a meeting. The conference broke up, and as Abby headed back to her office to review the copy waiting on her desk, a specter of doom followed her. Because the facts were clear. Time was running out, and only a miracle would save the Oak Hill Gazette. Spencer Campbell wasn't what she expected. As Abby wrapped up the tour of the Gazette offices 2 weeks later and led him toward the conference room for their scheduled meeting with the finance board, she sent him a surreptitious look. Yes, the patriarch of the publishing conglomerate did look like the photos she'd found of him on the internet. At 68, he was tall, spare, white-haired, and distinguished, with piercing blue eyes and a bearing that commanded respect. And he was as sharp, astute, and insightful as she'd assumed he would be. But instead of the pompous, arrogant manner she'd girded for from this business tycoon, he was pleasant, personable, and down-to-earth. The intelligent questions he'd asked during their tour also indicated he had hands-on knowledge of the newspaper business. Conclusion? Spencer Campbell was no ivory tower executive who understood balance sheets and bottom lines, but little else. He'd learned the newspaper business from the bottom up.
You know, I've always considered myself blessed to have lived the American dream.
He smiled at her as they approached the conference room.
All thanks to a combination of lucky breaks and kind-hearted people who were willing to take a chance on me.
Abby paused outside the door. It's not often you hear successful people mention blessings.
I believe in giving credit where it's due. I couldn't have built the business without guidance from above.
Prepared as she'd been to dislike the man who'd threatened her family legacy, it was hard to maintain her animosity in the face of such gratitude and humility. And as he spoke to the board about his humble beginnings, provided a history of Campbell Publishing, outlined the conglomerate's growth over the past 15 years, and reviewed the sound and ethical operating principles of the company he led, her respect grew. Spencer Campbell came across as a man of integrity, principle, and honor. And from the expressions on the faces of the board members, they were as impressed as she was.
When we consider acquisitions, we look for papers that are well-respected, have a solid readership, reflect skilled editorial direction, maintain the highest standards of journalistic integrity, and aren't afraid to tackle tough issues.
As Spencer concluded, he folded his hands on the table.
The Oak Hill Gazette passed those tests with flying colors. That prompted our call, which led to my visit today. The next step, if both parties agree to move forward, would be an on-site operational and financial audit by one of our staff members. If everything checks out, we'll follow up with an offer.
James gave the board a sweep.
I think it's only fair to tell you that the main reason we're receptive to your inquiry is because we're having financial difficulties. Nothing to do with the management of the paper. Abby does an excellent job, but the pressures these days on small businesses of any kind are intense. I understand. Most independent papers we approach have a similar story. It's a struggle to make ends meet. As a large organization, we bring economies of scale and efficiencies small papers can't attain. What about staffing? Do you eliminate jobs after an acquisition? As Abby voiced that question, Spencer turned to her. When we have to. However, it appears the Gazette staff is already lean. I doubt we would eliminate any positions here. What about editorial independence? In general, we don't interfere. Meaning that sometimes you do? There have been a few occasions when papers in our organization have become a bit too opinionated. In most cases, that doesn't happen under a seasoned editor. That's why we often require that editors remain in their positions for a year or two following the acquisition, to ensure continuity and consistent editorial tone. In other words, if Campbell Publishing acquired the Gazette, she'd be forced to give up the editorial control her father and his predecessors had fought with such dedication and diligence to retain. Is there anything else you need from us today? Harold set his pen on the tablet where he'd been scribbling notes. No. I'll discuss my visit with my staff in Chicago and get back with you in a few days. A flurry of handshakes followed as Spencer stood, and one by one the 4 board members left the room. When only Spencer and Abby remained, he turned to her. I'd like to thank you for the tour and your hospitality today, in spite of your misgivings. Abby's cheeks warmed. Apparently her qualms had been easy to read. I'm sorry. This has been difficult for me. I'm aware that the paper has been in your family for 4 generations. Your reluctance to let go of the reins is understandable. That's part of it. But even more than losing a family legacy, I don't want the Gazette's independent voice to be silenced. Neither do I. But you said you've intervened in editorial decisions on occasion. Only when we begin to detect bias. But I don't see that happening here. The coverage is sound and straightforward, and the Gazette never confuses reporting with advocacy. I have no reason to think we'd clash on a philosophical level. His words were reassuring, but they didn't assuage her guilt or her sense of failure that she was letting more than a century of blood, sweat, and tears be washed away. The paper's demise might be inevitable, as James had suggested in the finance board meeting 2 weeks ago. But why did it have to happen on her watch? We'll both have plenty of time to think about this if we decide to take the next step. Spencer picked up his briefcase and extended his hand. Thank you for meeting with me today and for the tour. I'll be in touch. And I'll talk with the board. She returned his firm grip. As he exited, Abby closed the door behind him and trudged back to her office. While no vote had yet been taken, it was clear the finance board had been impressed and would be receptive to an investigation by Campbell Publishing. And unless her instincts were failing her, Campbell Publishing would choose to proceed as well. Back in her office, Abby sank into her worn leather chair and propped her elbows on the scarred surface of the desk that had belonged to her great-grandfather and been used by every editor since. Sticking her head in the sand was a cop-out. The threat of an acquisition wasn't just a bad dream. It was reality, and she needed to face that. But first, she needed to cry. Mark Campbell breezed toward the department secretary's desk, juggling a cup of Starbucks coffee in one hand and a bagel in the other. Morning, Lena. Morning, Mark. The striking blonde gave him an indulgent once-over, then checked her watch. What's left of it? Must have been quite a party. What can I say? Too many parties, not enough time. With a shake of her head, she handed him a stack of messages.
These came in after you left last night and before you arrived this morning. You might want to check the top one first. Balancing the bagel on top of his coffee cup, he took the slips of paper and scanned the message.
Dad called? What did he want?
He didn't say. Just that he wanted to see you as soon as you came in.
Got it.
Mark continued to his office, guzzling the strong black coffee as he took in the sweeping view of Lake Michigan visible through the wall of windows in his high-rise office. Not an unpleasant way to spend his days if he had to work. Which he did, as Dad had made clear a few years ago. Mark grimaced, willing the caffeine to kick in. It would have been so much easier to sleep until noon today. But that wouldn't have gone over well with Dad. At least he had an aptitude for accounting, and his Wharton MBA and CPA credentials gave him the qualifications for this job, if not the interest. All he had to do was clock his hours here, then head out to enjoy life, as he had last night. Man, what a party! Gourmet food, premium alcohol, and gorgeous women. What more could a man want?
Something.
Frowning, Mark set his coffee cup on the polished surface of his mahogany desk and shoved his hands in the pockets of his slacks, his upbeat mood dissolving as yesterday's call from his younger brother replayed in his mind. The one that had made him almost envious. Which was ridiculous. There was nothing about Rick's life he coveted. Though they'd both earned business degrees, he'd aced his classes with virtually no effort, while Rick had worked hard for every A. Instead of taking an extended tour of Europe after graduation like his older brother, Rick had accepted an accounting job with a small chain of Christian bookstores, gotten married, fathered one child and had another on the way, and settled into a home in the suburbs. Why he'd declined their father's offer to join the family business remained a mystery. His salary would have been far higher at Campbell Publishing. Yet if his response on Friday to a question about his weekend plans was any indication, he was happy and content. Mark shook his head and swigged the dregs of his cooling coffee. How could anyone find a Lamaze refresher class, a family outing to the zoo, and takeout pizza for dinner on Saturday followed by a video all that appealing? Not to mention church and grass cutting on Sunday, then a barbecue of burgers and brats, to which Rick had invited him. Mark propped a hip on the window ledge and followed the contrail of a plane against the blue sky as the end of their conversation replayed in his mind.
Thanks for the invitation, but there's a gallery opening I promised to attend Sunday afternoon.
As usual, he'd found an excuse to decline.
Your social calendar must be a sight to behold.
There hadn't been a trace of envy in his brother's voice.
What about you? Don't you ever want to get out and have some fun? I have fun every day.
Mark had done his best not to snort.
You call the 9-to-5 routine followed by chores at home fun? I like my job. And what could be better than coming home and sharing a meal with a wife and child who love you? By the way, I saw a face from the past a couple of days ago in one of our bookstores. Mrs. Mitchell. She asked me to give you her regards.
A shaft of pain shot through Mark's gut, just as it had during that Friday conversation. How could memories of Bobby Mitchell still have such power to disturb him 20 years after the fact? No answer came to him. Yet the reaction was unsettling, as was the inner voice that kept suggesting there was something missing in his life. But what? He had a well-paying job, an active social life, a great condo at a trendy address. Despite all that, however, his life felt empty. The intercom on his desk buzzed, and Mark took a deep breath, punched the button.
Yes?
Your dad's office just called again.
Thanks, Lena. I'm on my way.
Mark stood, shrugged out of his jacket, and tossed it onto a chair. A meeting with Dad wasn't the preferred start to his Monday, but it was better than sitting around his office nursing dark thoughts. He strode down the long hallway to the corner office, where Dad's secretary waved him in. His father motioned him into a seat across the desk as he continued his phone conversation.
I understand, Charlie. Do the best you can and keep me informed.
His dad set the phone back in its cradle, rested his elbows on the arms of his chair, and steepled his fingers.
Press broke at the printer in Cincinnati. The register may not meet its delivery deadline. That's a shame. But the world won't end if a few editions are missed. Depends on your perspective.
His father narrowed his eyes.
I have an assignment for you. We're thinking of acquiring a small regional paper in Missouri. I visited there last week. Seems like a good fit.
Ah, he knew where this was leading.
Do you want me to check out the books?
Among other things. Mark hiked up an eyebrow.
Such as... I want you to do the on-site operational audit as well. Observe the day-to-day functions of the paper. Get a feel for the place. See how it's run. Check out the management style. Sit in on editorial meetings.
He held out a manila folder.
Here's the background and contact information.
Mark gaped at the file.
I don't know anything about the operational side of the business. You're 34 years old. It's time you learned. Past time. But that's not my area of expertise.
A few beats of silence ticked by. Then his father leaned forward and pushed the folder across the desk.
If you want to run this company someday, you need to understand the heart of this business as well as the numbers. That includes getting a few ink stains on your hands, figuratively speaking. I think you could learn a lot from the editor down there. Assuming the Oak Hill Gazette agrees to an investigation, why don't you plan to leave next Monday?
The headache that had been subsiding returned with a vengeance.
How long do you want me to stay? As long as it takes. 12 weeks minimum.
What? Mark shot to his feet.
You want me to spend 12 weeks in a podunk town in the middle of nowhere? At least that long. And it's in rural Missouri. Same difference.
He gave a dismissive wave.
Besides, if it's a small operation, it shouldn't take long to do due diligence. This is a special case. How so?
His father's blue eyes turned steely.
I consider it an excellent learning opportunity.
Learning opportunity? That didn't compute.
I already have an MBA. I'm a CPA. What do you expect me to learn from a tiny operation in the Farm Belt?
His father rose, his back ramrod straight, his jaw hard.
That remains to be seen. But I gave this decision a great deal of thought, and it's not negotiable.
Despite a tone that brooked no argument, Mark made one more appeal to his father.
I'm not the best person for this job. Yes, you are.
The phone rang again, and his dad reached for the handset.
Check in with me every few days. I want to be kept informed of your progress. Spencer Campbell here.
Their conversation was over. Scratch that. This hadn't been a conversation. It had been an executive order. As his father shifted his focus to the call, Mark picked up the folder and wandered back to his office. He was being sent to Hicksville, ill-equipped for everything except the numbers part of his assignment. Yet hard as he tried to muster his anger, it was a losing battle. The truth was, he'd been coasting for years. It wasn't unreasonable for his father to expect the heir apparent to learn more about the business than how to crunch numbers. Nevertheless, spending 3 months in the heartland of Missouri seemed extreme. As for what he might learn during his exile, most likely his number one takeaway would be a greater appreciation for big city living. Chapter 2.
Everything appears normal, Abby.
Dr. Sam Martin pulled his stethoscope out of his ears, sat on the stool by the small desk in the examining room, and opened her file. After giving it a quick scan, he looked at her.
I assume you're sticking to your diet, exercising, taking your medication?
Yes.
Good. How are you sleeping?
Okay. That was stretching the truth. With the Gazette's problems weighing on her mind, she was lucky to manage 5 or 6 hours a night. Less since Spencer Campbell had visited last week. One of Dr. Martin's brows quirked up, and his next comment confirmed that he hadn't missed the blue shadows beneath her lower lashes.
How's the stress level?
Abby studied him. Had the Oak Hill grapevine tipped him off to the paper's financial troubles? As if he'd heard her unspoken question, he leaned back.
I've heard rumors the Gazette is having problems.
No doubt from the wife he'd recently reconciled with, who'd moved to town, opened a restaurant at the Oak Hill Inn, and become fast friends with Marge Sullivan, the inn's garrulous owner who knew everything about everybody in town. We're having a few financial issues.
Fatigue and stress aren't healthy, Abby. They'll only exacerbate your condition. I'm sure Dr. Sullivan told you that too.
Yes, he did. But what was she supposed to do about it? She was the editor. Dealing with problems was part of the job. I'm working on options.
Until the situation settles down, I'd suggest you increase the frequency of your monitoring.
I'll do that. He closed her file.
Let's plan on a 6-month follow-up. But call sooner if you have any problems.
I will. Thanks. After pausing on her way out to make her next appointment, Abby stepped into the August heat and exhaled. Why, oh why, had she inherited the disease that had killed her mother at far too young an age? And why had it reared its ugly head when the future of the Gazette was on the line? She trekked across the parking lot and slid behind the wheel of her car. Dealing with her diagnosis was manageable, but what if her condition got worse? And it could, because while the diet, exercise, and medication were all controllable, Dr. Martin had homed in on the one thing in her life that wasn't: stress. And neither of the options for the Gazette's fate alleviated that. But for now, she had a Chamber of Commerce meeting to attend. 10 minutes later, as she slipped into her usual seat, Marge Sullivan banged the gavel on the conference table and called the meeting to order.
Has anyone heard from Ali Mahmoud?
The other chamber members shook their heads. Abby knitted her brow. It's not like him to be late.
I know.
Marge stuck a hand on her ample hip.
Maybe we should call the restaurant and...
The door opened, and 8 heads swiveled toward the black-haired man who entered. His skin seemed a couple of shades lighter than usual, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Deep creases on his forehead and around his mouth made him look far older than his 46 years.
Sorry I'm late.
He paused on the threshold, grasping the doorframe. A knot formed in Abby's stomach, and she rose. Ali, are you all right?
Yes, but the restaurant? That's another story. Come and sit down.
Marge waved him toward a seat.
Tell us what happened.
As he took his place, Abby poured him a cup of coffee.
Thanks.
He gave her a wan smile and took a sip.
We had a fire just before dawn in the kitchen. How bad is it?
Concern chased away Marge's usual cheery demeanor.
Not bad enough to shut us down. I was able to put it out myself. But if I hadn't gone in extra early today to prepare for a private party...
He shook his head.
What caused it?
Abby retook her seat.
According to our police chief, it appears to be arson.
Shocked silence greeted his response.
We don't have arson in Oak Hill, Marge said at last. We do now.
Ali wrapped both hands around his cup, as if seeking warmth. But who would do such a thing? Abby finally found her voice.
That's what Dale is trying to figure out. And he will.
Marge gave a definitive dip of her head. Abby had no doubt of that. In the years since he'd taken on the police chief job, Dale Lewis had earned the respect of the entire community. A hometown boy and former Los Angeles cop, he was sharp, thorough, and tough when he had to be. Oak Hill was lucky to have him back, a sentiment shared by everyone in town. I hope so, because, well, there was more to it than just a fire. What do you mean? Marge gave up all pretense of calling the meeting to order. Whoever did this spray-painted a message on the back door. Something very unflattering about Allah. Then it said, "Go back where you came from." An ominous chill ran down Abby's spine. The fire had been a hate crime. What did Dale say? Abby leaned forward. That he'd seen quite a few cases like this in L.A., and that it wasn't always easy to track down the perpetrators. But he promised to make it a top priority. Well, if there's anything we can do to help, you let us know. Marge reached out and patted Ali's arm, then got the meeting back on track. An hour later, when the gathering broke up, Abby stopped to speak with Ali. I can't tell you how sorry I am about your trouble. Hate crimes are bad enough, no matter who the victim is, but you were born and raised in the United States. You're as American as I am. Despite what the message said, this is where you came from. Incidents like this happened when I lived in Detroit, too. But not on this scale. Just snide comments, pranks, that sort of thing. His tone was weary and resigned. Foreigners often meet with difficulties when they try to assimilate into a community. That's reality. Except you've been in Oak Hill for 5 years. And you're not a foreigner. I look like one. Changing preconceived ideas, softening people's hearts. It's a difficult task. Prejudices are hard to overcome. That was true. And it was the very reason her grandfather had written bold editorials about race relations in the United States long before the national consciousness had been sensitized to the issue. It appeared there was still much work to be done on that front. As an idea began to take shape in her mind, Abby laid her hand on Ali's arm. It may be difficult, but it's not impossible. Sometimes people just need a nudge. Or a shove. Ali offered her a smile that seemed forced. In any case, I have many friends here who've welcomed me and my family to the community. This is just an aberration. He checked his watch. Now I have to run. Be careful, Ali. As he acknowledged her comment with a wave and disappeared through the door, Abby's brain began clicking. Maybe she couldn't catch the perpetrator. That was Dale's job. But at least she could do her part to soften a few hearts. Not now. As her phone rang, Abby continued typing her editorial about hate crimes. Too bad she hadn't forwarded her calls to the Gazette's administrative assistant office manager instead of heading straight for her keyboard after the chamber meeting. Molly could have dealt with any minor issues that came up or taken a message. When the phone continued to ring, guilt pricked her conscience. Reporters never let a phone go unanswered. What if a hot tip was coming in? With an annoyed huff, she stopped typing and reached for the phone. Oak Hill Gazette, Abby speaking. Ms. Warner? Yes? This is Mark Campbell from Campbell Publishing. I believe you were expecting my call. If you have a few minutes, I'd like to discuss my visit. Abby stifled a groan. A dreaded doctor's visit, a hate crime in their town, and now this. It was too much for one day. Ms. Warner, are you still there? Impatience nipped at the edges of the man's voice. Yes, sorry, I was in the middle of an important task. Would you like to call me back at a more convenient time? Yes. Like the 12th of never. But the finance board had already agreed to a review by Campbell Publishing. She had to deal with this. No, I have a few minutes.
I won't keep you long. I'd like to arrive Monday, if that works with your schedule.
From his tone, Mark Campbell didn't seem to be any more enthusiastic about his assignment than she was. Interesting.
Monday is fine. I'll make the arrangements. Can you recommend a place to stay?
The only lodging in town is the Oak Hill Inn. It's a B&B. Silence.
You mean the kind of place where you have to share a bathroom down the hall with other guests?
From his inflection, it was clear Mark Campbell considered such an arrangement beneath him. As an heir to a publishing empire, he was, no doubt, more accustomed to five-star hotels. No, the Oak Hill Inn is a bit more progressive than that. Every room has its own bath. They even have running water.
Fine.
The sudden stiffness in his manner indicated her barb had hit home.
Do they have Wi-Fi?
She couldn't quite contain her chuckle. Sorry, this isn't a big city, Mr. Campbell. If you want up-to-the-minute electronics, you'll have to stay closer to Rolla.
How far away is that?
35 miles. At his sigh, she spoke again. However, you're welcome to connect at our office.
I suppose that'll have to do. Just give me the contact information for the inn.
Once she had complied, he brought the conversation to a close.
I'll see you on Monday. What time works for you?
I'm always here by 7. Why don't we meet then? More silence.
That's kind of early, isn't it?
Would you prefer 7 in the evening? I'm often here then, too. Another sigh.
I can do 7 in the morning. I'll see you then.
As the line went dead, Abby leaned back in her chair. Mark Campbell seemed to be looking forward to this whole process about as much as she was. But that appeared to be the only thing they had in common. Spencer Campbell's son came across as a snob who was accustomed to a cushy life. He exhibited none of the fire and passion for the business that his father had. Or maybe he was just having a bad day, as she was. Unfortunately, it didn't seem likely that tomorrow was going to get much better. At least, not for her. Chapter 3. Oak Hill was worse than he'd expected. As Mark drove down the town's main street on Monday, his spirits nosedived. It was like a Norman Rockwell slice of Americana without the charm. A few cars were parked at the curb here and there, but the occupants hadn't chosen to linger in the 100-degree midday sun. They must have escaped into one of the tired-looking shops that lined the dusty street. He cataloged a soda fountain, a feed store, and a bar and grill on one side, more of the same on the other. No diversions here except the Tivoli Theater. The movie, featured at the single-screen cinema, had played in Chicago weeks ago. The antique store, real estate firm, law office, dentist, bakery, and butcher shop rounded out the mercantile area. There wasn't a Starbucks in sight. He braked at the end of the 2-block-long business district. How did people live in a place like this? Shaking his head, Mark checked the street sign at the intersection. Spruce. This was it. His father had told him the Gazette offices were only a couple of blocks off Main Street. He turned left and drove past an elementary school, a church, the city hall, and a few other businesses tucked in between residential property. No sign of the Gazette. Maybe he should have used his navigation app. But how lost could you get in a town the size of Oak Hill? After executing a U-turn, he backtracked and recrossed Main Street. A small police station, a doctor's office, more houses, a tiny library, and finally, the Gazette. Since the newspaper didn't seem to have a parking lot, Mark eased his rental car next to the curb, under the shade of a towering oak tree, and assessed the building across the street that would be his home during working hours for the next 12 weeks. Unimposing would be far too generous a description. The small one-story white structure had a flat roof and was badly in need of paint. 2 large windows flanked the front door, and the lettering on the Oak Hill Gazette sign above the entry was faded. Mark frowned. Why on earth had this place caught his father's attention? If the condition of the building was any indication, the Oak Hill Gazette had seen better days. From a fiscal perspective, it appeared to be more of a liability than an asset. The books would soon tell the story. The good news was that it shouldn't take long to do a financial analysis on an operation this size. If the results were negative, this trip could end up being shorter than he'd expected. Why linger for 12 weeks if the Gazette wasn't a worthy acquisition? Spirits lifting, he opened his door. Sauna-like heat slammed against his chest, and he sucked in a deep breath. Chicago could get hot, but this was ridiculous. The sooner he could leave this place behind, the better. Thank goodness he'd opted for a jacket and open-necked shirt instead of a suit. Nevertheless, a film of sweat broke out on his brow. He snatched his briefcase off the seat, slid out of the car, locked the door, and made a beeline for the Gazette. The air inside the office he entered was cooler, but not cool enough. An ancient air conditioner was probably struggling to keep up with the blast furnace Missourians called summer. Mark flexed his shoulders, trying without success to convince the back of his shirt to release its uncomfortable grip on his skin. "May I help you?" He swung toward the door at the back of the small reception area as a 50-ish woman came through and peered at him over the top of her half-glasses, expression wary.
"Yes, I'm Mark Campbell. Ms. Warner is expecting me."
"Have a seat. I'll let her know you're here." She indicated 2 chairs bookending a worn side table, then moved toward a desk that faced the front door and picked up the phone. Not the warmest welcome he'd ever received. But then, most people didn't like change. The very thing he represented. He remained standing, staring out the window at the lifeless street as the receptionist spoke in low tones on the phone behind him. A couple of minutes later, the door to the inner sanctum clicked open again. Psyching himself up for a meeting he didn't want to have, he turned around. Did a double take. The woman regarding him across the small foyer didn't come close to any of his preconceived notions about Abby Warner. Slender and fine-boned, she couldn't be more than 5'3" or 5'4". Her shoulder-length light brown hair, worn straight with a simple part on one side, was touched with appealing glints of copper, and her deep green eyes were fringed by long lashes. Her face had character, for want of a better word, and the kind of classic bone structure that would age well. Nice. Not that she was his type, of course. That honor belonged to voluptuous blondes like the one who distracted him so much at the party yesterday afternoon he'd lost track of the time and missed his flight. Sharing that tidbit with the woman across from him would be a tactical mistake, however. Based on her manner in their previous conversations, she was already less than impressed by him. It had been smart to blame a scheduling glitch for his tardy arrival when he'd called to let her know he was delayed. Her eyes narrowed, as if she didn't appreciate the discreet once-over he'd given her, and her chin tipped up a hair as she moved forward and extended her hand. Abby Warner. He took her delicate fingers, the strength of her grip at odds with her fragile appearance.
"Mark Campbell."
"I hope you had a pleasant trip, Mr. Campbell." Her polite words didn't match her cool tone.
"The hot one, anyway."
He offered her the smile that always broke the ice with women.
"And it's Mark."
His approach didn't work with Abby. "Welcome to August in Missouri." She reclaimed her hand. "That's why we have a casual dress code here." She gave his impeccably creased gray trousers, navy blue jacket, and blue and white striped dress shirt a quick scan. In contrast to his semi-formal attire, she sported khaki slacks and a crisp short-sleeve blouse that made her look more like a college student than the editor of a newspaper. At least from a distance. But now that she was a whisper away, he wouldn't make that mistake. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes and faint parallel grooves in her brow belonged to a woman who'd known more than her share of fatigue and stress. Magnified by concerns about the future of the Gazette, no doubt. Her personal problems, however, weren't his concern. He was here to analyze the business, not the editor.
I'll keep the dress code in mind in the future.
He tugged at his lapel.
I can't say I'll be sorry to ditch the jacket.
A faint smile curved her lips, vanishing as fast as frosty breath on a cold day. Would you like a tour, or would you prefer to settle in and come back a bit later? Or tomorrow morning?
I'm up for a tour now, if it's convenient.
She nodded, then motioned toward the receptionist. I'll stick with first names today. You've already met Molly. She handles our administrative work and doubles as our receptionist. This place would shut down without her. A pleased flush spread over the woman's cheeks, and she rose as Mark walked over to shake her hand. How long have you been here, Molly? Abby cocked her head. 21 years? 22. Abby's lips bowed, softening the tense lines in her face. All I know is that you've been here as long as I can remember.
That's understandable, since you were only 10 when I came.
So Abby was 32. Mark filed away that piece of information. Not that it mattered to his task here. Where have the years gone? Abby redirected her attention to him. Let's go back into the newsroom. It didn't take long to complete the tour. The working space wasn't large. Abby's office and a conference room were the only enclosed areas. The rest of the interior was divided into 8 cubicles, home to the 3 reporters, Jean, Steve, and Laura, as well as Marcia in marketing sales, Jason in photography, Les in circulation, and Paul in layout. Though Abby smiled at the staff members as she introduced them, and their mutual respect was evident, she grew more subdued as the tour progressed. He tried his best to put the staff at ease, insisting on first names and joking when appropriate, but the apprehension in the office was palpable. Was every on-site operational audit this tense? Perhaps. For him, acquisitions had always meant an evaluation of the books and an assessment of the effect on Campbell Publishing's bottom line, done in the plush confines of his office. His work had never involved factoring in the effect on people. It was already clear that including those sorts of considerations in his analysis could complicate matters. They ended their tour with Joe in accounting. How's Cindy doing? Abby stopped at the last cubicle as she greeted the sandy-haired man, who looked to be in his late 30s.
So far, so good. We'll know more after the 3rd ultrasound in a couple of hours.
That's today? Abby's forehead puckered. What are you doing at the office?
When the tour got bumped to the afternoon, I figured I should hang around.
Cindy needs you more. Abby turned to Mark. Joe's wife is having a complicated pregnancy. You two can talk later. Bottom line, he's prepared to offer whatever assistance you need. Other than that, he'll stay out of your way and let you do your job.
I appreciate that. I don't want to disrupt your operation any more than necessary.
Mark extended his hand, and Joe shook it. Now go. Abby shooed the accountant out. The man gave her a grateful smile.
Thanks.
As Abby led the way down the hall, Mark fell in behind her. Until he examined the books, he couldn't pass any judgments on Abby's financial management. But based on her interactions with the staff, she got high marks for people skills. When they reached her small office, Abby scooted past the edge of the massive desk and took her seat, indicating a chair across from her to Mark.
This is quite a command center.
He tapped the top of the desk as he sat in the hard-back chair. It was my great-grandfather's. Abby ran her fingers over the scarred surface, her touch almost reverent. I'm the 4th generation of my family to use it. That always reminds me what went into building this paper and what the Gazette stands for.
This is a family business, then.
Tilting her head, she regarded him through narrowed eyes. Yes, I thought you knew that. Your father said he'd given you a background file on the Gazette. He'd crept up Mark's neck.
He did. I have it with me. I just haven't had a chance to review it yet. That's on my agenda for tonight.
I see. Too much, no doubt, as her perceptive gaze bored into his. He shifted in his seat. Odd and disconcerting to be in a situation where he didn't have the upper hand. Crossing an ankle over his knee, he leaned back and went with an offense is the best defense strategy.
So tell me how you managed to make stories about church socials and Little League baseball games and dances at the VFW hall interesting week after week.
Abby stared at him, hot spots of color blooming on her cheeks. The lady had a temper. Did you read even one issue of the Gazette? Before he could fabricate an excuse, she waved a hand at him in dismissal and picked up the phone. Never mind. She punched in a number. Molly, would you pull copies for me from the archives for the past 6 months? Replacing the receiver, she once more focused on him. What makes you think that's all we report on?
What else would you write about?
You don't win a Pulitzer Prize writing about church socials, Mr. Campbell. He blinked.
You won a Pulitzer Prize?
My grandfather did. For uncommon courage in publishing stories that exposed hazardous working conditions at a quarry operation in rural Missouri, which led to management changes and life-saving improvements. That's a direct quote from the citation that hangs in the reception area. And there's much more than that. She regaled him with a list of awards that set his head reeling. So much for his offense. A knock sounded, and Abby looked toward the doorway. Come in, Molly. Just put them on my desk. Thanks. The receptionist deposited a stack of newspapers, then departed. While you're reading the background file, Mr. Campbell, you may want to browse through these, too. It shouldn't take you long to discover that the Gazette is about more than church socials and garden club news. Oh, brother. This assignment was off to a very rocky start. After all, he was supposed to be the one in charge here. Instead, thanks to the woman behind the desk, he felt like a chastised little boy who'd neglected to do his homework. So, okay, maybe he should have looked at the background file before now. And the remark about church socials may have been out of line. But he could get up to speed fast. It wasn't as if there was anything else to do in this tiny backwater town. In fact, why not get started now? He could also use an hour or two to regroup after his less-than-stellar launch here. Shore up his mojo, which this woman was fast deflating. With a sudden move, he rose and reached for the papers.
Thanks for the tour.
For a second, Abby seemed taken aback by his abruptness. An flash of uncertainty flickered across her face. Apparently, she didn't like being thrown off balance any more than he did. Smart move on his part. She needed to understand that two could play this game. No problem. I'll see you tomorrow morning. What time should I expect you? There was a challenge in both her question and her eyes as she regained her equilibrium. It was clear she'd already pegged him as a slacker, and he wasn't about to reinforce that conclusion.
About 7 o'clock. You did say you get here early, didn't you?
7 will be fine. Here's a key to the office in case you want to put in any extra hours. Her slight as-if smirk was impossible to miss. Mark took it and beat a hasty retreat. Back out in the afternoon heat, he drew a deep breath and admitted the truth. Abby Warner had won round 1, but only because he hadn't realized until too late that he'd even stepped into the ring. Forewarned, however, was forearmed. And round 2 would go to him. Chapter 4. Abby Warner didn't have a college degree. Mark reread her bio in the file his father had given him to ensure he hadn't missed something. No, there it was in black and white. She'd left college 1 semester short of getting her journalism degree. So how had she managed to put him on the defensive earlier? A business executive with impressive academic credentials. Nothing in the file had offered him a clue. With a resigned sigh, he reached for the newspaper on top of the imposing stack of back issues, took a fortifying sip of the strong coffee the innkeeper had provided, and began to read. 2 hours later, and halfway through the stack, he leaned back and massaged the stiff muscles in his neck. His almost untouched coffee had been pushed to the side, unneeded, as he'd become engrossed in the Gazette. Instead of the expected garden club news and bingo results, the issues had been filled with meaty stories about farm subsidies, corruption in city government, the use of inferior materials in the construction of a strip mall, a drug ring at an area high school, the same topics covered by big city newspapers. And the articles were thoughtful, informative, and unbiased. The physical assets of the Gazette might be second-rate, but the reporting was first class. Now his father's interest in the paper made sense, as did Abby's reaction when he'd insulted the Gazette's content. A knock sounded, and he stood and crossed the room, stretching the kinks from his back as he opened the door. His landlady stood on the other side. Though Marge Sullivan was long past 40, her silver hair was cut in a trendy style, and her hot pink velour sweatsuit looked as if it had come from a hip teen shop. Definitely not what he'd expected when he'd pulled up in front of the ornate Victorian house. "I hope you're settling in all right?"
Yes, fine. Thank you."
Even if the fussy period decor came nowhere close to reflecting his minimalist tastes.
"Is there anything I can get you before I call it a night?"
He twisted his wrist hand to check his watch. She was calling it a night at 9:30?
"We turn in early here in the sticks."
At the twinkle in her eye, his neck warmed.
"Are you certain you have everything you need?"
She peeked around him to give the room a discreet inspection.
"Yes, thanks."
She pursed her lips, her attention still on the room behind him.
"Since you'll be here for an extended stay, why don't I get rid of a few of those frou-frou pillows tomorrow? You don't look like the ruffled pillow type, and I can ditch those turn-of-the-century books and potpourri on the coffee table to give you more room to work. The doilies on the chairs can go, too."
"I wouldn't want to put you to any trouble."
Nevertheless, a hopeful note crept into his voice. She gave a hearty chuckle.
"Honey, Victoriana makes me want to puke. It's way too cluttered for my taste. But that's what folks seem to expect at a historic house like this. I'm a Frank Lloyd Wright fan myself, even if my taste in clothes would suggest otherwise."
Mark's mouth twitched.
"Then how, may I ask, did you end up with an edifice like this?"
She responded with an unladylike snort.
"That's a kind word for it. Money pit would be more appropriate, truth be told. Do you know how much it costs to paint all that gingerbread trim outside? But I inherited it from an aunt a few years back while I was living in Boston. I'd hit some hard times, and I figured I'd move down here and give this a shot. All in all, it's been a very rewarding experience."
Boston to Oak Hill. That must have been quite a culture shock.
To some degree, but life is all about transitions. In my experience, you can always find something good in them if you have a positive attitude. I came here determined to like it, to become part of the community, and I did. It's a pleasant town, and the people are the salt of the earth. The one thing I haven't reconciled myself to is this decor.
Trust me, I'll be happy to de-Victorianize your room as much as possible. Now tell me what time you'd like breakfast every day. Though the B&B was a mere 5 minutes from the Gazette office, he'd still have to eat far too early to expect anyone to fix breakfast.
Since I told the editor I'd be in about 7, I'll just grab a bite at the cafe on Main Street.
Nonsense. I'm up with the chickens anyway. How does 6:30 sound? I can do sausages, eggs, biscuits, and maybe blueberry muffins. The thought of that much food early in the morning set off an unpleasant quiver in his stomach.
Please, don't worry about it. I'm not much of a breakfast eater.
Well, I don't eat all that stuff myself either, but most guests seem to expect it. If you ask me, it's a heart attack on a plate. Let's see. How does a simple omelet and English muffin sound? Or a whole wheat waffle with fresh fruit?
I could manage either of those.
I'll surprise you then, and I'll have you out of here in plenty of time to get to the Gazette by 7. But don't you let Abby guilt you into putting in long hours just because she does. That woman works much too hard. She needs a little more fun in her life, if you ask me. I know she's upset about this whole acquisition thing, but to tell you the truth, it could be just what the doctor ordered. All that stress is taking a toll on her. It appeared he'd found a friend in the garrulous innkeeper, a welcome change after the wary reception he'd gotten from the staff at the Gazette.
Stress is never healthy. And thank you for relieving mine, Ms. Sullivan. It's been a tense day.
Call me Marge. And don't be too hard on Abby if she was the one giving you grief. It's a big responsibility to be the keeper of 4 generations of heritage. But she's a reasonable person, and I'm betting that once she reconciles herself to this new challenge in her life and gets to know you, she'll give you a fair chance. As Marge bid him pleasant dreams and shut the door, Mark returned to the stack of waiting papers, his mind on Abby Warner. Would she give him a fair chance? Hard to say. They'd definitely gotten off on the wrong foot. But it didn't really matter how their relationship played out. His stay in Oak Hill would be brief. He had a job to do, and the editor's opinion of him was irrelevant. He shouldn't care what she thought. But for some odd reason, he did. After consulting his watch, Mark slipped the balance sheet back into the file and added it to the stack on the table in front of him. In his first 3.5 days, he'd made tremendous progress on the financial audit at the Gazette. By tomorrow, when he left to spend the weekend in Chicago, a preliminary review should be complete. While much detailed work remained to be done, it wasn't bad for a first week's effort. He'd also established a routine. Starting on Tuesday, he'd arrive between 7 and 7:30 each day. Far less difficult than he'd expected, since he went to bed at 10 o'clock every night for lack of anything else to do. He kept his nose to the grindstone throughout the day, clocking out with everyone except Abby at 5 o'clock. Rotating his shoulders, he stifled a yawn, prompted more by boredom than tiredness. While work had kept him busy during the day, the evenings had been difficult to fill. Marge's Nordic track in the basement ate up an hour, but it came nowhere close to his usual gym workout. And dinner at the local diner was no treat. After a couple of days of the fried fare at Gus's, or Grease's as he'd nicknamed it, Marge had taken pity on him and offered to fix his evening meal. But her tofu stew and lentil salad wasn't much more palatable. There was a Middle Eastern place, too, but he wasn't a great fan of that type of cuisine. The dining room in the Oak Hill Inn sounded promising, with a cordon bleu chef, no less. But it was only open Thursday through Saturday. He shut down his laptop and pulled out his keys, but there was no hurry to leave. After dinner, he'd be at loose ends again, as usual. Maybe Abby's long hours at the Gazette weren't so much a reflection of the fact that she was a workaholic as that there wasn't anything else to do in Oak Hill. Thank goodness he'd be back in Chicago for the weekend. The carrot on a stick that had compelled him to stay until 7:15 tonight and work through lunch. To catch a flight that got him home at a reasonable hour, he'd have to leave by 2 o'clock tomorrow for the 2-hour drive back to St. Louis. Not that there was anyone to impress with his conscientiousness tonight. The rest of the staff was long gone, leaving him and Abby alone at the office. And her opinion of him didn't matter. Putting in a full week just seemed like the right thing to do, even if he'd never worried about that back in Chicago. After gathering up the financial backup files that would be digitized at any decent-sized company, he stood. With Joe long gone, he'd have to give them to Abby for safekeeping. An interruption she likely wouldn't welcome after doing her best to avoid him all week. He scowled. What was with her, anyway? After their rocky first meeting, he'd gone out of his way to be pleasant. Yet she'd remained unimpressed and cool. Not his usual experience with women when he turned on the charm. But hey, who cared? Abby wasn't his type anyway. He exited the conference room that had become his temporary home and headed toward her office, his steps soundless on the worn carpeting. As he approached, her profile indicated she was focused on her computer screen. Tonight she'd pulled her hair back with a scrunchy elastic thing and slipped on bronze-rimmed, no-nonsense glasses. He paused at her door. A slight frown dented her brow as she keyed in words. The remains of a snack pack of peanut butter crackers and a half-empty mug of tea, the limp bag beside it sitting in a brown stain on a paper towel, lay on the desk. Turning slightly, she sifted through the chaotic jumble of papers next to her monitor, selected one, and scanned it. Then she laid it aside and went back to typing. It took a discreet tap to catch her attention. She jumped at the interruption, gasping as one hand fluttered to her chest. I didn't realize anyone was still here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I stayed late because I have to leave a little early tomorrow to catch my flight to Chicago. Joe's gone, and I figured you'd want to lock up these financial files.
He shifted them in his arms. Oh, yes, thanks. You can leave them on my desk. I'll put them away after I finish here. He stepped closer and laid the files on her desk.
Dinner?
He indicated the wrapper. Snack. I'll eat when I get home.
When will that be?
As the question slipped out, he furrowed his brow. Why on earth had he asked her that? Her schedule was none of his concern, nor were her eating habits. The flicker of surprise that sparked in her green irises suggested she'd had the same reaction. I'm not sure. We're losing one of our reporters, and I'm picking up some of the slack. Which was playing havoc with her eating habits, and she couldn't afford to lose any weight.
Why do I have a feeling you'll just write off dinner?
He lightened his tone. I don't skip meals. Her careful, measured reply was accompanied by an expression he couldn't read. I'm very conscientious about that. Have a nice evening. With that, she turned back to the computer. He'd been dismissed. Mark took her cue and left the office behind. But it was harder to erase her puzzling expression from his mind. It had almost been like resignation or weariness, as if she was constantly being reminded to eat. Was there someone in her life who was on her case about her weight? A husband, perhaps? He jolted to a stop as he dug out his car keys. Was she married? That was possible. Many women use their maiden names after marriage. And just because she wasn't his type didn't mean she wasn't someone else's. He picked up his pace toward the car. Maybe he'd make a few discreet inquiries, motivated by nothing more than idle curiosity, of course. Because he had as little personal interest in her as she had in him. It was hard to warm up to a woman who didn't try to hide the fact that she wished you'd never darkened her doorway. Yet if that was the case, why did unbidden thoughts of her flash through his mind far too often? A question without an answer. Or at least, an answer he wasn't inclined to consider. Abby typed the last word on the hate crimes editorial and hit save. Then she turned her attention to an article about a new contentious zoning regulation. Except the subtle quiver in her fingers and a quick glance at her watch nixed that idea. It was too late to start such a complicated piece. She should go home and eat, then dive into this tomorrow. After gathering up the files Mark had deposited on her desk, she tucked them in her bottom drawer. It was probably lucky he'd dropped them off, or she might have pushed dinner off even later. A bad habit she needed to break. But that was the only thing she was grateful for about the Chicago Playboy's disruptive presence in her world. That's not fair, Abby. It's not like you to be so judgmental. She gritted her teeth and slammed the file drawer shut. Locked it. Fine. Since he'd arrived, she couldn't fault his work ethic. Instead of slacking off, as she'd expected, he'd been putting in the same hours as everyone else. Joe had had favorable things to say about his financial savvy. Even Molly, who'd looked upon his visit with as much trepidation as everyone else, had commented that Mark seemed like a pleasant enough fellow. And he was making a concerted effort to do his job without upsetting the newsroom routine. No, he hadn't done his homework prior to his arrival, but he'd made up for it since. And based on the compliment she'd overheard him giving Steve about a story he'd written a few weeks ago, he'd read the back issues she'd passed on to him. So maybe he wasn't a total slacker. As for his dark good looks, in different circumstances, she might even find him interesting and appealing. Not that he'd ever notice her, though. A man like Mark could have his pick of gorgeous women, and gorgeous was never a term that would be applied to her, even on her best days. So what was with his apparent concern about her long hours and eating habits tonight? She blew out of breath, slung her purse over her shoulder, and crossed to the doorway that led into the hall. That wasn't a question worth contemplating. For all she knew, it had been his version of small talk. And small talk was fine. Safe. She didn't want a man like Mark thinking of her in any other role than the editor of a paper his publishing empire was interested in acquiring. Because after witnessing the complications and heartache that had plagued her parents' marriage, no way would she ever risk getting involved with someone whose background diverged so radically from hers. That kind of minefield would only add more disruption to her life. So, for the foreseeable future, she'd walk a wide, cautious circle around anything and anyone that triggered a red alert in her personal or professional life. Starting with Mark Campbell. The numbers didn't add up. Mark cast an annoyed glance at his Rolex. In 20 minutes, he was supposed to be out the door, heading back to St. Louis to catch his flight to Chicago, and missing it wasn't an option. But something wasn't right. Something bigger than the few slight discrepancies he'd read circled during his preliminary review, with the intention of following up on them with Joe next week. Those had been isolated occurrences and hadn't triggered any red flags. The aberration in payroll entries was different. There was a distinct, if somewhat random, pattern. Troublesome enough to address before he left for the weekend. Rather than go to Joe's cubicle, where they'd have no privacy, he punched in the accountant's extension and asked the man to join him in the conference room. 2 minutes later, Joe appeared at the door.
"Sorry to disturb you, but I'm trying to get out of here to catch a flight in St. Louis. Have a seat." Mark motioned to the chair beside him. "I ran across a few entries I can't figure out. I hoped you could enlighten me." "I'll be happy to try." Joe closed the door and joined him. Mark spread the sheets out. "It appears that there's an irregularity in the payroll entries. I haven't gone into the detailed journal yet, which is on my agenda for next week, but this was too troublesome to leave until then. It's always for the same amount, and it's happened on a number of occasions over the past year.
Mark relayed the figure.
Can you explain it?
The man fidgeted in his chair and cleared his throat.
I'm aware of the discrepancy, but it may be better if you talk with Abby about it.
Okay.
Mark let a beat pass.
I can do that if you'd rather not discuss it.
Look, I'm not trying to be uncooperative. It's just that I think the explanation should come from her. It's nothing illegal. You'll see that when you check the detailed journal.
Odd. If no impropriety was involved, why was the man uncomfortable? But the clock was ticking. So rather than waste time with the reticent accountant, Mark gathered up the spreadsheets and slipped them into a file.
I'll stop in and see her on my way out. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help with this. No problem. You pointed me in the right direction.
As Joe left the room, Mark shut down his laptop, double-checked his flight time, then stood and strode toward Abby's office, file in hand. She was on the phone when he appeared at her threshold, but she motioned him in. I appreciate the update, Dale. Talk to you soon. She replaced the receiver and swiveled toward the door. Heading out?
In a few minutes. But I found something a bit odd in the books, and when I asked Joe about it, he referred me to you.
What is it? Mark withdrew the spreadsheets from the file and pointed out the payroll entries.
There's a discrepancy of exactly the same amount on these particular weeks.
Abby gave the reports no more than a quick skim. Have you checked the detailed journal?
Not yet. That's on the agenda for next week.
The answer is in there. Nothing illegal.
So Joe said. But that's all I could get out of him. Want to give me a top line?
She shifted in her seat, brushed a few crumbs off her desk, perhaps left over from another snack, moistened her lips. He waited her out, his antennas rising at her obvious discomfort and reluctance. There's a very simple explanation. She folded her hands on the desktop and met his gaze. The Gazette often operates on a razor-thin margin. If you haven't already discovered that, you will when you examine the detailed journal. In the weeks you've highlighted, our operating funds were so low that some expenses would have gone unpaid. To help us through the crunch, I instructed Joe not to issue me a paycheck those weeks. That accounts for the discrepancy you discovered. He stared at her as he tried to digest her explanation.
Let me get this straight. You funneled your paycheck back into operating expenses?
I know it's unconventional, but it's not illegal. The paper needed the money more than I did at certain points. For several moments, as Mark tried to process what she'd said, the only sound in her office was the hum of the bulky air conditioner struggling to keep up with the heat. The woman sitting behind the scarred desk that represented her family legacy was trying to protect that legacy by denying herself living expenses. Hard as he tried to think of one such example of selflessness and dedication in his circle of friends, none came to mind. But there were examples closer to home. His brother, for one, who'd bypassed a high salary at Campbell Publishing for a far lesser-paying job managing a Christian bookstore chain. His father, who'd gambled everything to launch his company because he'd passionately believed in his dream. Bobby Mitchell, his childhood friend, who'd given up immediate pleasures to funnel almost every penny of his allowance into his space fund, earmarked for a trip to space camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. His estimation of the woman across from him edged up another notch. He looked again at the figure he'd circled on the paper he'd put in front of Abby, and as the amount registered, another jolt ricocheted through him. That was her weekly salary? Good grief! Was this an indication of the salaries in general at the Gazette? But no, he'd seen the salary budget total, knew how many people worked at the paper. He could do the division. Other staff members had to be making more than Abby. This was getting more confusing by the minute. He lowered himself into the chair across from her desk.
Can we back up for a minute? I've seen the salary budget, and this isn't adding up. Why is yours so low? You're the managing editor.
I'm not in this for the money. I never have been. Her tone was quiet, but resolute. I lead a simple life, and my wants are few. I care a lot about the Gazette, and I don't mind making a few sacrifices to keep it going. Mark raked his fingers through his hair.
Look, I appreciate your dedication, but this is just a job. You deserve a living wage.
A spark flashed in her eyes. It's not just a job. I know what's gone into building this paper. The sacrifices, the passion, the determination, the courage. It's important work that makes a difference. We've won lots of awards, and those are gratifying. But look around this office at the letters from readers, like that one behind you. Those are what make this job important. The dozen or so framed letters on the walls had only registered on a peripheral level until now. But as he turned to scan the one she'd indicated, a photo of a dark-haired minister on a tiny table in the corner caught his eye. Boyfriend? Husband?
Not relevant, Campbell.
Check. He forced himself to focus on what appeared to be a thank you note. That letter is from a man we featured in a story about prescription drug costs and government assistance. You can do a story like that and just quote statistics. A lot of papers do. But we put a face on the numbers. Abby's voice rang with fervor and conviction. John Borsick is 76 years old. He was eligible for state assistance with prescriptions, but when his request got bogged down in red tape, he went without food to buy his wife medicine. Thanks to that article, the agency cleaned up its act, and people like John don't have to go hungry anymore in order to care for the ones they love. Her voice choked, and she stopped, took a deep breath. So no, this isn't just a job. That's why I do everything I can to keep the paper going, including passing up a paycheck once in a while. Mark angled back to her, his gaze once again flickering to the framed image. The guy in the photo had to be important to Abby. How did he feel about her sacrifices? She supplied the ID and answers without him asking. My brother. Ministry pays even less than journalism, but he supports me in other ways. With prayer? Mark tried not to snort. Prayer didn't buy medicine for a sick wife, or keep a paper solvent, or stop a young boy from dying. When Abby tilted her head and shot him a speculative look, he schooled his features into a neutral expression and tried the offensive maneuver again. Maybe it would at least distract her from whatever she was thinking.
Too bad he didn't go into the family business with you. That might have been more helpful.
He had a different calling, so my dad groomed me for the job.
Didn't you ever resent that? What if you'd wanted to do your own thing instead of living up to someone else's expectations?
Her eyebrows rose, her surprise seemingly genuine. I never thought of doing anything else. I love journalism. I considered it an honor and a trust to be the keeper of a family tradition. This is the job I always wanted to do. It feeds my soul. A sudden, unsettling surge of envy swept over him at her obvious contentment, which made no sense. How could he be envious of someone who lived on pauper's wages in a nothing town in the middle of nowhere? When the answer eluded him, he checked his watch again.
I have to run.
Big weekend plans? He didn't miss the slight irony in her tone, and it rankled. While his impression of her might be shifting, it was obvious she still considered him a lightweight. Shoulders stiffening, he stood and gathered up the spreadsheets.
As a matter of fact, yes. I assume you'll be spending the weekend cuddled up with your computer here at the Gazette?
At the flash of pain that ricocheted in her eyes, his stomach clenched. That had been a cheap shot. Mean-spirited and uncalled for.
Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
Don't worry about it. She straightened in her chair as she cut him off, her features taut. You should go, or you'll miss your flight. And I have calls to return. Have a safe trip. She picked up the phone, punched in a number, and turned away. Dismissed once again. But this go-round, it was remorse rather than indignation that dogged his steps as he retreated to the conference room to retrieve his briefcase and overnight bag. His last comment had been totally out of line, and hurtful words were impossible to take back, no matter how much you regretted them. All he could do was try to make amends when he returned. For the next 2 days, though, he'd try not to let this incident ruin his much-needed R&R. His social calendar was full, and he should enjoy every minute of his weekend in Chicago, even if his heart suddenly wasn't in it. Chapter 5. The liquor was flowing, the caviar was plentiful, and a gorgeous blonde was draped on his arm. It was a perfect Saturday night. So why wasn't he having fun? As Mark considered that question, an image of Abby's hurt eyes materialized in his mind, giving him his answer. So much for the carefree weekend he'd planned to enjoy. He bit back a word not fit for polite company and took another gulp of his drink. Heck, even his father had noticed his preoccupation at their breakfast meetup this morning. Not during the brief progress report he'd provided on his financial review, but when he'd sidestepped a question about his impression of Abby by saying he hadn't seen that much of her, then directed the conversation back to financial matters. But the speculative gleam in his father's eyes had been disconcerting. Hey, honey, want to go outside? The blonde tugged on his hand, gave him an inviting smile, and urged him toward the balcony of the condo. Mark didn't resist. A distraction would be welcome. Besides, the music was too loud inside anyway. Pretty view. The blonde guided him across the terrace to the railing, past the candles flickering on wrought iron tables and casting a romantic glow over the scene. From the 41st floor balcony, the lights of Chicago put on a glamorous, dazzling display, and a cool lake breeze chased away the close air in the condo, which had been redolent with cigar smoke.
Yeah, very pretty.
Mark drew in a deep, cleansing breath as he pulled his hand free and rested his forearms on the railing. She inched closer, her cloying perfume polluting the fresh air. A bit chilly, though. But September has arrived as of yesterday. As her curves brushed against his body, the cue was obvious. He was supposed to put his arm around her, tuck her next to his side, make a flirty remark about keeping her warm, and see what happened next. Any other time, that would have been a tempting prospect. But tonight, the thought of a meaningless encounter with a woman whose name he couldn't even remember left a bad taste in his mouth. All she'd talked about since they'd been introduced was a trip to France, her new Porsche, and the emerald ring her parents had given her for her birthday. When he'd asked what she did for a living, she'd laughed and mentioned playing at PR at her daddy's firm. Then she'd launched into a monologue about her role on the decorations committee for a black-tie gala and the designer gown she was going to wear to the event. So different from Abby. The Gazette editor might not have the clothes or car or jewelry his companion tonight enjoyed, but she had qualities this woman couldn't buy with all her or her father's money. Depth, dimension, intensity, and no doubt more character and integrity in her little finger than this woman had in her whole body. Suddenly, the whole party scene sickened him. He took an abrupt step back, and the blonde grasped the railing to steady herself, tottering on her spiked heels. "Hey, what's with you?"
"I'm sorry to cut out, but it's been a long day. I'm calling it a night."
Though the light was dim, he could tell by the bright spots of color on her cheeks that she wasn't used to rejection.
"Seriously?" "Yes. Can I get you anything before I go?"
With a look that could flash freeze a silo full of the Missouri corn he'd passed on his way to the airport, she huffed, stalked past him, and re-entered the room without a backward glance. Relief coursed through him. He was free to go. He wouldn't have to endure any more loud music, mindless chatter, or ribbing from his friends about his banishment to the boondocks and the unsophisticated hayseeds in the heartland. So-called humor that had quickly worn thin. Because he was more impressed by the hayseeds he'd met than by his sophisticated friends. The throbbing music assaulted his ears as he eased back into the packed room and wove through the noisy crowd to the exit. When the door closed behind him, blessedly muffling the noise inside, he strode to the elevator, putting as much distance between himself and the party as possible. And as he pressed the button in the elevator and began his descent back to solid ground, he found himself wondering what Abby was doing on this Saturday night. What was Mark doing tonight? Heaving a frustrated breath, Abby punched her pillow and squinted at the clock. 10 minutes after midnight on Sunday morning. Ugh. Flopping onto her back, she shoved the sheet aside and brushed damp tendrils of hair off her forehead. The old window unit that cooled only her bedroom was trying hard, but the early September heat was relentless. Heat, however, wasn't the cause of her wakefulness. Her insomnia was all Mark Campbell's fault. Not because she was mad about his cuddling up with your computer taunt. He'd apologized for that, and his expression of regret had appeared to be sincere. No, it was the accuracy of his statement that dogged her. While she'd spent her Saturday evening at the office, then gone to bed at 9:30, he'd probably been partying with a gorgeous blonde at a glamorous party. Still was, for all she knew. That bothered her, for reasons she didn't care to examine, as did her non-existent social life. Yet for all his wealth and position and jet-set life, the Campbell heir didn't seem happy. That bothered her too, also for reasons she didn't care to examine. Giving up any pretense of trying to sleep, Abby sat up, adjusted the pillow behind her, and stared at the dark ceiling as minute after minute ticked by. God alone knew how hard she'd tried to carry on the tradition of truth that had always been a hallmark of the Gazette, and how many sacrifices she'd made, including the biggest one of all. For in funneling all her time and energy to the paper, there'd been none left over to create the kind of home and family she'd always yearned to have. Not that she was complaining. The Gazette had made a worthy contribution to this small corner of the world for more than 100 years. But now, despite all she'd given up, despite all the labor and love she'd invested in the paper, it was slipping away. Unless she found a way to save it soon, it would be too late. And if that happened, what was she supposed to do with the rest of her life? Only God knew. And as she turned out the light and settled back on her pillow, she prayed that in the days to come, he would provide the guidance she desperately needed to chart her future path. It was the perfect picture of domestic tranquility. His brother, Rick, was tossing a large blue ball back and forth with 5-year-old Elizabeth. A very pregnant Nicole was setting the table with a red and white checked cloth. The barbecue grill on the cement patio was smoking. Mark stopped in the shadows at the back corner of the small brick bungalow and squeezed the handle of his overnight bag. He shouldn't have stopped by, even if he did have time to kill before his flight left for Oak Hill, thanks to his decision to cancel out of the brunch he'd been invited to at last night's party. A walk along the lake had eaten up one of the excess hours, but the fresh air hadn't improved his melancholy mood. In fact, after dodging young families with toothy-grinned toddlers, his mood had worsened. Rick chased after a wild throw, and Mark eased farther back, until only a sliver of the scene remained in view. His brother looked good, happy, just as he had at their last meeting over Christmas, months ago. Too long of a get-together gap between brothers who lived in the same city. And the fault was his. Rick called at least once a week, often invited him over. But the conversations tended to be brief, and he always found an excuse to decline, as if he was trying to shut his brother out of his life. Yet Rick kept calling, which was more than he'd have done if the situation were reversed.
Mark?
Uh-oh. He'd been spotted. Straightening up, he rubbed his palm on his slacks and stepped into the light. His younger sibling's incredulous expression morphed into pleasure as he started toward him. "Mark, come on back!" When they met halfway, Rick ignored Mark's outstretched hand and clasped him in a bear hug that felt awkward yet good as he juggled his overnight bag. "Nicole, look who's here!" Rick called over his shoulder as he released him. "Hello, Mark. What a nice surprise." Nicole's smile of welcome was as sincere as Rick's when she crossed to them and slipped her arm through his brother's. Though pregnancy had altered her willowy frame, her dark hair was styled as usual in the loose chignon she favored, a souvenir of the ballet career she'd left behind to focus on being a mom. Like her parents, Elizabeth was the picture of contentment as she nestled between them and cast a curious eye at her prodigal uncle. The threesome embodied the essence of happy domesticity. Rick's comment during their last phone conversation about how there was nothing better than coming home and sharing a meal with a wife and child who loved you strobed through his brain. Somehow, seeing it played out in living color proved Rick's point. And he was the odd man out, a square peg in a round hole. He should leave. Mark took a step back.
"Sorry about the unexpected visit. I should have called first. It's not polite to drop in on people."
"We're not people. We're family." Rick eased Elizabeth out from between him and Nicole, resting his hands on her shoulders with a light, reassuring touch. "Honey, say hello to your Uncle Mark." She had her mother's dark hair and Rick's blue eyes, an arresting combination. "Hello." Her voice was soft and shy as she issued the kind of reserved greeting bestowed on strangers. But that's what he was to her, given their infrequent encounters at family gatherings. A pang of regret echoed in the pit of his stomach as he dropped down to her level and summoned up his most charming smile.
"Hello, Elizabeth. I haven't seen you since you were this big."
He held his hand 18 inches above the ground.
"But now you're all grown up. Does your dad let you drive his car yet?"
That elicited a giggle. "I'm not big enough for that. I'm only in preschool."
"Really? I thought you were much older."
He was rewarded with a beaming smile. "Are you going to eat dinner with us? We're barbecuing."
"We'd like that."
Rick seconded the invitation.
"It's just burgers, but we can throw a couple more on the grill."
Mark rose.
"I can't. I was on my way to the airport when I decided to make this impromptu detour. The cab will be back in 45 minutes.
"Will you at least have a glass of iced tea?" Nicole brushed back a strand of hair the breeze had tugged free.
"Sure, if it's not too much trouble."
"No trouble at all. Right, Rick?" She grinned at her husband. He chuckled.
"That's my cue to put on my waiter hat. No complaints, though. If I had to carry around all that extra girth for another 10 weeks, I'd be looking for helpers too.
For the record, you get an A+ on the helper score. Nicole gave him an affectionate nudge. Elizabeth and I are going to put the salad together while you two catch up. Come on, honey. She took her daughter's hand and led her inside. Rick followed, calling over his shoulder,
Be back in 2 minutes.
Left alone, Mark eyed the escape route on the side of the house. If he didn't have to wait around for the cab, the temptation to cut out might be too strong to resist. The homey scene was unsettling for reasons he'd have to analyze later. Maybe. In 90 seconds, Rick came back through the door, almost as if he'd realized his brother was on the verge of bolting.
1 iced tea as requested.
Rick joined him on the patio.
I didn't mean to chase off the family.
Nodding to a chair at the glass-top table, Rick took the one beside it.
You didn't. I think Nicole wanted to give us a few minutes alone. It's not often we have a chance to talk in person. I'm the guilty party there.
Mark took a swig of his iced tea, set it on the table, and sat.
You lead a busy life. So do you. But at least you make an effort to stay in touch.
Rick cocked his head.
You okay? Yeah. Why?
I don't know. You just seemed different somehow today. Maybe because he felt different. That wasn't a topic he intended to pursue, however. When he didn't respond, Rick changed the subject.
How's work? Unusual at the moment. Dad sent me to a little town in Missouri to check out a paper he's thinking of acquiring. He mentioned that when we had breakfast on Thursday. Field work isn't your usual forte, is it? No, especially a job that's supposed to last 12 weeks. That seems long. Tell me about it. I could wrap up the financial audit in 3 or 4 weeks tops from my desk, but he also wants me to do an operational audit.
Huh. Rick sipped his tea.
What gives? You've got me. When I pressed for a rationale, Dad called it a learning opportunity. That was all I could get out of him. That doesn't sound like Dad. He always gives a straight answer, even when you don't want one.
A grin flashed across Rick's face.
Remember when I was 8 and you told me there was no Santa Claus? I went right to Dad, hoping he'd set you straight, and instead he gave me the hard truth. I didn't talk to you for a week.
A vague memory of the incident surfaced in Mark's mind from the black hole of the Bobby Mitchell era.
Dad did. He read me the riot act.
More details came into focus.
He said I should have let you hold on to your illusion as long as you could, that it wasn't right to take it away before you were ready to let it go. And to help me remember that lesson, he grounded me for 2 weeks.
That part he remembered clearly.
See what I mean? It's odd for him not to be upfront with you about this.
Rick swirled the ice in his glass.
Anything unusual at this paper you're checking out? Maybe he didn't want to prejudice you one way or the other. No, it's a straightforward operation. Typical case of a mom-and-pop weekly that can't stay afloat with today's cost pressures. It's a well-run operation, and the editor's sharp, although she's not happy about the whole situation. Understandable. People don't like change. It's more than that. The paper was started by her great-grandfather, and it's been in her family for 4 generations.
Ouch. A flash of sympathy ricocheted across Rick's face.
That would be tough. She probably feels like she's letting the family legacy slip through her fingers.
Rick had nailed it.
But if we don't take it over, someone else will. Or it'll go under. That bad, huh? I'm just starting my review, but I'd say that conclusion is a safe bet.
The patio doors slid open and Nicole stuck her head out. Are you sure we can't convince you to stay for dinner, Mark?
Yes, I'd miss my plane.
We'll have a safe trip. I'm going to give Elizabeth her bath. Say goodbye to Uncle Mark, Elizabeth. The little girl gave him a shy smile. Bye. After mother and daughter retreated into the house, Mark shifted the spotlight onto his brother for the remainder of his visit. The minutes flew by, and when it was time to go, he suddenly wished he could linger. Unlike last night's party, where he couldn't escape fast enough.
"I'm glad you stopped by, Mark,"
Rick set his empty glass on the table.
"Me too."
His voice rasped, and he cleared his throat. Faint grooves appeared on Rick's forehead.
"Are you certain everything's okay?"
"Yeah." With an effort, he managed to conjure up a smile.
"I'm just trying to psych myself up for a return to the sticks." "Is it that bad?"
In truth, no. Now that Marge had reduced the clutter in his room and he'd established a routine, the assignment wasn't all that unpleasant. Nevertheless, his sojourn in Oak Hill was wreaking havoc with his peace of mind. Why else would he have walked out of a party last night that he'd have relished a few weeks ago? Why would he have skipped the brunch this morning and gone for a solitary walk instead? Why had he paid a spur-of-the-moment visit to his brother? Why did thoughts of Abby Warner keep flitting through his mind? Abby Warner. Ah, she was the key to all this. Bottom line, from the instant they'd met, she'd made him feel as if he didn't measure up. And hard as it was to admit the truth, he hadn't. In fact, the more he'd begun to see himself through her eyes, the less he'd liked the view.
"Earth to Mark."
Rick's childhood tease pulled him back to the conversation.
"Sorry, my mind wandered for a minute. I was thinking about the editor at the Gazette. Based on your expression, they weren't cheery thoughts. Let's just say she keeps me on my toes." "Is that bad?"
A horn tooted, saving him from having to respond. Excellent timing, since he had no idea how to answer that question. He rose.
"That's my cab. Thanks again for the hospitality."
"Anytime. I mean that."
"I know. I'll call you soon."
"I'd like that. I want to stay up to date about your sojourn in the Heartland. It sounds interesting."
"As does the editor."
Mark didn't respond, but as he picked up his bag and jogged toward the cab, Rick's last comment replayed in his mind. Interesting was an apt word for Abby. Yet others fit too, like admirable, attractive, appealing. But for now, he'd focus on interesting, which was a whole lot safer. Chapter 6. The email from Spencer Campbell was waiting when Abby arrived at the office Monday morning. As she read it, her eyebrows rose.
"I met with Mark on Saturday, and it appears he's making progress on the financial review. However, I got the impression he's not yet had much interaction with the staff or involvement in the day-to-day operation of the Gazette. As I mentioned in our phone conversation a few weeks ago, I hope you'll provide him with practical field experience. This is his first on-site audit, and I'd like him to get a few ink stains on his hands. It would also help him better understand the Gazette and assist him in making an informed recommendation. Mark is aware that I'm expecting more than a financial report from his visit, and I'll remind him of that in a separate email. Please don't hesitate to contact me if any concerns arise."
A wry smile twisted Abby's lips. Mark was going to love this, especially the ink stains on his hands part. It was doubtful his lean fingers had ever done anything more strenuous than lift a tennis racket or hold a drink. Not that journalism required manual labor, but it didn't happen in a comfortable penthouse office either, nor was it neat and tidy, or necessarily pleasant. And Mark Campbell didn't seem like the type who would want to dirty his hands in unpleasantness or do anything that caused him discomfort. Their next encounter should be very interesting. As Mark reread the email from his father, his lips settled into a grim line.
After our breakfast Saturday, it occurred to me that while the financial audit at the Gazette seems to be on track, your work so far has been confined to numbers. I've asked Abby Warner to assist you with the operational audit by providing you with a more thorough grounding in the business, per our original discussion in my office. Please give her your full cooperation.
He scowled. Exactly what had his father told Abby? Nothing good, in all likelihood. He harbored no illusions about his father's opinion of him. The Campbell Publishing CEO was disappointed in the eldest son he'd expected would eventually grow up and start caring about the business and its future. The one he wanted to carry on the family tradition with commitment and passion, as Abby had with the Gazette. Unfortunately, said son had never felt the excitement and enthusiasm about this business that she did, or that his father did. The truth was he'd ended up at Campbell Publishing because nothing else had caught his fancy. Mark sighed and took a sip of the watered-down brew that passed for coffee at the Oak Hill Diner. It wasn't that he lacked appreciation for his father's achievements. On the contrary, he just didn't feel a compelling desire to carry them on. If he told his dad years ago that he wanted to follow a different path, the family patriarch might have overlooked his disappointment and supported other ambitions. But with his father's retirement from the day-to-day operations only a couple of years away, now wasn't the time to tell him he had to find someone else to carry on the tradition. Mark sighed and set the cup beside his laptop in the Gazette conference room. It was only fair to give this a shot. He owed his dad that much. So he'd try to summon up a modicum of enthusiasm, go along with whatever Abby deemed appropriate in terms of grounding. Depending on what she had in mind, of course. There were limits, after all. The question was how far she would push them. She didn't keep him guessing long. 2 hours later, a tap sounded on the conference room door and she stuck her head inside. "Do you have a minute?" "Sure." He angled away from his laptop and braced. "I had an email from your father this morning." She joined him at the table. "He's asked me to give you behind-the-scenes exposure to the Gazette operations." Mark remained silent, a technique that had served him well in the business world. It unsettled people, often giving him the upper hand, especially in situations like this one where he was at a disadvantage. If Abby was flustered, she hid it well. "I've decided the best way to accomplish that is to run you through our standard new employee orientation. That involves shadowing each staff member for a day or two. You can start with Molly." "Molly?" He did a double take. "The receptionist?" "Yes. She almost runs the place. I suspect you'll learn more from her than from all the rest of us combined. And she's more than a receptionist. She's also our office manager." Another name for secretary. What was he supposed to learn from clerical staff? The next thing he knew, she'd be pairing him up with the janitor. Abby folded her arms across her chest and leaned back in her chair as she studied him. "Do you have a problem with my plan?" Mark gritted his teeth. Thanks to his dad, she had the upper hand. His best hope of sidestepping this assignment, along with the extra days it would entail, was to remain calm and use logic. "I still have quite a bit of work to do on the books. I'm not sure I need to shadow everyone." He tried for a calm, persuasive tone. "Who would you leave out?" "Well, I've dealt with Molly on several matters, and I already work with Joe." Abby folded her hands on the table and locked onto his gaze. "Every person on this staff makes a vital contribution. I think it's important for you to spend time with each of them. If you disagree, I suggest you take it up with your father." Blast. He was stuck. No way could he call his father about this. Abby's plan was consistent with what Dad had said to him in his office when he'd given him this assignment. Do an operational audit. Check out the management style. Sit in on editorial meetings. Gain an understanding of the heart of the business as well as the numbers. But Abby's plan would take every bit of those 12 weeks his father had allocated to the project. There had to be a way to shorten the time frame.
It's an interesting approach, and I do see some merit in—
I'm sorry to disturb you, but may I interrupt? Molly peeked into the room. Of course. Abby shifted toward her. What's up? After I read this, I thought you'd want to see it right away. She held up an envelope addressed in block printing. It came in the mail. Thanks. Abby extended her hand and took the envelope, withdrawing a single sheet of paper as Molly disappeared out the door. Sorry, Mark, you were saying?
Just that while I appreciate your efforts to familiarize me with all aspects of the Gazette, I'm concerned that—
He frowned at Abby's sudden pallor as she scanned the paper in her hand.
What's wrong?
It took her a second to respond. Nothing. It's just a letter from a reader. She refolded the sheet of paper and started to slide it back into the envelope.
It doesn't look like nothing.
Her hand stilled and she caught her lower lip between her teeth. Your dad did ask me to acquaint you with all aspects of the newspaper business. Slowly, she withdrew the sheet again and held it out. This isn't a pretty one, but it may help you understand the nature of the work. He took the sheet, read the vulgar and mildly threatening note from a reader who hadn't appreciated her editorial on hate crimes and warned her to drop the subject. A shock wave rippled through him.
Do you get many letters like this?
With a dismissive shrug, she reached for the letter and stood. A few. It goes with the territory if you tackle the hard issues.
But I read that editorial. You were right on the money. How can anyone condone prejudice?
She met his gaze head on. A lot of people don't realize they're prejudiced. I'll tell Molly to expect you to stop by and set up a schedule with her. With that, she turned and disappeared through the door. Checkmate. Prejudice came in many forms, like balking at the idea of working with lesser staff members. He let out a slow breath. Under other circumstances, he might have resented her for once again pointing out his shortcomings. But a second emotion took precedence. Worry. Who would have thought a small-town editor's job could be dangerous? Yet she'd taken the note in stride, apparently put it out of her mind and moved on to the next task of the day, as he should do. The detailed journal spread out on the table in front of him required his absolute focus. If Abby wasn't worried about the danger hinted at in that letter, he shouldn't be either. But for whatever reason, that was easier said than done. By the end of the workday, Mark had managed to subdue concerns about Abby's disturbing letter. But unless he checked in on her before he left, he'd spend the evening wondering if her pallor had ever abated and whether she harbored any lingering concerns. So after turning over the books to Joe for safekeeping, he retrieved his briefcase from the conference room, flipped off the lights, and strode down the hall toward her office. She turned at his knock, removing her glasses. Excellent. Her color had been restored and she seemed back to normal.
I wanted to let you know I talked to Molly. I'll be working with her half a day tomorrow.
I'm sure you'll find it beneficial. Silence. He should leave. He'd accomplished his mission, and there was no excuse to linger. She was fine. Yet something about Abby intrigued him, unlike the self-absorbed blonde from Saturday night. Several somethings, in fact. Like her intensity and dedication, her innate kindness to the staff, her conscientiousness and values. Funny. Once upon a very recent time, he wouldn't have given her a second look. But there were fascinating layers to this disciplined, self-contained woman, and he wanted to delve deeper. Propping a shoulder against the doorframe, he stuck one hand in the pocket of his slacks and went with the flow.
Since it appears I'll be in town a while, what do people do for fun around here?
Fun? Abby gave a slow blink, as if the sudden turn in the conversation had discombobulated her.
Yeah, fun.
He summoned up a grin.
A diversion that's entertaining and amusing.
I've heard the word. Her tone was cautious as she set her glasses on the desk.
Good. I was starting to wonder. I know you work late, but everyone else cuts out by 5. What do people do at night around here?
She eased back in her chair. We sleep. We're country folk, remember? Early to bed, early to rise.
I must admit I've altered my bedtime since I arrived, but there are still quite a few hours to fill until 10 o'clock.
There's a movie theater on Main Street.
I saw that film weeks ago.
She folded her arms on the desk. Well, there's a bowling alley in Steelville, and bingo at the American Legion Hall on Friday nights. Oak Hill's annual ice cream social is coming up in 2 weeks, too. You wouldn't want to miss that. It's the highlight of the season. And my church has a pancake breakfast on the first Sunday of each month. Her lips twitched. Things are hoppin' around here. At the teasing twinkle in her eyes, a jolt of testosterone shot through him. Whoa! Where had that come from? Fortunately, the jarring ring of her phone broke the sudden crackle of electricity in the room. I should get this. She fumbled for it, breaking eye contact. He pushed away from the doorframe.
See you tomorrow.
And then he escaped down the hall before he did something foolish. Like hang around for more banter with a woman who would never, in a million years, give a man like him a serious look. Even if that man was beginning to think it was time to mend his ways. He couldn't take one more night of the Nordic track. While it had been kind of Marge to make her gym equipment available, 2 weeks in her dingy, musty basement was enough. But he needed exercise. Bad. Mark flipped on his turn signal. And even if the mid-September air was as hot and humid as it had been in August, he wanted that exercise to happen outside. After spending so many days in the windowless Gazette conference room, he was beginning to feel claustrophobic. The hardware store on Main Street came into view. The small shop probably didn't carry a big selection of sports equipment, but it couldn't hurt to take a stroll through. 5 minutes later, a dusty basketball that had been hidden behind plumbing supplies on a bottom shelf sat on the seat beside him as he drove back to the B&B to change into shorts and a t-shirt. 10 minutes after that, he was shooting baskets on the asphalt lot of a nearby church where he'd spotted a hoop a few days ago. Only the thump of the ball on the pavement and the rattle of the hoop when it made contact broke the stillness of the evening in the quiet community. A simple exercise, but a refreshing change from his usual workout at the upscale health club he frequented in Chicago. One that brought back memories of his years on the varsity team in high school, when he'd been able to lose himself in the game. A godsend after Bobby died. The basketball court had been the one place he could find peace back then. He took a shot. Air ball. Grimacing, he pounded after the wayward ball. Strange how Bobby Mitchell's name had been popping into his mind over the past few weeks, when he'd kept those memories at bay for so many years. He grabbed the ball, did a speed dribble across the court, working up a sweat. And thinking about him still hurt, because the end of Bobby's life had marked the end of other things too, all compounded by his mother's death soon after. Things like childhood dreams, illusions about forever, ambition. And he'd been drifting ever since. What was the sense in planning for a tomorrow that could be snatched away with no warning? Why not live for the day and enjoy each moment when you might not have another? a marked contrast to Abby's approach to life, if his impressions of her were correct. He approached the basket, took a shot. The ball bounced off the backboard. He raced after it. Based on what he'd learned while shadowing staff members this week, his take on the editor was correct. Molly had offered a wealth of information about the studious, diligent little girl who used to follow her father around the newsroom after her mother died. Spunky and smart and hard-working. About the teenage Abby who'd spend every spare minute at the Gazette instead of enjoying the normal high school frivolities. About Abby, the college student who'd taken heavy class loads and bypassed the campus party scene to come home each weekend to help out at the newspaper. And he'd learned about the day a grieving, shell-shocked Abby had been called home to take over the reins of the paper when a heart attack felled her father. Joe had his own stories about the Gazette editor, of her kindness and understanding, reflected in her care and concern over his wife's problem-plagued pregnancy, and her insistence that he put his wife's needs over his work duties. Even Harvey, the janitor, sang her praises. Not that Abby had actually suggested he shadow the man, but the older gent had been at the office one evening when he'd gone back to check his email. Mark continued dribbling the ball as the scene replayed in his mind. On his way to the conference room, he'd spotted the man in Abby's office. Gray-haired and a bit stooped, a vacuum cleaner beside him and a cookie tin in one hand. Harvey had removed his glasses and wiped a sleeve across his eyes. When Mark returned to the hall, the man had been heading his way. Startled, the janitor came to an abrupt halt and tucked the cookie tin close to his chest.
Sorry,
Mark had extended his hand and introduced himself.
I came back to use the Wi-Fi.
Harvey Thompson. He'd returned the clasp. I keep the place clean.
A challenging job in a newsroom, I expect.
Can be. But Abby makes it worthwhile.
How so?
A soft warmth had stolen into the man's eyes. Ever since my wife died a few months ago, she's been making me oatmeal cookies like Mary used to. I mentioned once how much I miss them, and next thing I knew, these tins started to appear. She's something else. Really lives the good book, you know? He was beginning to. Taking aim, Mark launched the ball in an arc toward the hoop. Instead of the perfect basket he'd envisioned, however, it bounced off the rim, sending him running in a different direction. With almost 9 weeks remaining in his assignment, he'd have plenty of opportunity to polish his rusty basketball skills, though. And as he dashed after the ball, lifting his arm to wipe his forehead on the sleeve of his t-shirt, that prospect wasn't nearly as distasteful as it once would have been. Thanks to Abby Warner. Chapter 7. 4 weeks into his assignment, Mark leaned back in the conference room chair and skimmed through the latest edition of the Gazette, sipping his coffee. In a few minutes, he'd turn his attention to the numbers, but there was no rush. For once, he should have a whole uninterrupted day to focus on his financial review. Unless Abby pulled him into a situation she thought would advance his understanding of the business. Not that he could fault her judgment. He'd learned from every experience. His morning at the hot, noisy printing company. A rancorous city council meeting where a verbal disagreement had threatened to erupt into a fight. The abrupt dismissal from a construction foreman who'd slammed a door in their faces when Laura had tried to get a quote for a story on a new controversial strip mall. The early morning call to accompany Jason and Steve to a crime scene. Most of all, he'd learned that the nitty-gritty world of journalism was far removed from the neat, orderly world of numbers that he'd inhabited up until now. Nevertheless, the impromptu training sessions were disrupting his audit schedule. If all went well, though, today would provide him with a few peaceful, uneventful hours back in familiar balance sheet territory. Seconds later, however, those hopes dissolved when he turned a page in the Gazette. as he read the bold headline, "Hate Crime Victim Speaks. It's been a long, tough road." He almost choked on his coffee. A quick scan of the story confirmed what the headline suggested. Defying the earlier warning, Abby had tackled the hate crimes issue head-on and put herself in the line of fire. Clutching the paper in one hand, Mark shoved his chair back and marched toward her office. Her eyes widened as he approached down the hall.
"Do you realize how dangerous this is?"
He waved the paper at her as he stormed into her office. "What are you talking about?"
"This!"
He threw the paper on her desk. She gave the piece no more than a cursory sweep.
"You're upset about the story on hate crimes?" "Of course I'm upset. What were you thinking?"
"About the need to help people understand the issue. About justice and truth and softening a few hearts." He planted both hands flat on her desk and leaned toward her.
"What about safety? Have you forgotten that letter?"
"No. That's why I decided to do a 2-part story." He sucked in a breath, dread congealing in his belly.
"You mean there's more coming?"
"Yes. Didn't you read the article?"
"Not yet. I just skimmed it."
"Well, I hope most of our readers do more than that." Straightening up, he raked his fingers through his hair.
"Abby, this could be dangerous. Someone's already not happy. This will add fuel to the fire."
"Are you suggesting that the Gazette should back down because one reader took issue with an editorial?"
"A reader who threatened you?"
"I'm not worried about it." He was getting nowhere with this tactic.
"Fine. If you're not worried about yourself, what about this guy you featured? Ali Mahmoud. He's already been a victim once. He could be targeted again."
"I realize that. So does he. And he's done a very courageous thing by allowing me to tell his story. I called the police chief, and he'll be beefing up patrols near Ali's restaurant and his home."
"What about your home?"
"I've dealt with intimidation tactics before." She lifted one shoulder. "I'll be careful." Mark forced himself to take a slow, calming breath. She thought he was overreacting. And maybe he was. But even though this might be all in a day's work for Abby, it was way out of his realm of experience. And despite her reassurances, the letter had shocked her too, in light of her pallor the day it arrived. "Why don't you read the whole article?" Abby tapped the paper. "It's an objective, factual, straightforward piece. No one can take issue with it, and our readers appreciate this kind of coverage."
"Not all of them."
"Most of them." He clamped his teeth together, counted to 3.
"Okay. Sorry to bother you. Let's just hope the letter writer doesn't consider this a gauntlet."
With that, he stalked out of her office and strode back to the conference room, closing the door with more force than necessary. The woman was maddening. How could she be so unconcerned about her safety? Unless she was right, and letters like this were less threatening than they appeared. He inhaled, slow and easy. Maybe he should bow to her experience, trust her judgment, and stop worrying. The first 2 he could manage. But as he picked up his cooling coffee and took a tepid sip, he was pretty certain that no matter how hard he tried, every attempt to curb his worry was going to fail. Big time.
"Excuse me? May I interrupt you for a minute?"
At the voice from behind him, Mark tucked the basketball under his arm and turned. A 40-ish, sandy-haired man, attired in black slacks and an open-neck shirt, stood on the church parking lot a dozen yards away. Mark crossed to him.
"Can I help you?" "I hope so."
He smiled and held out his hand.
"Craig Andrews, pastor of this church."
"Whoops." Mark returned the firm clasp, heat creeping up his neck.
"Mark Campbell. Sorry to trespass. I figured on a Monday night no one would—" "No apology necessary. I'm glad to see the hoop being put to use. You're spending a few weeks here at the Gazette, right?" "Yes." How did you know?
The minister grinned.
Oak Hill is a small town. There aren't many secrets here. Abby mentioned your visit. Sounds like you two are working together a lot.
Not quite accurate. She'd kept herself scarce since the incident in her office last week, when he'd taken her to task for the hate crimes article. If she was mad at him for overstepping, tough. He wasn't inclined to apologize.
Most days, I'm sequestered in the conference room. He waved a hand over the court. I've enjoyed stopping by here after work. I'm used to a regular exercise routine, and the hoop was convenient. You're very skilled with the ball. I played on the varsity team in high school. I haven't picked up a basketball since then, but I guess it's like riding a bicycle. You never forget the basics. I'm hoping I can persuade you to pass on some of your knowledge. To whom? For the past couple of years, a number of boys in our congregation have been after me to form a basketball team. I finally convinced one of our adult members to act as a coach. The season doesn't begin until January, but Jim wanted to start working with the boys now, since most of them have zero experience. Unfortunately, after 2 practices, he fell off a ladder at his house and broke his leg. I figured the team would have to disband until he recovered, but now I'm wondering if there might be an alternative. Your appearance seems almost providential. I don't think so. Mark shook his head. I have no training as a coach. Neither does Jim. I'm not looking for a pro. Just someone who will take a genuine interest in helping the boys learn the basics. It's only a couple of nights a week and a handful of weekend practice games Jim organized with a few neighboring teams. He should be back on his feet in 6 to 8 weeks, so it's not a long-term commitment. I do it myself, but I'm a total klutz at athletics.
The man's low-key friendly approach made it hard to say no.
How old are these kids?
Mark shifted the ball to the other arm, stalling.
13 and 14. Not the easiest age.
His breathing hitched. The minister was right. It was a tough age, even under the best of circumstances. But for him, it had been a nightmare. Even after all these years, the memories from that time caused almost physical pain.
I see you can relate to that.
At the man's gentle follow-up and the empathy in his eyes, Mark scrubbed a piece of dirt off the basketball as a sudden, disconcerting temptation to share his story swept over him. How strange was that? He never talked about that period in his life. Not to family, not to friends. And he wasn't going to start tonight.
Yeah, ancient history now.
His voice rasped. If the man noticed, he let it pass.
Disappointments are amplified at that age. Of course, it's not the end of the world if the boys have to postpone this for a couple of months, but they've already been waiting 2 years to get the team organized. I'd hate to lose the momentum or the enthusiasm.
A cardinal chirped in a nearby tree, and Mark looked up at the scarlet bird while he considered the minister's request. It wasn't as if he had anything better to do in the evenings, and the weekend commute to Chicago was getting old. So was the restlessness that plagued him once he arrived as he wandered through the sterile rooms in his condo or forced himself to attend the kind of social events that were fast losing any appeal. A few weekends in Oak Hill could be a welcome change of pace. Before second thoughts changed his mind, he took the plunge.
I can't promise results, Reverend, but if you're willing to take on a rookie coach, I'll give it a shot.
Wonderful! The man's face lit up.
The boys will be thrilled.
I can't thank you enough for stepping in.
When do they practice?
Tuesday and Thursday from 6 to 7, if that works with your schedule.
My evenings are always free. When's the first practice game?
It's scheduled for Saturday, but we may want to cancel. The boys haven't had much practice.
Why don't we let it stand? We'll have 2 practices under our belt by then. You're the boss. I'll tell the team to meet you out here tomorrow night. God bless you.
As the man retraced his steps across the parking lot, His parting words echoed in Mark's ears. A blessing on this new undertaking would be welcome, but he wasn't going to count on it. Not after the back-to-back losses of the two people who'd meant the world to him, despite his fervent pleas for healing. Because, in his experience, God didn't listen. Ragtag was a generous description for the 8 lanky boys with long, gangly legs who clustered around Reverend Andrews as he introduced their fill-in coach the next night in the parking lot. Fists planted on hips, Mark surveyed them. Attired in a variety of mismatched outfits, the team members displayed typical adolescent behavior as they attempted to mask their enthusiasm in order to appear cool. That attitude could be challenging. Even more challenging? The lack of skills displayed when he ran the boys through a few drills, and they spent more time chasing the ball than dribbling, passing, or shooting. Jim Jackson, their coach, had warned him the team needed work when they'd chatted by phone, and he hadn't been kidding. Still, while the practice was exhausting, it was also surprisingly satisfying. The boys turned out to be eager, interested learners who responded well to instruction. A couple showed special promise, and he'd work with them a bit more next session as they prepared for their first practice game.
Okay, that's it for tonight.
Mark checked his watch and tucked the ball under his arm.
Thursday we'll start with a review of the rules and assign positions for Saturday's game. If you get a chance tomorrow, practice a few of the moves we worked on.
As the boys dispersed, Mark dropped to one knee to retie his shoe. When a shadow fell across the pavement in front of him, he looked up to find one of the 2 boys he'd singled out earlier standing a couple of feet away.
What's up, Evan?
I know practice is over, but I wondered if you'd show me the spin move again so I can work on it tomorrow. No surprise the boy had focused on that maneuver. While it had been way beyond the sketchy ability of most of the team members, Evan had the raw talent to master it.
Sure.
He picked up the ball and rose to demonstrate.
This is a great move to get around a defender in the open court. But you have to protect the ball or it could be stolen from behind you, on your blind side, as you spin.
With a deft move, he demonstrated the maneuver, pivoting on his front foot, then pulling the ball hard and fast around his body to continue the dribble with the opposite hand.
You also have to be careful not to get your hand under the ball, or you'll get a carrying violation.
He passed the ball to Evan.
Go ahead and give it a try.
While the boy made a few attempts, Mark corrected his stance and position. After a couple of minutes, he seemed to grasp the rudiments, even if the execution was shaky.
Impressive for a first attempt. Mark gave him a thumbs up. We'll go over it again Thursday if you like.
Awesome. He handed the ball back.
Thanks again for doing this. We were all bummed when Mr. Jackson got hurt. Glad I could help out. See you Thursday.
As the boy struck off down the street, Mark tucked the ball under his arm and watched him walk away. When was the last time he'd gotten involved in anything that required him to give without expecting some kind of return, including relationships? Too long ago to remember. Yet he hadn't approached this temporary coaching gig with that attitude. It had just seemed like an opportunity to fill up his empty evenings. No payoff expected. Yet there was one. Nothing tangible, though. It was more like a sense of fulfillment, or satisfaction, as if he was somehow making a difference. And while he might not be able to identify the exact emotion he was experiencing, he did know one thing. It felt good. On Friday afternoon, mentally debating strategy for tomorrow's game, Mark tapped his sheaf of papers into a neat stack on the table beside the copy machine as Abby and Molly passed by, a copy of the Gazette in the editor's hands. He gave them a distracted glance. But the almost palpable tension in the air, combined with the rigid line of Abby's shoulders and Molly's worried expression, activated a red alert, Something was up. After a quick detour to deposit his copies in the conference room, he went in search of them. Maybe this was none of his business, but there were strange vibes in the air. He found them outside the back door, conversing in low tones.
I saw you walk by and wondered if there was a problem.
We can handle it. Abby tucked the paper under her arm. She must still be mad at him for confronting her over the hate crimes article last week.
Fine. Sorry to bother you.
As he turned away, Molly spoke. Maybe he's run into this kind of situation before. Campbell Publishing is a big outfit. Hand on the knob, Mark hesitated and glanced back. Indecision flickered in Abby's eyes, but in the end, she sighed and motioned toward a brown corrugated box several feet away, shoved against the back of the building. Molly found that a few minutes ago. He gave it a cursory scan. The box was taped closed and addressed to Abby in large block letters.
What is it?
We don't know, but this was on top. Abby handed him a copy of the latest issue of the Gazette, open to the hate crime story. It was circled in red. Mark's pulse stuttered.
You should call the police.
She dismissed that with a flip of her hand. That's a waste of their time.
Not if this is a bomb.
Molly gasped and took a quick step back, but Abby gave him a get real look. That's crazy.
I agree, but there are crazy people in this world. You had a hate crime in Oak Hill, remember?
Several beats ticked by. Fine, I'll call the police. She pulled out her cell. He angled toward the office manager.
Molly, why don't you lock the front door while we wait for someone to arrive? I doubt the police will want anyone inside until this is resolved.
At least it was lunchtime and the place was deserted. She took off at a trot.
Let's move away from that box while you make your call.
Mark walked toward the other end of the building, resisting the impulse to take Abby's arm and propel her along. She wasn't likely to appreciate such high-handedness. Hopefully she'd recognize the wisdom in his suggestion on her own. She didn't budge for several seconds, but at last she followed his lead. I think you're overreacting.
Maybe. We'll let the police decide.
Angling away from him, she tapped in a number on her cell. Hey, Dale, it's Abby. We have a rather interesting situation at the Gazette. While she explained it to the man on the other end of the line, Mark surveyed the vacant lot behind the building. If there was a clue there about who might have left the package, his untrained eye wasn't seeing it. Nor, in all likelihood, would the police have any better luck. In a town the size of Oak Hill, they probably spent their days writing parking tickets and rescuing cats stuck in trees. The chances of them having any experience with bombs and bomb threats was nil. However, the fit, late 30-ish uniformed man who stepped out of a patrol car a few minutes later was no Barney Fife. He asked a few crisp, pertinent questions, told Abby he'd instructed Molly to remain in front, and started to move in on the suspicious box. Mark stiffened.
Hey, shouldn't you bring in an expert or a bomb-sniffing dog?
At his question, the man paused.
If this was L.A., yes. But so far my investigation into the arson at the restaurant suggests it's an amateurish, unsophisticated effort. Almost prank-like. I have no reason to think this is anything more than that. If I change my mind after I examine the box, I'll take appropriate action. Any other questions?
Heat crept up Mark's neck.
No. I guess you know what you're doing. Let's hope so.
A brief, humorless smile touched his lips. As he approached the box, Abby spoke in a subdued voice. Dale's our police chief. He's an Oak Hill boy, but he was an LA cop for 10 years before he came home. I think he spent a couple of years on the bomb and arson squad there. He's very sharp, and he doesn't take chances. They watched in silence as the man crouched down and scrutinized the box without touching it. Then he leaned over and sniffed, After snapping on a pair of latex gloves, he pulled a box cutter from his pocket, eased the blade under the clear tape, and opened the lid. A few seconds later, he stood, stepped back, and motioned for the two of them to join him. From a couple of feet away, an overpowering stench brought Mark to a dead stop. Abby kept moving. She leaned over the box, peered in, and wrinkled her nose.
"Do you see the note on top?"
Dale slid the box cutter back into his pocket.
Yes.
Trying not to gag, Mark edged closer, flipped the top closed, and read the note. "This is what I think of your coverage."
"What's that smell?"
He retreated again from the rancid odor.
"Manure."
Dale fisted his hands on his hips.
"Like I said, amateurish. I may be able to get prints from the tape. Hang tight. I'll be back in a minute." "Manure?"
Mark stared at the box as Dale disappeared around the side of the building.
Uh-huh.
We're in the country, remember? Abby considered the box. I may not like his methods, but I have to admire the clarity of his message.
"How can you be so glib about this?"
The question came out sharper than he'd intended.
"This guy could have you in his sights for more than a manure delivery."
She glared at him, bright spots of color blooming on her cheeks. What do you want me to do? Back off on my coverage? Well, that's not happening. I won't be intimidated.
"I get that, but there's a fine line between—"
He cut off his comment as Dale reappeared around the side of the building. When the man drew close, he looked between them and rested a hand on Abby's arm.
"You okay?"
Mark frowned. What was with that gentle query and the concern in his eyes? I'm fine, thanks.
"I want you to be careful until we figure out who's doing this. Don't take any chances."
I won't. After studying her for another moment, Dale got back to business. He gave the area a walkthrough, secured the offending box inside a plastic bag, and hefted it in his arms. As he finished, the Gazette staff returning from lunch began to wander out to see what the excitement was all about. Abby spent the next few minutes reassuring the employees as she ushered them inside. Only after all questions had been answered and concerns addressed did she refocus on him. Are you coming back in?
"In a minute."
With a shrug, she disappeared through the door. Slowly, he exhaled. One crisis averted. But what if the perpetrator of today's so-called prank decided to up his game, follow through on his implied threats? That was worrisome. But also worrisome, on a different level, the easy familiarity and affection between Dale and Abby. What kind of relationship did they have? Was it romantic? That seemed doubtful in light of Abby's reaction to his unkind jibe about cuddling up with her computer. If there was a man in her life, she'd have blown off the comment. But what did he know? Maybe he'd misinterpreted her reaction to his remark. And if they were involved, who cared?
"You do, Campbell."
He shoved his fingers through his hair. Why kid himself? He did care. And his reaction was almost like jealousy. But that was impossible. He'd never been jealous. Then again, he'd never met anyone quite like Abby. An intriguing woman he would never have deemed his type. Go figure. His reaction was probably related to the novelty of the situation. He'd get over it. Of course he would. Mark re-entered the building and returned to the conference room. He had numbers to crunch and books to examine, and he knew how to put personal issues aside and concentrate on the job at hand. It was a skill that had never failed him. But it appeared there was a first time for everything. Chapter 8. The Gazette offices were stifling. As Mark stepped into the foyer Saturday morning, a film of sweat broke out on his forehead. Abby must have turned the air off on weekends to save on the electric bill. Thank goodness he was dressed for the pickup game, in shorts and a t-shirt. Still, as soon as he grabbed the cell he'd forgotten last night, he was out of here. 2 minutes later, as he pocketed the phone and hurried back toward the front door, the copy machine kicked into gear. Huh. He stopped and retraced his steps, veering off toward the copier. When the machine came into sight, Abby was standing in front of it, her back to him. No surprise there. The woman seemed to live at the Gazette. But he did a double take at her attire. Instead of her customary slacks and crisp blouse, she wore running shorts and a tank top that hinted at her curves. When she reached up to return a 3-hole punch to an overhead shelf, her top crept up, revealing her trim waist and a band of smooth skin. Whoa! He halted, and his mouth went dry. Not until she began to gather up her papers did he get his brain in gear. If she turned and found him ogling her with his jaw hanging open, she wouldn't be pleased. Drawing in a lungful of air, he leaned against the doorframe and tried for a casual tone.
I thought I heard someone in here.
She gasped and spun around, one hand flying to the large expanse of exposed skin above the edge of her tank top. He kept his focus on her face.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
What are you doing here?
I forgot my cell.
Abby's gaze dropped for a brief second to his exposed legs before it skittered back up. I thought maybe you were putting in extra hours. Her comment came out a bit breathless.
It's too hot in here for that. Though the heat hasn't seemed to stop you.
I'm used to it. It doesn't bother me. She swiped a damp tendril of hair off her forehead. Why aren't you in Chicago this weekend? The question registered at a peripheral level, but he was too fixated on her cute ponytail to pay much attention to it. She ought to wear her hair like that more often. It highlighted her classic bone structure and... Mark? He forced himself to switch gears, replayed her question in his mind.
I have a game this afternoon.
Her brow puckered. What kind of game?
The pastor down the street saw me shooting baskets on the church lot and conned me into taking over a boys' basketball team until the coach recovers from a broken leg.
Her face went blank. You mean you gave up your weekend in Chicago to stay here and coach a kid's basketball game?
I'll have other weekends in the Windy City. Gotta run. Stay cool.
Without giving her a chance to respond, he fled toward the exit. Only as he pushed through the door to the lobby did he dare glance back. Abby had followed him into the hall. When their gazes collided, a flush spread over her cheeks and she twirled around to stride toward her office, giving him an incredible view of her trim waist and great legs, and making him wish he could spend the afternoon with her instead of a bunch of teenage boys.
Great job, guys. We'll talk about the game in detail at practice on Tuesday. Everyone have a ride home?
As a chorus of affirmative answers came back, the glowing faces clustered around him in the corner of the gym where all the proof Mark needed that he'd made the right call when he'd agreed to coach the team. It was hard to remember a time when he'd felt so appreciated or needed. The kids began to scatter.
Evan,
Mark called out to the lanky teen.
Wait up.
The boy turned at the summons but stayed where he was. Mark's pulse picked up as he closed the distance between them. This was new territory for him, but something was wrong with this kid. On Tuesday, he'd been eager and talented. After their impromptu tutoring session, Evan's skill with the spin maneuver 2 days later had been impressive. He should have been a tremendous asset in today's game. Instead, he'd been listless and inattentive, missing passes and throws he'd nailed at the last practice. Mark stopped beside him. Maybe this was none of his business, but he couldn't ignore a troubled kid.
I can't stay. I hitched a ride with Justin, and his dad's ready to leave.
Evan edged away.
You okay? You seemed a little distracted out there today. Sorry.
When the boy didn't offer anything more, Mark tried again.
Listen, if there's a problem, I don't mind listening.
Evan broke eye contact.
I'm fine. I gotta run.
The boy bolted. Mark remained where he was as Evan sped away.
Do I detect a problem?
At Reverend Andrew's question, Mark turned.
I think something's bothering him. I noticed. He seemed out of it on the court today. Any idea what's going on? I'd pegged him as one of my high-potential players. Family issues, I expect. Evan's father was laid off from his factory job in Rolla about 10 months ago and is still unemployed. To complicate matters, Evan's mom was injured in a car accident a couple of years back and has been in and out of the hospital ever since. She was readmitted yesterday with chest pain, which the doctors think is related to the punctured lung she suffered in the accident.
That would explain Evan's preoccupation.
How's she doing? I believe she came home this morning. It's been hard on the kids, though. Evan is the oldest of 5, and I imagine a lot of responsibility has fallen on him to take care of the younger ones during these crisis situations. That has to be a tough position to be in at that age. It doesn't help that the drain on the family finances has also been severe. I think the situation may be getting desperate, which only compounds the stress. The church helps, but our resources are limited, and it takes far too long to cut through government red tape when the need is urgent.
The pastor shook his head, his expression troubled.
It's impossible to address all the needs out there. I wish we could do more.
Mark frowned. Financial difficulties, like the minister had described, were hard to grasp when you'd led a life where money problems were never even on the radar. Yet most people could relate to them. Like Abby, who faced cash shortfalls every single day and sacrificed her own salary for a legacy she was desperately trying to preserve.
I didn't mean to depress you. The minister laid a hand on his arm. I came over to congratulate you on this first effort and thank you again for stepping in. You've been a blessing.
A blessing?
I can't say anyone's ever called me that before. The accolade is well-deserved.
He extended his hand, and Mark returned his firm clasp.
Now go relax and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks.
But with thoughts of Evan and his family circling through his mind, it wasn't going to be easy to kick back and unwind. Inhaling the fresh air, Abby let the steady, rhythmic beat of her sneakers against the pavement work its soothing magic as she jogged down the country road. Half an hour into her run, the tension that had tightened her shoulders since her encounter with Mark this morning began to ease. Finally. But her mind continued to spin with questions. Like, how in the world had Reverend Andrews convinced him to give up his cherished weekends in Chicago and forego the active social life he no doubt enjoyed there to coach a basketball team? Had her initial assessment of him as a slacker and playboy been off base? Maybe. His work ethic at the Gazette was impossible to fault. He put in a full 8 hours, took work back to the B&B, and had cooperated with the shadowing program despite his initial resistance. Yet the question most on her mind was far more personal in nature. What was she supposed to do about the sparks? Abby picked up her pace, a surge of unwanted attraction zipping through her, as an image of him in the copy room a few hours ago flashed through her mind. The man was muscles and masculinity personified. Whew! A bead of perspiration trickled down her forehead, and she adjusted her sweatband. Handsome as he was in his classy work attire, that shorts and t-shirt combo this morning had shown off his broad shoulders and toned physique to perfection. Yeah, she'd noticed those attributes, as would any living, breathing female. Yet how could she find him attractive? Mark was the enemy, for pity's sake. He held the fate of the Gazette in his hands. This was crazy. Even crazier? To think that the rich and handsome Campbell publishing heir might have any real interest in her, despite the attentive look in his eyes as they'd faced off in the steamy office. The sparks had to have been all on her end. She swatted at a persistent fly that seemed intent on annoying her as the low buzz of cicadas increased in volume. If she'd piqued his momentary interest, there could be only one explanation. He was stuck in the boonies, eligible women were in short supply, and he was so bored any female companionship would do. Yet his concern about her safety the day he'd read the hate crimes editorial had seemed sincere. Likewise during the manure incident. That was harder to explain. Unless he was just worried about the assets of the paper, her included. She stumbled on the uneven pavement and almost lost her balance. Mercy! She needed to pay attention to her surroundings and stop fretting about Mark's romantic inclinations, which were probably non-existent. And that was fine. A relationship with someone so different would be too difficult. Trying to merge dissimilar backgrounds was a recipe for disaster, as her parents' marriage had proven. Opposites attracting and love conquering all might sound good in romance novels, but the ending wasn't always happy in real life. It was best to keep her distance from Mark. He'd be gone in a few weeks anyway, and her rhythmic gait faltered as the landscape blurred. What in the world? She jolted to a stop as the world tilted and her legs grew shaky. Oh no! She squinted at a tree on the side of the road and wove toward it, then eased to the ground and peered at her watch. The numbers faded in and out, but once they came into focus, she sucked in a breath. She'd lost track of time and overdone her exercise. Worse, she'd been so befuddled after her encounter with Mark, she'd forgotten to eat lunch after taking her medication. Now she was in the middle of nowhere and in the midst of a crisis. Struggling to contain her panic, she fumbled in her pocket for the hard peppermint she always carried. But the cellophane wrapper refused to cooperate with her shaky fingers. Think, Abby. She searched the road for a car, but the long stretch of pavement was deserted. There was no one to rescue her from the hole she'd dug herself into. It was up to her to fix this problem. But as her strength waned and her shaking intensified, she faced the truth. Unless she got help, this could go from bad to worse very, very fast. Keeping a firm grip on the wheel, Mark rotated his shoulders, exhaled. Taking a meandering route back to Oak Hill from the basketball game had seemed like a beneficial strategy. The peace and quiet on the side roads should have seeped into his soul and calmed him. But it hadn't. As he drove through the rolling countryside, the story Reverend Andrews had shared about Evan's family kept looping through his mind. They were in a tough spot, and help appeared to be in short supply. Unless he stepped in. Mark frowned at the road ahead. Where had that out-of-the-blue notion come from? Not that he was opposed to helping those in need. Far from it. He was always generous in response to charitable solicitations. But writing a check was easy. It was a guilt-assuaging strategy that allowed him to remain hands-off from those in need while sharing his bounty. No personal investment required. This case was different. This time, he had a face to go with the need. And the mere act of writing a check didn't seem sufficient. Not in the bigger scheme of things. He turned off the air conditioning and rolled down his window. Maybe fresh air would clear his mind. Of course, a check would help Evan and his family. But there must be thousands of families like his desperate for immediate assistance to weather a temporary crisis. And as Reverend Andrews had pointed out, the resources of churches were too limited to address every hardship situation. The germ of an idea began to percolate in Mark's mind as he swung onto a country lane bordered by towering oak trees. It was kind of crazy and way out of his realm of expertise, but it might have possibilities if he... A solitary jogger came into view through the trees up ahead, and he eased back on the gas pedal, peering at the female figure wearing familiar shorts and a tank top. It was Abby. A slow smile curved his lips as he watched her run with the same precision, determination, and focus she gave to her job, her ponytail swinging back and forth in a steady rhythm. Not a bad view. Far more interesting than the rolling hills, and all at once she slowed, bent forward, lurched toward a tree at the side of the road, and sat, back propped against the trunk, head bowed. His lips flatlined. Something was wrong. Pulse accelerating, he pressed harder on the gas pedal and covered the distance between them in less than 30 seconds. After jamming on the brakes, he slid from behind the wheel, sprinted toward her, and dropped down on one knee. "Abby, what's wrong?" No response. He gripped her arm and gave it a gentle shake. "Abby, it's Mark. What's wrong?" Slowly, she lifted her head, her eyes vacant and unfocused in a too-pale face. Tremors rippled through her, and her skin felt cool and clammy despite the thin film of sweat on her forehead. "Help me." She lifted her hand and held it out to him. 4 cellophane-wrapped peppermints lay in her unsteady palm. Major disconnect. Why would she want to eat candy in the midst of an obvious medical emergency? Whatever malady had seized her body must have also muddled her mind. He reached for his cell, but as he prepared to punch in 911, she tugged on his arm and pointed to a thin silver chain that circled her ankle, panic flaring in her eyes. When Mark leaned close to examine it, the word diabetic jumped out at him. As he tried to absorb that piece of new information, she thrust the candy at him again. "Open!" Fingers fumbling, he ripped the cellophane off all 4 pieces and handed them back to her. She chewed them, one by one, in rapid succession, then leaned back against the trunk of the tree and closed her eyes. "Should I call 911? He cocooned her cold fingers between his. "No, give me a minute." And not much more than that. Her breathing evened out and most of her color returned. When she opened her eyes a few minutes later, they were clear, focused, and grateful. "Your timing was impeccable." Her voice, though still soft, was much stronger. "A few more minutes, it could have gotten ugly." As far as he was concerned, it had been plenty ugly when he got here. "Are you sure you're going to be okay? I could still call 911, or take you to an ER. "The candy will get me home. After that, I'll be fine. I'll drive you. I hate to put you out, but I'd appreciate a lift. I'm heading back to town anyway. Do you feel up to walking over to my car?" "Sure." But as she eyed the distance, a flash of uncertainty flickered in her eyes. He stood and held out a hand. She grasped it, and he pulled her up in one smooth motion, keeping a firm grip when she swayed. "Sorry," she clutched at his shirt. "My legs are a little rubbery."
"We'll take it slow and easy."
He slipped an arm around her waist as they moved toward his car, and she leaned into him during the short walk that seemed to require every bit of her concentration. Once she was settled in the passenger seat, he helped her secure the seatbelt before closing the door. By the time he circled the car and took his place behind the wheel, she'd closed her eyes and let her head drop back against the headrest. Since the steady rise and fall of her chest indicated regular breathing, he didn't disturb her during the drive back to town. In truth, the silence was a welcome chance to regroup. Because if his thoughts had been tangled earlier as he mulled over Evan's situation, they were now chaotic. What was going on with him and this woman who was nothing like the usual female companions he sought? If there'd been any more electricity in the copy room this morning, bolts of lightning would have started thundering. And his reaction had been triggered by more than a normal male response to an attractive woman. Yes, Abby was pretty, but she was also smart and strong and passionate about the values she believed in. She worked hard, cared about her employees, and sacrificed to keep her family's heritage and dream alive. All of those attributes not only added to her appeal, they awakened a strong feeling of protectiveness in him. For someone who'd avoided commitment like the plague, his reaction was more than a little disconcerting. Abby was a house in the suburbs, white picket fence kind of woman who would expect a lifelong commitment before trusting her heart to any man. And he didn't do commitments. Not since Mom and Bobby Mitchell had died. Gut twisting, Mark tightened his grip on the wheel. It was safer to avoid commitments with anyone, including family. If you didn't care, if you kept your distance, you couldn't get hurt. Yet somehow Abby had infiltrated his defenses, and he didn't have a clue what to do about it. Chapter 9. On the outskirts of town, Mark glanced at his passenger. Abby hadn't opened her eyes or spoken during the short drive, which was fine. He'd needed every second of the trip to grapple with the unexpected complication in Oak Hill that had nothing to do with the Gazette audit and everything to do with the paper's editor. Yet he was no closer to answers than he'd been a few minutes ago, and he'd run out of time.
"Abby?"
He touched her arm.
"I need directions."
Her eyelids flickered open. After a moment, she straightened up and glanced around. Make a left at the next corner. You'll come to Healy in about a quarter of a mile. Turn right. My house is the last one at the end of the street." Within a couple of minutes, Mark pulled to a stop in front of a modest white frame bungalow that was dwarfed by the huge stately oak trees lining the street and dotting the expansive lawn. A swing was suspended from the rafters of a small porch that was reached via 3 concrete steps. A large fern in a hanging pot added a graceful touch to the shady refuge, and the steps were flanked by colorful urns filled with petunias and ornamental grasses. The nearest neighbors were a couple of empty lots away on the dead-end street, giving the house a private and peaceful setting. The home where Abby had grown up was charming, but tiny compared to his family's spacious suburban residence. Abby started to open her door, but Mark restrained her with a touch.
"Let me."
Before she could protest, he was out of the car and circling the hood. When he extended a hand to her, she took it and stood. Thanks. He didn't relinquish his grasp.
"Are you certain you're steady?"
Yes, almost back to normal. Her response came out a bit breathy, and after a moment she tugged her fingers free. He shoved his empty hand into his pocket.
"Do these incidents happen on a regular basis?"
No, just once before, not long after I was diagnosed several months ago. My endocrinologist was still adjusting my medication. Today's problem is on me.
What do you mean?
I failed to regulate the balance between insulin and glucose levels. Once it was out of whack, my blood sugar levels dropped. The technical term is hypoglycemia.
Why did it get out of whack?
Too much exercise and not enough food after I took my medication.
The candy seemed to help.
Temporarily, but I need to get inside and check my blood sugar levels.
Is there someone who could come and stay with you a while?
He tried for a nonchalant tone.
Dale, maybe?
At her blank expression, relief coursed through him. Why would I call Dale?
Well, he seemed very concerned about you the day of the manure incident.
She gave him a probing look that warmed the back of his neck. Dale and I grew up together. He's a friend of my brother, and I've always thought of him as sort of a second sibling. But he has his own issues to deal with, including the challenges of raising a 4-year-old alone. I don't need to add to his problems. He was more concerned about her problems than the police chief's. Less than 20 minutes ago, he'd been ready to call 911.
Do you think you should check in with your doctor?
I may give him a ring Monday. She smoothed her palms down her shorts and took a step back. I should go in. Thanks again for coming to my rescue.
Always happy to help a damsel in distress.
He hitched up the corners of his mouth. Her gaze flicked to his lips, and his pulse kicked up a notch.
Get out of here before you do something stupid, Campbell.
Right. He cleared his throat.
See you at the office. Take care.
Without waiting for a response, he returned to his car. Not until he was driving down her street did he risk a glance in the rearview mirror. Abby was standing where he'd left her, watching his retreat. And unless he was misreading her cues, she was also wondering what to do about the attraction flaring between them that neither of them had anticipated or wanted. Abby pricked her finger with the lancet, squeezed a drop of blood onto the test strip, slid the strip into the glucometer, and peered at the reading. Still a bit low, but nothing a snack wouldn't fix. Too bad it wasn't as easy to fix her problem with Mark. She ripped open a pack of peanut butter crackers with more force than necessary and tossed the wrapping into the trash. Why, oh why, had the one man who'd caught her fancy been someone she should avoid at all costs? Not only did he hold the fate of the Gazette in his hands, he wasn't her type. In the few minutes she'd spent Googling the Campbell heir before his arrival, multiple photos of him with beautiful women at social events had popped up. It seemed as if he'd never met a party he didn't like. The man in the photos had "Love 'em and leave 'em Playboy" written all over him, even if he'd displayed a different image during his weeks at the Gazette. Didn't matter, though. One day soon he'd pack up his laptop and return to Chicago, leaving her and the Gazette behind. It would be crazy to let him play havoc with her heart. But as she bit into a cracker, wandered over to the kitchen window, and watched a hawk ride the wind currents, she faced the truth. He already had. The question now was, where did she go from here?
Okay, guys, that'll do it for tonight.
Mark tucked the basketball under his arm and surveyed the boys. Even though they'd moved practice to 5 o'clock instead of 6, dusk was already falling. Yet the fading light hadn't dimmed the boys' spirits. The team members had been pumped since their first game 10 days ago, and the improvement after a mere half-dozen or so practices was remarkable. Every boy had made great strides. Except Evan. He homed in on the teen. The shadowed evening light highlighted the creases on his brow and his discouraged demeanor, both reinforced by the dejected slump of his shoulders. He looked far too old for his years. Life stunk sometimes.
We're practicing in the school gym on Thursday, right, Coach?
At the question from one of the other boys, Mark shifted his attention.
Yes. See y'all then. Be safe going home.
The team dispersed, some members jogging to waiting cars, others striking out on foot. Evan was in the latter group.
Excellent practice.
At Reverend Andrews's comment, Mark swiveled toward him.
I didn't realize you were watching. I only caught the end. You've worked wonders with them. All except Evan. That's a tough case.
The pastor's brow wrinkled as he watched the boy trudge away.
I spoke with his father after Sunday services. He's a good man, and he's doing his best, but I think he's at his wit's end. They're barely scraping by. I offered to raid the church coffers, but he isn't ready yet to accept charity. He did tell me that Evan had given him his space fund to help with household expenses. That boy is one special kid.
Mark did a double take.
Space fund? Oh, sorry. You wouldn't know about that, but it's kind of legendary in Oak Hill. Evan has always had an avid interest in astronomy, and he's been saving his earnings from grass cutting, leaf raking, and odd jobs for 2 years to go to space camp in Huntsville next March, over spring break. It's an educational program at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Alabama. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Mark averted his head. How odd that Evan, just like Bobby Mitchell, had funneled every spare penny into a space camp fund. But Bobby's dream of attending hadn't been shattered by family financial hardship like Evan's. Instead, a senseless illness had cut short a life filled with potential.
Mark? You look troubled.
He pulled himself back to the present.
I'm worried about Evan and his family. We all are. But why do I think more than that is bothering you?
Mark took a long, slow breath. The question didn't require a detailed answer. He could brush it off if he wanted to. But maybe it wouldn't hurt to bounce a few thoughts off the minister. There was an innate kindness about him, and his demeanor invited confidences. Perhaps he could listen to a troubled soul and offer a bit of guidance.
If you have a few minutes, I'd appreciate an empathetic ear. I have nothing else on my schedule this evening, and a quiet place to talk is close at hand.
The minister withdrew a set of keys from his pocket and jingled them as he inclined his head toward the church. Mark gave the white-clapboard structure with the soaring steeple a dubious scan. When had he last darkened the door of a church? Mom's funeral, probably. How could a caring, loving God let people in their prime die and inflict such raw grief and irreconcilable loss on those left behind? Yet hardship and loss hadn't stopped Abby from believing, or his father, who'd built a publishing empire based on the principles of his faith, or his brother, who'd chosen a faith-based career that offered far less in monetary rewards than many other options. Or Evan Lang and his family, who continued to worship despite the difficulties that had beset them. It was a conundrum. Mark raked his fingers through his hair.
I haven't been in a church for quite a while, Reverend. Regular church attendance isn't a requirement for entering the house of God. The church happens to be convenient, private, and quiet. But we could sit out here if you prefer.
He scanned the parking lot, gave the church another once-over, made his decision.
I'll meet you inside after I put the equipment in my car. That'll work.
5 minutes later, Mark found Reverend Andrews seated in a pew near the back. As he approached, he gave the small, simple church with its tall, clear windows and electric brass candelabras a sweep.
Nice.
He slid onto the polished oak bench beside the pastor.
I agree. I can always count on the congregation to step in if a maintenance issue arises, or any other issue, for that matter. Like the situation with Evan's family. One of the women organized a casserole program,
and the ladies have been providing meals 4 nights a week for the family. Even busy women like Abby Warner, who already have their hands full with other challenges and demands, are participating. Abby cooks for the Langs? When did she work yet another chore into her demanding Gazette schedule? She takes her turn like all the rest. She's an amazing woman.
I agree.
The minister gave him a speculative appraisal, but thankfully changed the subject.
I didn't mean to be pushy on the parking lot, but you do seem more disturbed about Evan's situation than might be normal, given that you don't know him well yet and have never met his family.
Mark knitted his fingers together and stared down at his clenched knuckles.
That's because it triggers memories of a difficult period in my life. A recent period? No. When I was 13. About Evan's age.
He untwisted his fingers and scrubbed a hand down his face.
I thought I'd put it to rest and moved on. But over the past few weeks, the bad memories have come roaring back on several occasions. It happened again tonight on the parking lot. Traumatic events have a tendency to dog our steps for years, especially ones from our youth. What dredged yours up tonight? The space camp reference. My best friend as a kid developed an avid interest in astronomy when we were about 10 and decided he wanted to be an astronaut. Bobby was fascinated by the stars and the planets, and his enthusiasm was contagious. After he started dragging me out to the backyard in the middle of the night to look through his telescope, I decided to be an astronaut too. I'm not certain I'd have followed through, but I have no doubt he would have if he'd had the chance.
Why didn't he? Pressure built in Mark's throat.
He died when we were 13. Leukemia.
Several moments of silence passed.
I'm more sorry than I can say, Mark. For both of you. It was a hard time. Bobby and I had been inseparable since we were toddlers. Believe it or not, we never had a single fight. When he got leukemia, I assumed it was a temporary setback. With all his spunk and spirit, I was convinced he'd beat the disease. Besides, everybody was praying for him, and I figured God would listen to all our voices. But he didn't. And that never made sense to me.
Despite his attempt to rein in his bitterness, it crept into his voice.
The best response I know to that is Isaiah 55, verse 8 and 9.
Mark stifled a sigh. Of course, a minister would recommend a scripture verse as a simplistic answer to a complicated question.
Sorry.
He folded his arms.
I haven't opened a Bible in years. Let me refresh your memory.
For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. In other words, we can't understand the mind of God. All we can do is give him our trust. Most of the clergy who'd crossed his path back in those days had offered platitudes masquerading as answers. At least Reverend Andrews was willing to admit there weren't always easy explanations.
That's hard for a 13-year-old to do.
And for a 34-year-old.
It's hard for many people. It got even harder when my mom died of a cerebral hemorrhage 8 months later.
The minister closed his eyes for a moment, then rested a hand on his shoulder.
I'm so sorry. That was a heavy burden for such a young boy to carry.
No kidding.
Yeah. My whole world was caving in, and I didn't have anyone to turn to. My brother was too young to understand everything that was going on, and my dad was mired in his own grief. So I survived by burying that period of my life so deep I thought it could never rise to the surface and hurt me again. But here in Oak Hill, it has.
Why do you think that is?
Abby.
He frowned as her name immediately popped into his head. Was she the reason all the garbage from his past was bubbling up again? But why would meeting her make him dredge up unhappy memories? Could it be because he'd never dealt with them? And until he did, the life he was meant to live would always be beyond his grasp? You've thought of an answer. At the minister's comment, he refocused on the man.
A starting place, anyway.
Then our conversation has been productive. Let me offer one other thought. While we humans are blessed with an amazing intellect, we don't have the tools to understand the mind of God. It's like attempting to audit the books of the most complicated business in the world with nothing more than a pencil and paper. Once we accept our limitations, the quest for answers becomes far less of an obsession. That was a perspective he'd never considered. As a numbers man, he was used to definitive answers. If you worked a problem long enough, you found the solution. But life wasn't as predictable as numbers, nor did it conform to the rules of a mathematical equation. Yet instead of accepting that, he tried to control the numerators and denominators within his sphere of influence. If certain efforts didn't lead to predictable outcomes, don't bother to make them. Don't kill yourself working for something that could be snatched away tomorrow. Don't form attachments that could be severed in an instant. For 21 years, he'd lived his life by those rules. But instead of offering peace of mind or happiness, they'd brought him only emptiness. Maybe it was time to make a course correction, to change his rules.
You've given me a lot to think about.
He rose and extended his hand to the minister. Reverend Andrews stood too.
Any time, and I mean that. Thank you.
They parted outside the church, and as Mark walked toward his car, it took him a few moments to identify the long-absent and buoyant emotion that lifted his spirits. It was hope. Chapter 10. Abby was avoiding him. For the past 10 days, she'd made herself as scarce as a Starbucks in Oak Hill. Scowling at her closed door, Mark wove through the Gazette offices toward the break room. Apparently, she only emerged when he was on one of his increasingly frequent shadowing assignments away from the office. So what was going on? Yes, he was the enemy, and yes, they'd gotten off on the wrong foot. But Abby was smart. She had to know that if Campbell Publishing didn't acquire the paper, it would fall prey to another conglomerate or go under. And the Gazette could face a far worse fate than being drawn into the fold of the principled operation his father had created. As for her initial opinion of him as a lightweight, he'd gone above and beyond to prove otherwise during his weeks here. He refilled his mug and took a sip of the extra strong brew everyone in the office seemed to prefer. Only one other explanation for her hermit behavior came to mind. She was attracted to him and was as uncertain as he was about how to handle it. Hiding in her office, however, wasn't going to... Molly zoomed by, and Mark zeroed in on the 9x12 manila envelope clutched in her hand. Uh-oh. Unless his instincts were off, that was fallout from the final installment in Abby's hate crime series. Coffee in hand, he followed the office manager. He caught up with her as she knocked on the door of Abby's office.
What's going on?
Brow pleating, she held up the envelope. This just arrived. It reminded me... Come in. Abby's muffled voice came from behind the door, and Mark motioned for Molly to enter ahead of him. Abby flicked him a glance as he shut the door behind them, but focused on Molly as she removed her glasses. What's up? This came in the morning mail. Molly held out the envelope. I haven't opened it, but the printing is similar to the letter you got about the hate crimes editorial. She took it and examined the crude block letters. I agree. It looks the same. She picked up a letter opener and slit the seal. Holding the envelope at arm's length, she turned it upside down and gave it a slight shake. A copy of the hate crimes article, perforated with holes, slid across her desk. Mark stared at the mutilated newsprint.
What's that supposed to mean?
I've seen a pattern like that before. Molly leaned forward for a closer look. It reminds me of the target Stan sometimes brings home after he practices with his shotgun. Mark's heart stuttered.
Call the police chief.
No, Abby finally looked at him. That would be...
If you don't call, I will.
They faced off across her desk. He wasn't backing down on this. That message must have gotten through because Abby finally relented. I'll take care of this, Molly. You can go back to work. I'll let you know if Dale has any concerns. She picked up her phone and placed the call. 15 minutes later, Dale confirmed Molly's assessment.
The scattered pattern, along with the nature of the holes and the variation in size, gives it away.
He fisted his hands on his hips.
I don't like this, Abby. Until now, I was convinced we were dealing with a prankster. Even the fire at Ali's restaurant was set at night, meaning there was no deliberate intent to hurt someone. But the perpetrator's persistence bothers me, as does the fact that he's got a lethal weapon. Do you have any more coverage planned on this topic?
No, the final piece ran last Wednesday.
Let's hope we've seen the end of this, then. But I'll beef up patrols for the next few days around your house and the Gazette. Is that it? Abby could be in serious danger.
Mark stepped into the conversation, wanted or not. Abby hadn't invited him to sit in on this meeting in her office, but she hadn't thrown him out when Dale showed up either.
The investigation will continue. I do have a few leads. There was a similar incident with a Middle Eastern business over in Crandall yesterday that has the earmarks of the same perpetrator. He also left us a few clues. I think it's a matter of time until we close in. Time that Abby might not have.
Mark mentally counted to 3.
Can you put a guard on her? We don't have the manpower for that.
Not surprising. Police everywhere were understaffed.
Then I'll follow her home every night for the next few days.
Abby glared at him. No, you won't. I'm perfectly capable of...
I think it's a smart idea, Abby, Dale said. Anything we can do to ensure your safety until this is straightened out is a plus. If Mark's willing to help, I'd suggest you let him.
I stay late.
I don't mind waiting.
Mark folded his arms. What about basketball practice?
It's over by 6. On those nights, I'll swing back around when I'm done. Give it up, Abby.
Dale slid the latest missive into an evidence envelope and peeled off his latex gloves.
It's a prudent plan.
Abby huffed out a breath. Fine. Now if you gentlemen will excuse me, I have work to do. Dale took her cue and exited. Mark didn't. As the chief disappeared down the hall, he shut the door halfway and lowered his voice.
You're still going to be alone in that house every night.
I have first-class locks. She fiddled with the papers on her desk.
Abby.
He waited until she looked at him.
I'm worried about you.
An emotion he couldn't identify flickered in her eyes. Surprise? Longing? Trepidation? A combination of all 3? I'll be fine. The quaver in her voice undermined the credibility of that reassurance. But if he pushed harder, she might renege on her agreement to let him follow her home. So rather than argue the point, he slipped through the door and returned to the conference room, where concentrating on the work at hand was going to prove difficult. Because not even the Gazette coffee was strong enough to wash away the taste of fear on his tongue. What a week! Abby blew out a breath and massaged the bridge of her nose. But at last it was over. Actually, it had been over 2 hours ago for the rest of the staff. But clocking out at 7 on Friday was par for the course for her. Rotating her neck to expel the kinks, she gathered up her purse and a stack of copy to review tomorrow. A hot bath and a sound night's sleep her top priorities. The bath she could manage, but if the last 3 nights were any indication, sleep would be elusive. And she couldn't blame her insomnia totally on work-related stress. All had been quiet since the latest threatening missive had arrived on Tuesday. Her nocturnal restlessness was more Mark Campbell's fault. She stood and shoved all the copy into the tote bag that served as her briefcase. It was bad enough that he'd been hovering since the pellet-ridden copy of the Gazette had arrived. His jitters were contagious. But his concern for her safety and his protective behavior had an obvious personal component that was almost as disconcerting as the threat of physical danger. Because the danger to her heart, if she let herself get carried away by his attention, could have far longer-lasting consequences than a threat Dale would identify and contain soon if his leads panned out. Mentally prepping for her next encounter with the man who was disrupting both her sleep and peace of mind, she walked down the hall to the conference room and gave a perfunctory knock on the open door. "Sorry to delay you." He angled toward her from his laptop.
"No problem. I've been working on a special project and I needed access to the internet. Are you ready to leave?"
Yes. In one smooth sweep, he slid his papers into his briefcase and shut down his laptop, then rose and followed her to the exit. A sudden gust of damp, chilly autumn wind sent a pool of rustling leaves whirling around their feet when they stepped outside, and Abby turned up the collar of her jacket and picked up her pace. The day had grown much colder as the sun set, the unseasonable warmth of the afternoon swept away by the fickle end of October weather. Mark waited while she unlocked her car and slid behind the wheel, then motioned down the street.
"I had to park a bit farther away when I came back after lunch. Sit tight a minute."
Without waiting for a response, he strode away. Though he wore only a long-sleeved shirt rolled to the elbows, he didn't appear in the least affected by the cold wind, which ruffled his thick dark hair and whirled around his tall form. Her pulse accelerated as she watched him until he disappeared into the darkness, doing her best to fight back a wave of longing as powerful as the relentless wind that was stirring up the world on this blustery night. Oh, man, she had it bad. But in 10 minutes, she'd be home. Mark would be gone. She'd have the whole weekend to whip her unruly emotions into shape. By Monday, she ought to be able to regain her equilibrium. Get back to normal. Instead of offering comfort, however, that scenario depressed her. Because normal, meaning the solitary life she'd led before Mark, suddenly seemed lonely. And that held no appeal at all. Mark had just begun to let his guard down when it happened. 50 yards from her driveway, Abby swerved abruptly, slid on the damp pavement, and plowed into one of the tall oak trees that lined her street. For a few seconds, Mark was too stunned to react. Then, adrenaline kicking in, he sped up, screeched to a stop behind Abby's car, and raced toward her as he tried to keep breathing. Was this another hypoglycemic episode? A logical assumption, since there'd been nothing else to account for her accident. And if she was ill, she needed help, fast. Stopping beside her car, Mark yanked open the driver's side door and leaned down. In the car's dim overhead light, he gave her a fast assessment. The airbag had inflated, leaving a small, bright red burn mark on her forehead. Other than that, there were no visible injuries. Yet she was staring straight ahead, knuckles white on the wheel, posture rigid.
"Abby?"
He touched her shoulder.
"Are you hurt? Is this another diabetic reaction?"
She drew in a sharp breath as if her lungs had just kicked back into gear. "No, I'm okay. But there was a wire stretched across the road. I swerved to avoid it." Her voice was shaky but coherent, and her eyes were clear and focused. "Someone did this, Mark. It was deliberate. I'll show you." She angled her body to exit the car, but he pressed her back into the seat. "Stay put. I'll take a look. You call Dale." He handed her his cell phone. While she placed the call, he made a scouting expedition before rejoining her. "Did you find it?" She handed the phone back. "No, I didn't see anything." "But I saw the wire. It flashed in my headlights. I didn't imagine it, Mark." "I'm sure you saw something. Maybe Dale can figure it out." 5 minutes later, after listening to her story, the chief did his own reconnaissance with a high-powered flashlight. Within 5 minutes, he rejoined them, holding a length of magnetic tape. Abby slid from behind the wheel, brow knitted as she inspected the metallic strip. "What's that?" "Tape from an old audio cassette. It had been tied to 2 trees and stretched across the road. When car headlights hit it at night, the reflection looks like a wire. I've seen this prank before, sometimes with much more serious results. If you'd been going any faster, your car would have sustained far worse damage than a dented bumper and a broken headlight. So would you." "I assume this is related to the hate crimes piece." Mark directed the comment to the chief as he tried to get a grip on the fear that was wreaking havoc with his respiration. "That would be a safe bet. The timing in relation to the article is too close for coincidence, and no one lives at this end of the street except Abby. It was meant for her. I don't think there's any—" All at once, the car shifted. Abby gasped. Heart pounding, Mark pulled her close and wrapped her in a proactive embrace as Dale reached toward his holster and peered toward the front of the car. Then the chief's posture relaxed. "Flat tire." He pointed it out. Abby leaned forward to inspect the damage on her older model car, sighed. "This is going to be an expensive repair job." "You have insurance, don't you?" Mark maintained his grip on her. "Yes, but it's high deductible." Meaning this prank was going to take a sizable bite out of whatever savings she'd managed to squirrel away while sacrificing her income to keep the Gazette on life support. "We can't do much here tonight." Dale gave the car another once-over. "Leave the car where it is. No one should be wandering down your street at this hour. Do you want me to call the garage and have Al stop by in the morning?" "I'd appreciate that." "You sure you're not hurt?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll take a look around the house before I leave. Why don't you wait in the patrol car? Unless you want to hang around, Mark?" "I can do—" "No." As he and Abby spoke simultaneously, she stepped out of his embrace and backed off a few steps. "I appreciate the offer, but I've taken up too much of your evening already." "I didn't have any other plans. I'd be happy to stay a while if that would make you feel safer." She was shaking her head before he finished. "I'll be fine." There was a hint of panic in her voice, as if she was afraid of getting too involved with him. Why? Yes, there would be geographic challenges if the sparks between them heated up, but long-distance relationships weren't uncommon these days. Why wouldn't she at least give them a chance? Surely he'd made his interest clear by now. Maybe it was time to address the issue straight on. They were both adults. They could talk this out. Should talk this out. Soon, if not tonight. Because his stay in Oak Hill was fast coming to a close. Chapter 11. He should have gone back to Chicago for the weekend. With a sigh, Mark let the lace curtain on the window in his room at the Oak Hill Inn drop back into place, obscuring his view of the rain-soaked landscape. Prowled around the space, Marge had de-Victorianized as much as possible. Yesterday had been bad enough. A morning spent reading, A trip to the Gazette on the pretense of checking email, but in truth an unsuccessful bid to catch a glimpse of Abby. A final polish on the intensively researched proposal he'd put together for his father in his spare hours before handing it off to FedEx in the early afternoon. A movie in town that hadn't been any better than on his first viewing in Chicago. A failed attempt to get a last-minute reservation at the gourmet restaurant in the Oak Hill Inn. Dinner at Gus's had been the highlight of his day. Pathetic. Now all of Sunday stretched before him, endless and empty. At least, if he was in Chicago, he could drop in on Rick, or invite his dad to brunch, shore up those long-neglected relationships. Either of those options would have been far more productive than moping around Oak Hill. But it was too late for second thoughts. They'd just have to make the best of the situation. A sudden ray of sun filtered through the lace curtain, and he moved back to the window, pushed the fabric aside again. In the distance, the sun was trying to break through the heavy gray clouds. That opened up a few options, like a drive in the country to see the last burst of vibrant fall color the locals kept raving about. He snorted and shook his head. Mark Campbell, leaf watcher. Who would ever have guessed? But anything beat hibernating in his room. A few minutes later, a jacket slung over his shoulder, Mark descended the oak steps to find Marge in the inn's foyer. "Morning, Mark. Coffee's on the sideboard in the dining room. Help yourself."
"Thanks."
He tried not to stare at her vibrant purple pants and gauzy beaded tunic as she slipped her arms into a coat. "Any special plans for the day?" She pulled her keys from her purse.
"I thought I'd take a drive in the country."
"Not the best weather for that sort of activity."
"Any other suggestions?"
"We're having our monthly pancake breakfast at church. Best flapjacks this side of Harvey's Diner in Rolla, served with homemade sausage. Can't beat it for the price. Everyone in town goes." She was inviting him to a church social? Unexpected. Even more surprising, he was considering the idea. Man, he must be really bored. Before he could respond, Marge continued. "It wouldn't be like you're a stranger. You know Reverend Andrews and the boys on the basketball team. Lots of folks from the Gazette are members of the congregation, too, including Abby. She's working at the breakfast this morning." The appeal meter for the event skyrocketed.
"What time does it start?"
"Service is at 9. Breakfast afterward, about 10 or 10:30. You're welcome to come to the service, too."
"I'm not dressed for that."
She gave his jeans and sweater a cursory scan. "Sure you are. This is the country. You'll see everything from overalls and jeans to suits and ties. God doesn't have a dress code." His lips twitched.
"I'll think about it."
"Don't think too hard." She pulled an umbrella from the ornate stand by the front door. "Sometimes it's better to listen to this." She placed her hand over her heart. "Than this." She tapped her head and slipped through the front door, leaving him alone to decide between a solo leaf-watching jaunt to admire God's autumn handiwork or a visit to the house of the Creator himself, with a chance to see Abby thrown in. No contest. Was that Mark? Jolting to a stop as she carried plates from the kitchen to the serving counter in the church hall, Abby scrutinized the back of the tall, dark-haired man chatting with Reverend Andrews. No, it couldn't be Mark. He'd never... As he turned, she sucked in a breath. Good heavens, it was him. Her breath hitched, and the calm she'd managed to achieve yesterday while hibernating at home to nurse the bruised knee she'd sustained in the collision evaporated. Why, oh, why did the one man in her life who was off limits have the ability to reduce her to a mass of quivering nerves and unruly yearnings? After swiveling away, she hurried over to the counter, deposited the plates, and beat a hasty retreat to the safety of the kitchen before he spotted her. Could she use her aching knee as an excuse to cut out early and avoid him? No, that wouldn't be fair to the breakfast committee. They counted on every volunteer. Besides, she'd see Mark at the paper tomorrow anyway. Escaping today would only delay the inevitable. She sighed. So much to deal with in her topsy-turvy world. Like coming to grips with the harsh reality that the Gazette wasn't going to survive without outside help, and that the help offered entailed signing the death warrant for a family tradition. There were career ramifications to that decision, too. What was she supposed to do with the rest of her life if the paper was no longer under her control? Stuart Campbell had said she could remain as editor, but that wasn't locked in stone forever. If that fell through, what did her future hold? And then there was Mark. She lost her grip on a plate, barely managing to catch it before it shattered on the floor. Holding tight to the ceramic edge, she drew an unsteady breath. Too bad he hadn't lived down to her image of him as a lazy playboy. Instead, he'd proven to be a hard-working, caring person. A man she could admire and respect. A man she could perhaps love. But it would never work between them. Abby set the plate carefully on the counter, the buzz of activity around her fading away. Mark's life was in Chicago. Hers was here. He was rich. She wasn't. He wore designer clothes. She'd been known to supplement her wardrobe at the resale thrift store in Rolla. He was sophisticated. She was the girl next door. The odds against them were too high. She had to fight the attraction. Not an easy challenge. If the sparks were one-sided, it might be doable. But unless she was mistaken, Mark was as drawn to her as she was to him. Even more dangerous? He wasn't making a secret of it. She hadn't imagined the tenderness and caring in his eyes, or the proprietary touches that went beyond mere friendship. If she gave him the least encouragement, the sparks could combust, with who knew what result. She couldn't let that happen. Abby balanced 3 plates on her arm and marched toward the swinging door that led to the serving area. The solution was simple. She had to be strong. In the not-too-distant future, Mark would be gone, along with the temptation Whoops! She drew up short as she pushed through the door and came face to face with the man himself. The slow smile that started at his lips and lit a fire in his eyes undermined her resolve as easily as the capricious early November breeze plucked the leaves off the town's stately oak trees. "Hi." Yanking her gaze away from his, she set the plates on the serving counter with more care than necessary. "This is a surprise? What are you doing here?"
"Having breakfast. Marge suggested it when I was at loose ends this morning. I attended the service, too. But I didn't see you there."
Abby tried to formulate a coherent response as she digested the news that Mark had gone to church. "I, went to the early service."
"That explains it."
He reached for a plate of pancakes.
"When do you get off?"
"After everyone is served."
"Any plans for this afternoon? I was going to take a drive in the country if you'd like to join me. I understand the leaves are putting on quite a show."
Her heart missed a beat at the prospect of spending a Sunday afternoon with a handsome, appealing man. But that would be tempting fate. If she didn't want to get involved with him for all the reasons she'd mentally itemized in the kitchen mere minutes ago, she had to decline. Summoning up every ounce of her self-discipline, she shook her head. "Thanks for the offer, but I'll be busy this afternoon." Without waiting for a response, she fled to the kitchen, leaned back against the wall, and tried not to hyperventilate. She'd made the right choice, hadn't she? Of course she had. Yet if that were true, why did she suddenly feel as swamped with regret as she had the day she'd left college, one semester short of getting her degree, knowing that door would likely never open again? Chapter 12. Mark, can I ask you a favor? Marge bustled toward him across the foyer of the inn. He paused, hand on the doorknob as he prepared to exit. Sure. Could you drop this off at Abby's house on your way to dinner? I meant to give it to her yesterday at church, but it slipped my mind. I try to get the minutes from the Chamber of Commerce board meetings to the members within a week, and I'm already a bit late this month. Why was he not surprised that Abby served on the chamber board? The woman was a human dynamo. No problem. He took the envelope and tucked it inside his leather jacket to protect it from the persistent rain. Enjoy your dinner. I'll try. But the odds of that happening were slim to none, since options for fine cuisine in Oak Hill were limited. Delaying his meal for a few minutes was no sacrifice, especially if it meant he could see Abby. She might be able to avoid him at the office, as she had all day today, but she couldn't ignore him if he was standing on her front porch. Or could she? A few minutes later, after ringing her bell twice and resorting without success to the brass knocker, the answer appeared to be yes. So much for that. Stifling his disappointment, he turned up his collar and prepared to jog back to his car through the cold drizzle. At the wail from a baby, however, he halted. Abby had a baby? Why had no one ever mentioned that? Or maybe she was babysitting. That was a possibility. At least he hoped it was. All at once the door swung open. Sorry, I got here as fast as I could. What's up? As she asked the question, a harried Abby bounced the bawling baby, murmuring soothing sounds to no avail. Fat tears coursed down the infant's face, and he or she had a death grip on Abby's t-shirt, tiny fists bunching up the fabric. Brain still processing this unexpected turn of events, he tried to keep his shock from showing on his face. Marge asked me to deliver the chamber board meeting minutes on my way to dinner. He unzipped his jacket and withdrew the envelope, pitching his voice to be heard over the howls of the baby. Oh, thanks. You didn't have to make a special— A loud beep sounded from somewhere in the recesses of the house, and Abby tightened her grip on the wiggling infant. I have to take a casserole out of the oven. Can you come in for a minute? Before she could rescind the invitation, Mark retracted the envelope and stepped directly into a small living room with simple furnishing. No hurry. I'll be right back. She took off toward the back of the house. As her limp registered, he narrowed his eyes. What was up with that? Following his instincts, he fell in behind her, pausing on the threshold of the homey kitchen. Abby made a valiant effort to settle the baby into a high chair beside the worn oak table, but the infant clung tighter to her shirt. When the beep sounded again, Abby glanced at him with a desperate look, moved his direction, and thrust the child toward him. Can you hold her for a minute? Left with little choice, he deposited the envelope on the dinette table beside him and reached for the tiny noisemaker. Much to his surprise, the baby released her grip on Abby, closed her mouth, and nestled into his shoulder. Quiet descended on the kitchen, except for an occasional snuffle from the infant. Based on Abby's jaw drop, she was as astonished by the sudden calm as he was. Another high-pitched beep shattered the silence, prompting her to grab a pair of potholders and withdraw a savory-smelling casserole from the oven. His salivary glands went into overdrive. Man, he'd give a week's salary for a few bites of whatever was in that glass dish. You have a magic touch with babies. Abby set the potholders on the worn Formica countertop and folded her arms as she regarded him. I don't always have good luck with her. always, suggesting the baby was a fixture in the house. He gave the kitchen a quick scan, cataloging the high chair at the table, the playpen in one corner, the jars of baby food lined up on the counter. Further evidence this wasn't a babysitting gig. That was a twist he hadn't seen coming.
Is she yours?
He kept his inflection as neutral as possible. Her eyebrows peaked. Of course not. I'm not married. Relief coursed through him. Not that he was opposed to ready-made families, but a practical application of that notion would require some mental adjustment.
That's not a requirement for parenthood these days.
He lightened his tone. Her gaze was steady, direct, and serious. It is for me. No surprise there. And maybe that was why she was putting up barriers between them. He'd done everything he could to change her first impression of him, but she might think he was just looking for a temporary diversion in Oak Hill, a passing dalliance, someone to pass the time with until he could return to his real life in Chicago. And a quick fling would never be her style, nor was it his anymore. So where did that leave them? Did he want a deeper relationship? Assuming he did, how would they sustain it long term with him returning to Chicago in a couple of weeks and Abby's roots firmly planted in Oak Hill? Unknown. But until he figured it out, he'd better respect her boundaries, because the last thing in the world he wanted to do was hurt Abby.
Understood.
He forced up the corners of his lips, tipped his head toward the dozing baby, and changed the subject.
If she isn't yours, whose is she?
She and her mother live up the street. Linda's going to night school to get a nursing degree, and I watch Caitlin for her when her regular sitter is busy. Caitlin's daddy is in the service, stationed in the Middle East. At a sudden sensation of warmth on his chest, Mark shifted the baby. Dampness darkened the front of his blue Oxford shirt.
I think she's leaking.
The look of horror on Abby's face was almost comical. One of the tabs on her diaper must have come loose. She moved forward and held out her arms. I'll change her.
No sense both of us getting wet. Where do you want her?
After a brief hesitation, Abby nodded toward the living room. On the floor in there. After grabbing a protective mat, she led the way. Her limp was more pronounced now, and she had difficulty lowering herself to the floor. While the angry red burn on her forehead was the only visible sign of her accident from 3 days ago, it appeared she'd sustained another injury too. Mark dropped down beside her as she spread out the mat, then laid the baby on the waterproof square.
What's wrong with your leg?
Her hand stilled for a brief instant as she dug through the diaper bag before she resumed her task. I bruised my knee in the accident.
You think you should have it checked out?
I'll be fine. You can clean off your shirt in the bathroom down the hall. There are extra washcloths in the vanity. He thought about pressing the issue, but as he'd learned during his tenure, Abby wasn't the type who liked being told what to do. Instead, he followed her directions to the bathroom, located a washcloth, and removed his jacket to scrub at his shirt. Less than 5 minutes later, he found her taping the new diaper closed. As she reached for the baby to rise, he restrained her.
I'll get her in a minute. Why don't I help you up first?
He extended his hand, but didn't push. After a tiny hesitation, she took it, wincing as she put her weight on her leg.
Are you certain you're okay?
She looked up at him, her gaze hovering on his lips for a few charged seconds before it rose to his eyes. Yes. That was a lie. She was as jazzed by the simple touch of their fingers and the electricity pinging around the room as he was. With any other woman, the next step would be obvious. But that wouldn't fly with Abby, and he wasn't going to let unruly hormones ruin his chances with her. He forced himself to release her hand and bent down to pick up Caitlin, taking longer than necessary to give his pulse a chance to descend from the stratosphere.
Shall I put her in the playpen?
Yes, thanks." Her voice didn't sound any steadier than he felt. Back in the kitchen, Mark lowered the sleeping baby into the portable crib and covered her with a blanket. She emitted a tiny sigh, but didn't stir. When he turned back to Abby, the unbridled yearning in her eyes almost did him in.
"Steady, Campbell. Stay the course."
"Right."
"Don't forget your special delivery."
His voice hoarsened, and he cleared his throat as he picked up the envelope from the table and handed it over. Thanks. Sorry to delay your dinner."
"No worries. I'm eating at Gus's. Trust me, I'm in no hurry. The man only knows one cooking method: fried. I've ingested enough grease since I've been here to lube a car."
"I'm sure you could convince Marge to fix you a meal." A faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth.
"I've tried that. I've now consumed my lifetime allotment of tofu."
He cast a hopeful glance toward the casserole.
"I'm open to a better offer. Takeout would be fine, and price is no object."
"You really are desperate."
"Guilty as charged."
"I wish I could accommodate you, but that's for the Langs. Their dinner tomorrow night."
"Ah."
He swallowed past his disappointment.
"Well, it was worth a try. It's off to Gus's for me. Or Grease's, as I like to call it."
She wrinkled her nose. "I hear you." Twin grooves appeared on her brow as indecision flickered in her irises. "Maybe I could—" Ding dong. He bit back a word Abby wouldn't appreciate. Of all the rotten timing. While she dealt with whoever was at her door, she'd probably have second thoughts about whatever she'd been planning to offer. But if he had half a chance, he'd do his best to convince her to feed him. Because if she could make a casserole that smelled as delicious as the one on the counter, anything she gave him would beat Gus's fare by a mile. And if it bought him a few extra minutes in her company as well, a bonus he'd gratefully accept. Saved by the bell. Wiping her palms on her jeans, Abby edged away from Mark. Give me a sec."
"Don't rush on my account."
He hiked up one side of his mouth.
"I'm in no hurry to ingest another coronary on a plate."
She left him in the kitchen, limped toward the front door as fast as she was able, and pulled it open. "Dale, this is a surprise. Come in." The chief entered, flicking a glance over her shoulder, a hint of surprise glinting in his eyes.
"Mark?"
Abby angled toward the kitchen. Her visitor returned the greeting from the doorway. Dale turned his attention back to her.
"I have good news. We have a suspect in custody for the fire at Ollie's restaurant and the various pranks that were directed at you. He's also been charged with several similar incidents in neighboring towns."
The tension that had twisted her stomach into knots since the first letter arrived ebbed. "Oh, you just made my Monday. Can I offer you a soda while you fill us in?"
"Thanks, but you know everything I know at this point. I'm on my way to pick up Jenna at my mom's and swung by to give you the news." "Who's the perpetrator?"
Mark moved behind her, close enough to give her a tantalizing whiff of his heady aftershave.
"Lee Callahan, 17 years old, lives in Jasper Springs. His father was killed in the Middle East 6 months ago while serving a final tour of duty with the Marines. The kid's been unstable ever since. We got our first tip after that incident in Crandall. He had too much to drink at a party and started hinting that he had inside information about it. One of the kids who heard the story got scared and told his parents, and they called the police. He's been on our radar a while."
"What will happen to him?" Concern etched Abby's features.
"It will be handled as a juvenile case. There will be a detention hearing, and I expect counseling may be involved. I'll fill you in as I learn more."
Dale checked his watch.
"I've got to run. Depending on how things go with the case, there may be paperwork involved for you. But at least you're safe now. Have a pleasant evening, folks."
As she shut the door behind Dale, Abby took a deep breath. The hate crimes incidents might be over, but another threat stood just behind her. If she was smart, she'd quash the niggle of guilt that had almost compelled her to invite him to dinner and send him on his way instead. Yes, he'd made a special trip here tonight to deliver Marge's envelope, but it hadn't been that much of an inconvenience. Everything was close in Oak Hill. She didn't owe him anything. Besides, if it was hard to rein in the attraction between them in public, it could be a losing battle in the privacy of her house. The smart choice was to change the subject and nudge him toward the door. She turned toward him and eased a few inches away. I'm glad that chapter in my life is over.
So am I. I'd offer to take you to Gus's to celebrate, but I'm afraid it would do serious damage to your arteries. Besides, you've probably had dinner already.
He'd given her an out. She could tell him she'd eaten earlier and let him forage for his own dinner. Except she hadn't. And suddenly the thought of yet another solitary meal was as unappealing as Gus's fried fare. She bit her lip as her resolve began to waver. What could it hurt to share one meal with Mark? It wasn't a lifetime commitment for pity's sake. Besides, after the stress of the hate crime situation, didn't she deserve to celebrate the resolution? Ignoring the red alert beeping in her mind, Abby made her decision. I was too busy feeding the baby earlier. I'm going to eat now. You can join me if you'd like, but I'll warn you in advance that the menu isn't exciting. My diet is rather restricted. Mark's smile warmed her from the tip of her toes to the top of her head.
I'd love to. Whatever you're having will be better than Gus's. I'll relish every bite.
Once they returned to the kitchen, he chit-chatted as he followed up on an offer to help by setting the table, fixing drinks, and putting out the condiments. And unless she was misreading his expression as he downed a chicken breast seasoned with basil and oregano, brown rice, and green beans amandine, he did enjoy his meal. As their impromptu dinner wound down, he confirmed that with a satisfied sigh while he chased a stray almond around his otherwise empty plate.
That was great.
She tried not to be too flattered by the compliment.
Compared to Gus's food, anything would be fabulous.
You're easy to please. For real gourmet fare, you should sample Kara Martin's food at the Oak Hill Inn.
I have, and it's world class. But that's more like a special occasion place. I like simpler meals on an everyday basis.
So do I, thanks to my dietary restrictions. I do have angel food cake for dessert, though, if you're interested.
I thought diabetics couldn't eat sugar.
It's not so much what you eat as the total amount of carbs you consume. As long as I balance out my starches, I can eat a little sugar once in a while.
Then bring on the cake. And coffee if you have it. Or is that on the restricted list?
Coffee's okay in moderation. She rose and reached for their plates. He touched her hand.
Let me handle cleanup while you focus on dessert.
With his strong, lean fingers warming her skin and her heart, all she could manage was a nod.
I have to admit I don't know much about diabetes, but I did do a little research on the internet after the jogging incident.
He stood and picked up their plates.
There are 2 types, right?
Yes, I have type 2, which can often be controlled with diet and exercise. Some patients also need to take medication. I'm in that category.
Medication as in insulin?
No, not yet, anyway. She cut a slice of cake and reached for another plate.
Meaning that's coming?
He paused in his plate-rinsing task. Most type 2 diabetics eventually take insulin. My mother did. He frowned.
She had diabetes too?
Yes. They can run in families. Enough on this subject. Why ruin what had otherwise been a pleasant evening by discussing medical issues? She bent down and rearranged the blanket over the infant cuddled up in a corner of the portable crib. She's sweet, isn't she?
Yes.
He went back to dish duty.
She reminds me of my niece at that age.
That must mean you have siblings.
One younger brother. My niece is 5 now. How about you? Any siblings besides your brother, or nieces and nephews?
No. And since Brad's single and not apt to get married in the foreseeable future, nieces or nephews are on the distant horizon.
Why wouldn't he get married?
He's got 3 years left on a 5-year missionary commitment in Bolivia. The living conditions are primitive, and the work is demanding and exhausting. There's no opportunity, let alone energy, for romance. But it's where he wants to be.
That's a long way from Oak Hill.
Too long, she sighed. Where does your brother live?
Chicago.
Lucky you. She set the plates of cake on the table. You must get to see him often. The furrows on his forehead deepened as he scrubbed harder at a plate.
Actually, no. My fault, not my brother's.
How so? Silence, save for the quiet snuffling sounds from sleeping Caitlin. Abby's stomach clenched. She'd overstepped, poked her nose into private matters. Out of character for a woman who was always careful to respect boundaries. Their easy give and take for the past hour must have deactivated her sensitivity meter. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Ready for dessert? Her tone sounded artificially bright, even to her ears. He set the dishcloth aside and offered her a smile that seemed strained around the edges.
I'm always ready for dessert, after I make a quick pit stop.
You know the way?
Yep. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
He crossed the room and disappeared. Abby sank into her chair, plunked her elbow on the table, and rested her chin in her palm. He'd be back, no question about it. But if she were a betting woman, she'd wager he'd eat his dessert in a few bites, gulp his coffee, and escape out her front door. It was obvious her question about his brother had touched a nerve. Why should he linger in the company of a woman who invaded his personal turf? And maybe a fast exit would be best for both of them. Because over the past hour, their relaxed banter had given her a glimpse of the dream she'd always harbored. Of a husband and a family of her own. Of a warm, loving home filled with moments like the ones she'd shared with Mark tonight. Of a life where more than work gave her days meaning and joy. But there were too many obstacles in their path. So Mark's retreat could be a blessing in disguise. One that had given her a chance to do a mental reset and get her emotions under control. And when he came back, she'd hurry through her cake too and send him on his way before the comfortable give and take they'd enjoyed tonight had a chance to ratchet up to anything more. Why on earth had he told Abby he was at fault in his uneasy relationship with his brother? Why had he opened a door he'd kept firmly closed since his teenage years? Mark splashed water on his face, wincing at the chill. The answer to that question was obvious. Abby, with her innate kindness, rock-solid principles, and uncommon courage, had infiltrated his heart. And truth be told, he wasn't sorry. She was like no other woman he'd ever met. Problem was, if he wanted to lay the groundwork for a relationship with her, he'd have to share parts of his history he'd never shared with anyone. Talk about the whole complicated mess he'd made of his life. That was scary. It would be far safer to go back into her kitchen, eat his dessert, and run. But it would also be a lot lonelier. Maybe the time had come to begin baring his soul. He pulled the towel off the bar, wiped his face, and prepared to take a tentative step that could launch him into a soaring new beginning, or thrust him into a crash-and-burn tailspin. Abby was waiting for him at the table, their mugs beside their plates of cake. Scuttlebutt at the office says you like your Java black, but if that's not true, I do have cream and sugar on hand. She took a sip of her coffee.
Black is fine.
He reclaimed the chair he'd occupied during dinner, picked up his fork, set it down. May as well dive in.
You asked earlier about my relationship with my brother.
Distress etched her features. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Wait.
He held up his hand.
You don't have to apologize. I made a comment that invited a question. It's just not a topic I've talked about much. Like, never.
And you don't have to talk about it tonight.
What if I want to?
He locked gazes with her. She moistened her lips. Do you?
Yes.
Why? Apprehension flicked in her eyes, as if she was afraid where such soul-sharing could lead. Understandable. He was right there with her. But women like Abby didn't come along every day, and if he shut down out of fear, he could sabotage any future they might have. Not that he would dare put that into words. Given the waves of tension radiating from her, she could turn tail and run. He'd have to go with another, also truthful explanation.
It's time for the story to be told. I've held it inside too long. You seem like the kind of person who can be trusted with confidences. But if you'd rather not hear it, we'll just eat our cake and call it a night.
Putting the ball in her court was a risk, and the emotions parading across her face while he waited for her response weren't reassuring. Uncertainty, fear, guilt, hope, anticipation. Even a touch of longing, if he was reading her correctly. In the end, she took a shaky breath and nodded. You can trust me. And if you want to talk, I'll be happy to listen. The door was open. Now all he had to do was shore up his courage and walk through. He swallowed, wrapped his cold fingers around the warm ceramic.
The issues with my brother and my father started when I was 13. After I lost my best friend to leukemia and my mother to a cerebral hemorrhage months apart.
Compassion softened her features. I'm so sorry.
Thanks. After they died, I shut down. I didn't want to get hurt again by letting myself care for someone, only to lose them too. It was the only way I knew to protect myself. But life without close connections is empty, isolating, and that's not how I want to live anymore. Much as I resented the Oak Hill assignment, it ended up being a turning point for me. I want to repair my relationships and find a life that has purpose and meaning, both at work and at home. Your dedication to the Gazette has been inspiring.
Her lips drooped. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay the bills.
But it changed my life. I don't know how you put a dollar value on that.
I'm glad there's at least one positive outcome from the paper's financial problems. She picked up a tiny sliver of almond left over from dinner and set it on the edge of her cake plate. Shutting people out can make for a very lonely existence.
So can dedication to a floundering paper.
He was stepping onto tricky ground. But after his own frankness, maybe she'd reciprocate and open up if he asked a few personal questions, too.
Is that why you're still single?
Abby fiddled with her coffee cup. It's one of the reasons. The Gazette hasn't left me much time or energy for romance. Besides, as you may have noticed, we don't have an abundance of eligible men in Oak Hill.
There's one here now.
The words were out before he could stop them, and her startled expression said his candor surprised her as much as it had him. So much for his plan to take it slow and easy. If you're implying what I think you're implying,
I'm not in the market for a relationship. With me or with anyone? Her throat worked. With you. But not for lack of attraction. The chemistry between them was almost tangible. Is it because of Campbell Publishing's interest in the Gazette? No. Then what? Instead of responding, she stood and moved to the sink, gripped the porcelain edge, and bowed her head. Mark frowned as her shoulders began to quiver. Was she crying? Scraping back his chair, he rose, moved behind her, touched her shoulder. Abby, tell me what's wrong. Her breath hitched, and she stiffened. You should go, Mark. Now. Hurt ricocheted through him. I just told you my deepest, darkest secret, and now you're throwing me out? He retracted his hand. She eased a few inches away and turned to him. The silent tears coursing down her cheeks were like a punch in the gut. This shattered woman with defeat and longing duking it out in her eyes wasn't the strong, in-control editor willing to fight for her family's heritage that he'd come to know and admire over the course of the past few weeks. This was an Abby he'd never met. Hey, I'll leave if you want me to. He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks with his thumbs, searching her troubled eyes. But help me understand why. Please. For several moments, she studied him, another parade of cryptic emotions contorting her features. But finally, she spoke. I appreciate your interest, Mark. More than I can say. But it wouldn't work between us. Why? Is it the other women I've been involved with? It was very possible she'd heard about, or overheard, some of his flirty phone chats with a variety of women during his early days at the Gazette, when he hadn't bothered to close the conference room door for private conversations. For a woman like Abby, that could be a huge stumbling block. Because if I could change that, I would. But I can promise you those days are over. She was shaking her head even before he finished. I don't think it's fair to hold someone's past against them when they're doing their best to create a different future. One potential deal breaker dismissed. He racked his brains for other objections. Is it the long-distance issue? That would be a challenge to deal with, but she stared at a button on his shirt, took a deep breath. We're just too different, Mark. He waited a couple of beats. That's it? That's enough. I don't think we're that different. At least not anymore. She gave him a resigned, get real look. Think about our backgrounds. Small town, big city. Rich, not rich. Man of the world. Girl next door. Cocktail parties with caviar. Pancake breakfasts at church. We live in different worlds. That was impossible to dispute. Yet it didn't have to create an impasse. I won't argue with that. But different doesn't have to mean incompatible. And none of those differences are insurmountable. We can deal with them. She folded her arms tight against her chest, her lower lip quivering. That's what my parents thought too. Ah, now they were getting to the crux of her concern. The part of her history that had convinced her the differences she'd ticked off would defeat them. But they didn't have to. He knew that as surely as he knew he was falling harder and harder for this woman with every passing day. To convince her of that, though, he needed background. Only then could he come up with a strategy to convince her that whatever fears she harbored were groundless. Will you tell me about them? It's a long story. I don't have to be anywhere tonight. Several seconds ticked by. He could encourage her to open up, but there was a risk that would backfire. She might feel as if she'd been coerced. So he remained silent. But if she wasn't willing to take the leap and trust him with her heart as he'd trusted her, his time at Oak Hill would come to an end,
along with any chance for a future with the woman who was fast stealing his heart. Chapter 13. He was leaving it up to her. She could explain her reservations or shut down and shut him out. As far as Abby could see, there was no way forward. Yet after he'd opened up to her, didn't she owe him the same courtesy? And maybe, if she told him why she was convinced it would never work between them, he'd understand her doubts, even if he didn't agree with them. Decision made, she unfolded her arms and motioned to the table. Let's sit. It was impossible to miss the relief that eased the tension in his features. In silence, he returned to his seat, waiting until she slid into her chair to take his. We always ate dinner together at this table. The four of us, my mom and dad and my brother and me. She traced the uneven grain in the worn oak table with an unsteady finger.
Are those good memories?
Some are. Most aren't.
Why not?
Too much tension, she sighed. Were your parents happy together, Mark?
Yes, very.
Did they have similar backgrounds?
Yes, they both came from middle-class families, but Dad had great ambitions and Mom believed in him.
That makes a big difference.
Are you saying your mom didn't support your dad in his work?
No. I think she did the best she could. She and Dad met when they were seniors in college and married a month after they graduated. She knew Dad would eventually take over the paper, but she was from a wealthy family in San Francisco. She loved art and theater and music. Mom was a gifted pianist, and I'm sure she would have been successful in her field of fashion design. But there wasn't much opportunity for her to pursue any of her interests in Oak Hill.
I take it she was unhappy here.
Abby hesitated. Her parents' troubled marriage wasn't a topic she'd ever discussed with anyone. It had always seemed disloyal to talk about the problems they'd kept behind closed doors. But if, like her parents, Mark believed love could overcome differences, maybe the story would be a wake-up call. Yes, at least as far back as I can remember. To her credit, though, her disillusionment didn't keep her from being a wonderful mother. She always took pride in our accomplishments, and she was never too busy to read my brother and me a bedtime story or take us outside to stargaze or spend hours with us looking for cloud pictures on warm summer days. Mark's lips curved up.
I can hear the love in your voice.
Always. I love Dad, too. But he was also unhappy. He felt like he'd failed Mom. Yet, short of selling the business, there wasn't much he could do to change their circumstances. And that's never been an option for a Warner. The paper has always been a sacred trust passed from one generation to the next. Until now. Her vision misted. On her watch, the long legacy would come to an end. All at once, Mark reached across the table and folded her fingers in his, as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. His next gentle comment proved he did.
You didn't fail your predecessors, Abby. The world changed. No one could have worked harder to save the Gazette than you have. If any of them had been at the helm, the paper would have faced the same fate.
He was right. She knew that in her head, but convincing her heart was proving difficult. Thanks for saying that. She started to retract her hand, but when he tightened his grip, she didn't resist. The warmth of his strong, comforting clasp soothed her soul. Getting back to Mom and Dad, they kept up a genial front in public, but even as kids, my brother and I were aware of the tension in our house. They were both good people, but trying to meld two disparate worlds doesn't work.
It can if both people are committed to making it work.
I'm sure my parents believed that too when they married.
But they were young, college kids. They fell in love in the rarefied atmosphere of a campus. That's not real life. And they may not have thought through all the ramifications of their marriage. We're older than they were. I'd wager we both have a better handle now on what's important than we did in our college days. Also a clearer sense of what commitment means, both the benefits and the sacrifices. She took a steadying breath. Let's talk about those sacrifices for a minute. You wouldn't want to live in Oak Hill full-time any more than I'd want to live in Chicago. How would we deal with that? I don't know. Yet. But if we got serious, we'd have to talk about it. There would have to be compromises on both sides. That sounded reasonable in theory, but it was easy to see how it would play out in reality. She couldn't let herself be swayed by his superficial, if well-meaning assurances. I like you, Mark. A lot. But my future is in limbo. As far as I can see, yours is secure. When your job here is finished, you'll go back to your life in Chicago. Someday, you'll take over your father's business. If we pursued a relationship, I'm the one who would have to uproot myself, leave the only home I've ever known, and find something else to give my life meaning. I could very well end up resenting you, like my mother resented my dad. Believe me, that's no way to live. Tugging her hand free, she stood. She had to be strong about this. I wish there was a way to make this work, but I don't want to set myself up for heartache. For several eternal beats, he studied her. Then he slowly rose, his gaze locked on hers. Is it possible you're already doing that? What do you mean? I'm not going to presume you like me as much as I've come to like you, but I'd bet a hefty sum you've already crossed the I can walk away with no regrets or heartaches line. Hard as she wanted to deny it, that was true. The day he walked out of the Gazette and her life would be hard. But it would only be worse if we got more involved. How do you know? We've never even kissed. Maybe there won't be any zing. Ha! If there were this many sparks between them without even touching, they might spontaneously combust with a lip lock. I don't think we should test that theory. She crossed to the sink, fiddled with the faucet. You know what I think? I think you're afraid. Maybe. She heard him move behind her, close but not touching. The Abby I've come to know doesn't walk away from challenges. She meets them head on. And sometimes fails anyway. Like with the Gazette. Her breath hitched, and she blinked to clear the fog from her vision. It's hard enough to lose the paper mark. I couldn't handle a double heartbreak. After a moment, he exhaled, long and slow. I would never want to hurt you. But can I at least hold you for a minute? I think we could both use a hug. Mistake, mistake, mistake. Despite the red alert blaring in her mind, it was impossible to contain the sudden yearning to be held in this man's arms, to feel his strength and caring and support, to pretend for just a moment that no obstacles stood in their path and a happy ending was possible. Maybe she'd live to regret this, but for once she was going to throw caution to the wind. Taking a deep breath, she turned toward him. Okay. For a second, he seemed taken aback, but he recovered quickly. Drawing her close, he tucked her head against his shoulder, wrapped his arms around her, and rested his cheek against her temple. His aftershave invaded her pores as the slight stubble on his jaw created a delicious friction against her skin. She let her eyes drift closed. Heaven! If only they could find a way to make it work and not end up like her parents. Should she consider the point Mark had made about Mom and Dad being young when they'd married? That perhaps they hadn't thought through all the ramifications,
hadn't tried to address them before they became insurmountable obstacles. Could she and Mark work out the kinks ahead of time? Avoid the resentment that had sabotaged her parents' relationship?
You feel good in my arms, Abby. And right.
Mark stroked her back, his voice husky. It feels good to be in your arms. She eased slightly back and looked up at him. Big mistake. The heat in his eyes and the longing in their depths sent her pulse skittering. Her gaze dropped to his lips, mere inches from hers. So close, so very close. Too close to resist. Ignoring every lick of common sense she had, she rose on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips to his. For an instant, Mark froze. But a heartbeat later, he was all in. Pulling her close, he captured the lips he'd been yearning to taste for weeks. It was clear from the get-go that Abby wasn't a sophisticated or experienced kisser. But her sweet, artless response stirred him more than the practiced attentions of any of the women he dated in Chicago. Too much. Enough to carry him away, compel him to push too hard. And that would be a huge mistake. So long before he was ready, he summoned up every ounce of his willpower and broke the connection. She stared up at him, a bit glassy-eyed. Wow. Somehow he managed to get his breathing under control and call up a smile.
See? We may be more compatible than you think.
There's more to a relationship than kissing.
True, but it's a promising start, and it can smooth out a lot of rough patches.
Not in my parents' case. They were back to that.
They stayed together, though, didn't they?
Yes. I'm not sure they would have long-term, though, if Mom hadn't died so young. He tried to pay attention as he fingered a lock of her hair. Soft as the finest cashmere.
How young?
38. His hands stilled. Her mother had died when she was only 4 years older than he was?
What happened to her?
Sudden cardiac death, according to the autopsy report. He eased back slightly as he digested that.
Did she have heart issues in addition to her diabetes?
Not that we knew of, but the diabetes was likely related to her death. The final consensus was that she had a low blood sugar episode in the middle of the night and slept through the early symptoms. The hypoglycemia reduced blood supply to the heart muscles, which led to her sudden death. He tried to process all that. In all his research, he'd found nothing to suggest that sudden complications of that magnitude were common in diabetics. Yet he'd seen Abby in the throes of a hypoglycemia episode, had witnessed the debilitating nature of the attack. And her mother had died from one that caused a cardiac event, in her sleep. He took a shaky breath.
In other words, diabetes killed your mother.
Indirectly. But Dad and I both assumed some of the fault was hers. She wasn't the most organized person, and he was always on her case about monitoring and medication and diet.
But you had a dangerous episode too, and you're very conscientious.
I got distracted that day. It won't happen again. Trust me. I learned my lesson. He wanted to trust her, desperately. But people made mistakes, sometimes fatal mistakes, as her mother's death illustrated. How did a person live with the knowledge that someone they loved could be a ticking time bomb? That you could go to bed one night as usual and wake up to find them gone without warning? Mark. Abby touched his cheek as she searched his face. I'm still adjusting to the disease, learning how to deal with it. I don't expect to have the problems my mom did.
But you can't rule them out or eliminate all the risk.
No, not 100%. Life doesn't come with guarantees, sick or well. While that was true, it didn't mitigate the fear squeezing his windpipe. Abby had been worried about whether two people from different worlds could sustain a relationship long term. He was more worried about whether they'd even have a long term. Look, maybe we should call it a night. She eased out of his embrace, the warmth and life and vibrancy that had brightened her face moments ago, withering like an autumn leaf on one of the town's namesake oak trees. He let her go, gut clenching as he looked into her deep green eyes. Why, oh why couldn't she have been a normal, healthy woman? Someone he wouldn't have to worry about losing every day of his life. But that would be his lot if they got involved. A lifetime of constant worry. Yet how could he walk away from the one woman who'd managed to infiltrate his defenses and nudge his sleeping heart awake? This wasn't a dilemma he could solve tonight, not while his brain was still numb with shock. He needed space to sort through his emotions, regain his balance.
You're right. I should go. You've given me a lot to think about.
I'll walk you to the door. She led the way in silence while he followed behind. As he slid his arms into his jacket, she opened the door and stepped back, her shattered expression shredding his soul. But he felt no less shattered on the inside. For the first time in 21 years, he'd let himself care about someone else. Yet after losing two people he loved to unforgiving medical conditions, how could he risk a third loss? There was no easy answer. He took an unsteady breath and shoved his hands in his pockets.
Good night, Abby.
Good night. Her farewell was tear-laced. Be safe.
I'll try.
But he wouldn't succeed. Yes, he'd get back to the B&B in one piece, but his heart was in tatters. Fisting his hands inside his pockets, he walked out the door and trudged toward his car. The gusty November wind buffeted him, churning the leaves around his feet in counterpoint to his roiling emotions as the irony of the situation began to sink in. He'd been determined tonight to convince Abby to take a chance on their relationship. Yet in the end, he was the one who didn't seem to have the stomach for risk. Chapter 14. Wiping a hand down his face, Mark pushed through the door of the Gazette into the lobby, bringing a gust of cold air with him. The day was as lousy as his mood, which hadn't been improved by a restless night that had left him sleep-deprived.
Morning, Molly. Is Abby here yet?
The receptionist spared him no more than a quick glance over her shoulder as she typed. Morning. No, she has a doctor's appointment. His lungs froze.
What's wrong with her?
She mentioned a problem with her knee. Molly gave him a closer look. Are you okay? You seem a little pale. He tried without much success to tone down his racing pulse.
I'm fine.
That was a lie. One mention of a doctor's visit and his legs had gone weak. No wonder Abby's father had died of a heart attack. And he'd be setting himself up for the same thing if he got involved with Abby. Mark entered the conference room, closed the door, and took a seat at the table. Linking his fingers, he bowed his head. Maybe God wasn't interested in him after all the years he'd shunned any contact, but at this point, he had nowhere else to turn. So he prayed for guidance, fortitude, and courage as his stint in Oak Hill wound down and he charted his course for the future.
It's a bad bruise, Abby, but I don't think there's any other damage. This is how it should look a few days into the healing process.
Dr. Martin probed her knee again, then sat at the small counter in the examining room.
Monitor it and take aspirin to help with the discomfort. If it doesn't improve in the next few days, call me."
He typed a few notes on his laptop, then swiveled toward her.
"How's everything else?"
"Could be better. Campbell Publishing out of Chicago is interested in acquiring the Gazette. The only alternative seems to be to let it die. I don't like either option."
"How are you handling the stress?"
"I'm hanging in." Faint puckers appeared on his brow as he tapped his pen against her file.
"Any medical problems I should know about?"
She lowered her head and fiddled with the edge of the paper liner on the examining table. Dr. Martin was as perceptive as his retired predecessor had been. Doc Adams hadn't missed a trick. "I did have a low blood sugar incident."
"When?"
"About a month ago."
"What happened?"
"I was distracted and I overdid my exercise, but I had candy with me."
"So you were able to get this under control on your own?"
Not exactly. It hit pretty fast while I was jogging in the country. Mark Campbell happened to be driving by, and he came to my rescue. All's well that ends well. She flashed him a smile. He didn't return it.
"Have you discussed this with Dr. Sullivan?"
No. Her lips leveled out. "I recovered fast, and I haven't had any repercussions. I did monitor my glucose levels more often for the next few days, and everything was normal. But she should have called her endocrinologist in St. Louis. Hadn't she told Mark hours ago that she was more responsible and diligent about taking care of herself than her mother had been?" Dr. Martin leaned forward.
"I know you're dealing with major issues at the paper, Abby, but your health has to be a priority. How we treat this disease in the early stages could affect its development, and Dr. Sullivan will want to track every blip in your condition. I want you to promise me you'll discuss it with him. Today."
"I promise."
"I'll hold you to that."
As he went back to typing into her chart, she studied the network of scars that covered his right hand, the result of a traumatic injury that had forced him to give up surgery. At least, her medical condition hadn't deprived her of the work she loved. Yet based on Mark's reaction to her mother's death, it could very well deprive her of a chance to explore the potent attraction between them, just as she was beginning to think that maybe, just maybe, they could find a way to resolve all of her concerns.
"Anything else on your mind, Abby?" Dr. Martin swiveled toward her again.
"Yes." And this was the main motive for her appointment, not her healing knee. "I've been thinking about my mom lately, and about how she died. That raised a few questions."
"Understandable, given your own fairly recent diagnosis. I'll answer what I can and defer to Dr. Sullivan if I get out of my depth. Sound reasonable?"
"Yes." She smoothed her hands down her skirt and linked her fingers on her lap. "I've been wondering if Mom might have had any other medical issues that could have contributed to her sudden death. As far as I know, she didn't, but it occurred to me that there could have been contributing factors."
"I don't know the details of your mother's history, but if you're worried about your own situation, don't be. As long as you're diligent in your monitoring and checkups, I see no reason why you can't have a long and productive life. Now, I'm sure Dr. Sullivan would concur."
"I'd still be interested in finding out more details about Mom's history." He tapped his pen on the counter.
"I pulled her file from our archives to review when you were diagnosed, but I don't recall specifics. Why don't you let me do a little digging, and I'll give you a call with what I find. Fair enough?"
"Yes, thank you."
"Happy to fill in information gaps where I can."
He rose and moved toward the door, pausing on the threshold.
"I'll call you early next week. In the meantime, take care of yourself as well as the Gazette."
If only. The Gazette was going under, and her romance in the wings was already tanking.
It could only improve from here, she hoped.
With a final blow on his whistle, Mark signaled the end of his last basketball practice. Jim Jackson was ready and able to resume his duties, which was excellent timing, since the audit was almost complete and he'd be leaving Oak Hill in a matter of days. But he was going to miss his interaction with the boys. Helping them reach their potential on the court had been more satisfying than he could ever have predicted. As the team members gathered around him in the school gym, he smiled.
Great job. Mr. Jackson will be proud of you, and I have no doubt you'll be ready for your first real game in January. I also want to thank you for letting me work with you these past few weeks. I've enjoyed it, and I know you guys are going to offer your competitors a real challenge. Good luck.
Mark started to turn away, but a murmur ran through the group as Evan shouldered his way forward. A much more upbeat Evan than the disheartened young man who'd given such a lackluster performance at their first game. In the past couple of practice sessions, he'd begun living up to his potential on the court. It was impossible to know for certain if the contribution he'd slipped to Reverend Andrews at the pancake breakfast, earmarked for the Langs, was the reason. But Mark suspected it was. A financial boost when most needed could go a long way to reducing stress in a household. As Evan approached, he pulled a flat square package topped with a blue bow from behind his back.
This is from the guys, Mr. Campbell.
They'd bought him a present? Pressure building in his throat, he took the gift, tore off the wrapping, and lifted the lid of the box. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a plaque with the team emblem and a sentiment that read, "With appreciation and gratitude to Mark Campbell for generously sharing his coaching expertise in our time of need. We'll never forget you." Each of the boys' names was inscribed. His vision misted. A few months ago, if someone had told him he'd be coaching a ragtag basketball team in the nation's heartland, he'd have laughed. Nor would he have believed that a simple gift like this would mean more to him than any of the expensive decorative items that filled his condo. But he had, and it did.
Thank you, guys.
Somehow he choked out the words.
This means a lot. And I'll never forget you either.
He shook hands with each of them. As the group dispersed, Reverend Andrews stepped forward.
Were you behind this?
Mark lifted the plaque.
I arranged to have it made, but it was their idea. And well-deserved. You did a good job with them, Mark. I wish we could keep you around.
The man held out his hand.
I hope I see you again before you leave, but if not, God go with you. Thank you.
And as they parted, Mark hoped God would heed the minister's prayer, because he had a host of issues to resolve in the next few days, and he was going to need all the help he could get to bring them to a favorable resolution. What was that sound? Dragging himself up from the deepest sleep he'd managed since Abby had dropped the bombshell about her mother's death on him 3 days ago, Mark squinted into the darkness. The noise sounded again. Someone was knocking on his door. He peered at his watch, trying to focus. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. "Mark, it's Marge. Are you awake?" At the innkeeper's anxious tone, the last vestiges of sleep vanished. Nothing less than a serious problem would persuade her to wake up a guest in the middle of the night. Heart pounding, he threw back the covers and swung his legs to the floor, reaching for the jeans he'd tossed on a nearby chair.
I'm up. Give me a sec.
After shoving his legs into the denim, he smoothed back his hair with one hand and padded barefoot to the door, pulled it open. Marge's psychedelic caftan would have hurt his eyes if the dim illumination in the hallway had been any stronger, and at any other time he would have had to smother a grin. But her worried expression chased away any semblance of levity. Bracing himself, he gripped the doorframe.
What's wrong?
Your brother is on the phone. He says he tried your cell, but the call wouldn't go through. You can take it in the parlor. Nicole. Something must be wrong with Nicole. Or the baby. Mark wouldn't call in the middle of the night to announce a normal delivery. With a clipped nod, Mark ran down the steps to the first floor, trying to rein in his pounding pulse as he snatched up the phone.
Rick, what's up? Is Nicole okay?
Yes, she's fine. Sorry to bother you in the middle of the night.
It's not Nicole. Dad's in..."
His voice rasped.
"He's had a stroke."
Mark's heart stuttered.
"How bad is it?" "The doctors aren't certain yet. They think it's mild, but they won't confirm that until they run a bunch of tests. He's not in any immediate danger, but I thought you'd want to know ASAP. Dad's secretary gave me the name of the place you're staying." "Well, I appreciate the call. I'll head for St. Louis and grab the first flight I can get. What hospital is he in?"
Once he had the information, Mark took another look at his watch.
"With all the flights between here and there, I should be able to arrive early in the morning." "Why don't you wait until daylight? It might be safer than driving the back roads when you're half asleep."
He wasn't half asleep anymore. Not by a long shot.
"I'm fine, and I want to be there."
Because suddenly the yearning that had been building inside him for weeks to strengthen his ties with his long-neglected family had become urgent. Too bad it had taken a crisis to prompt him to action.
"Understood. I'll still be hanging out at the hospital. See you then."
As Mark rang off and bounded up the stairs, he found Marge waiting at the top.
"My father's had a stroke. I have to go back to Chicago right away."
"I'll fix you a thermos of coffee for the drive." She turned toward the steps and started down.
"You don't have to bother. It's the middle of the night."
"It's no bother at all. This is what friends do." Mark didn't argue. He could use the coffee, and as many friends as he could get. He continued to his room, threw a few necessities into an overnight bag, and sent a fervent plea heavenward for a chance to talk to his father and reassure him that his wayward son had finally seen the light. Someone had left a message on her work voicemail at 1:30 in the morning? Abby dropped into her desk chair and played it back.
"Abby, it's Mark. I won't be in today. My dad had a stroke, and I'm planning to catch the first flight I can book from St. Louis. I'll be in touch."
Not the sort of news she needed first thing in the morning, and not the sort of news Mark had needed in the middle of the night, or any time. Should she call his cell? Let him know she was thinking about him? That she cared? No. He'd backed off 4 days ago, laid low in the conference room, kept his distance since their kiss. He wasn't ready to discuss the concerns and fears her story about Mom had triggered. And with a family medical emergency in full swing, now wasn't the time to intrude on his world. From deep within her purse, her cell rang. She groped through the contents until her fingers closed around the phone. Could Mark be calling her with an update on his dad? But no. Dr. Martin's name was on the screen. Stifling a surge of disappointment, she pressed talk. "Good morning, Dr. Martin."
"Morning. Do you have a minute?"
"Yes."
"I was able to pull your mother's file yesterday, and it's clear from Doc Adams's notes that she wasn't the most diligent person when it came to taking care of herself. He recorded numerous hypoglycemic episodes that seemed to be a function of neglect. According to his notes, she had one such incident the day before she died. My guess would be that she didn't regulate her blood sugar as conscientiously as she should have prior to going to bed that night."
My dad always thought that might have been the case.
Also, as far as I can see, there's nothing to indicate she had any other conditions that would have exacerbated her diabetes or caused the heart issue. What happened with your mother isn't common, and with type 2 diabetes, it usually occurs in patients who are older, have had diabetes for a very long time, and are on insulin. I see no cause for you to worry. You don't fit any of those parameters, and you strike me as very diligent in your monitoring, with the one exception you told me about. Does that help?
Very much. Thanks for getting back to me so fast.
No problem. Take care."
Abby returned the cell to her purse and rested an elbow on the desk, chin in palm. That was encouraging news. Whether it solved Mark's issue with her health, however, remained to be seen. Because, bottom line, she still didn't come with any guarantees. For now, though, Spencer Campbell's health would be Mark's top priority.
as it should be. But once this crisis was resolved, they'd have decisions to make, ones that could change their lives forever, for better or for worse. And the potential for worse was precisely why they were both afraid. Chapter 15. As the elevator glided up toward the intensive care unit, Mark swallowed, gritted his teeth. Already the ubiquitous antiseptic smell was permeating his brain, awakening old traumatic memories. His mother hadn't been in the hospital long, mere hours, but all the trips he'd made during Bobby's illness had etched the scent indelibly in his mind. The elevator stopped and the doors slid open. As he stepped out, all the pain and grief and fear he'd known more than 20 years ago came rushing back as the sound of carts being wheeled down the hall and the relentless, muted beeping from monitors within the shadowy rooms lining the long corridor filled his ears. Gut clenching, he stopped to lean against the wall, closed his eyes, took a slow, deep breath. Every instinct in his body was exhorting him to turn around, get back in the elevator, and run away from this place of nightmares. That's what he'd done when Bobby died. Turned and run as fast as his legs could carry him. But while he'd been able to physically distance himself from the reality, he hadn't been able to run from the emotional horror. Nor could he now. He had to face this.
Mark? You okay?
A steadying hand came down on his shoulder, and he opened his eyes to find Rick regarding him with concern. His brother's unshaven face was lined with weariness and worry. His eyes were bloodshot, his clothes rumpled. Making a Herculean effort to stem the tide of painful emotions that threatened to swamp him, Mark straightened up.
I think I should ask you the same question. You look like something the cat dragged in. To use another old cliché, that's like the pot calling the kettle black. Mark couldn't argue with that after his middle-of-the-night race through the dark Missouri countryside and his red-eye flight to Chicago. He lifted a hand and rubbed the coarse stubble on his jaw. I guess we're quite a pair. How long have you been here? Since Dad was brought to the emergency room. About 10 o'clock last night. How is he? Stable. We'll know more after they finish the battery of tests they're running. Can I see him? They're getting ready to take him down for another scan, but you can catch him if you duck in quick. He inclined his head toward a doorway. I'll wait here. As Mark entered the ICU, he checked out the room. None of the faces in the beds were familiar, but a few technicians and nurses were clustered in one curtained area. They parted as he moved their direction, giving him his first look at his father. A word he'd gotten into the habit of using far too often flashed through his mind. Gone was the Spencer Campbell he knew, the one who had always seemed strong and in control and inviolable. The man who'd been a constant in his life during the turbulent period when everything else had fallen apart. His father's reliable, steady presence had helped him survive that devastating period. But Dad didn't look invincible now. His complexion was grayish, his face gaunt, the familiar age lines transformed into deep grooves. Not one iota of his usual vigor was evident. The stroke Rick had assured him seemed to be mild didn't look mild to him. Forcing his shaky legs to carry him forward, Mark approached the bed, stopped, touched his father's hand. Dad? It's Mark. For a moment, his dad didn't respond, but then his eyelids flickered open. As recognition dawned in his clear gaze, one corner of his mouth rose. You look like you should be lying here instead of me. You must have been traveling all night. I told Rick not to bother you. His voice was weak and his speech a bit slurred, but his mind seemed sound. Thank you, God. Swallowing past the lump in his throat, Mark tried, without much success, to offer an answering smile. He would have been in big trouble if he hadn't.
Sir, we're ready to take Mr. Campbell down for his scan. A nurse from the group that had been gathered around the bed when he arrived stepped forward. Mark squeezed his father's hand.
They're going to do more tests, Dad. Rick and I will wait here for you. Why don't you two go home and crash? You know how hospitals are. This could take hours. We're not leaving.
A glint of humor sparked in his dad's irises.
You always did do things your own way. And that reminds me, I read that proposal you sent. I want to talk to you about it. Later. Count on it. I'm not ready to check out yet.
He winked as they rolled him away. At least Dad's spunk seemed intact. Rick was waiting in the hall when he exited the ICU.
He said we should go home and get some rest.
Mark stopped beside him, edging out of the path of a wheelchair being pushed by an aide.
He's been telling me that every 10 minutes. Not happening. I told him I was staying too. Then he started to talk business.
Rick grinned.
I'd say that's a hopeful sign.
Stifling a yawn, he consulted his watch.
I could use some food. Might help keep me awake. I saw a cafeteria off the lobby. At this point, even hospital fare would taste like a gourmet meal. Let's go.
10 minutes later, seated at a table tucked into a quiet corner, they dived into scrambled eggs and toast. Not until they'd taken the edge off their hunger did they pick up their conversation.
Is Nicole doing okay?
Mark took a swig of the watered-down coffee. What he wouldn't give for a cup of the high-octane brew at the Gazette about now.
Yeah, I told her to stay home. She's about ready to pop, and stress is the last thing she needs. Besides, I didn't want Elizabeth hanging around here. This is no place for kids. Amen to that. So tell me what happened with Dad. Not much to tell. The hospital called to let me know he was here. He sent for the ambulance himself. He said he didn't want to bother anyone until he was certain it was serious. I planned to read him the riot act about that when he's back on his feet. Families are supposed to be there for each other, in bad times as well as good.
Tipping a few drops of cream into his coffee, Mark watched the pale swirls seep into the dark liquid, lightening it.
I haven't always followed that rule myself.
Rick took a sip of his Java.
I always assumed there were reasons for that. More like excuses. I have a feeling the term reasons is more accurate.
Rick set his coffee down, his tone conversational, non-judgmental.
Whatever they are, they must be powerful.
It wasn't a question. Rick wasn't going to probe, but he'd opened a door. Walking through would be risky, though. Soul-bearing left you vulnerable, as did connecting with others. The potential for hurt was real. But as he'd begun to realize over the past few weeks, living life without real, authentic human connection was as flat and unappealing as the tasteless coffee from the hospital cafeteria. Beneath his fingers, the disposable cardboard cup flexed. In minutes, he'd toss it in the trash. An apt symbol for how he'd lived his life for too many years. Use today, then throw it away. Don't expect permanence. Don't get attached to anything or anyone. But if nothing else constructive came out of his father's medical emergency, it had been a wake-up call that he had no guarantee of unlimited time to rebuild the neglected relationships in his life. Perhaps Rick's opening was his chance to start that repair work. Pushing his empty plate aside, Mark dug deep for the courage to take the leap.
You're right. I did have reasons. But even I didn't understand them until the past few weeks. The biggest one was fear.
Rick's eyebrows peaked.
You've never struck me as the kind of guy who's afraid of anything. For as long as I can remember, you've always marched to the beat of your own drummer, did what you wanted, lived with gusto. Nicole and I often talk about your glamorous life, all the fabulous trips and parties. I have to admit, we experience momentary twinges of envy. Don't. I'd trade it all in a heartbeat for what you have."
As that illuminating admission spilled out, sourced from somewhere deep inside, Mark took a deep breath. Maybe he hadn't put it into words until now, or even fully realized it, but it was the truth. Rick and Nicole had a strong, loving relationship and a wonderful daughter. They might not be able to match his lifestyle in a material sense, but what they had was far more valuable. A full, rich life in all the ways that mattered. Why had it taken him this long to recognize that? Rick seemed as shocked by the confession as he was.
"Are you serious? Yeah. What you have with Nicole and Elizabeth is worth more than all the glamour and parties and trips combined." "So what's the fear that's holding you back from finding it for yourself?"
Mark swigged the last of his tepid coffee.
"Do you remember Bobby Mitchell?"
"Not very well."
"He was your age, and you guys didn't hang out with us kids, but I know you two were close friends. The best. Like brothers, almost, from the time we were toddlers. When he died, part of me died too. And when Mom died 8 months later, I couldn't handle it. The thought of facing any more loss was too terrifying. So I shut down. I decided that if I didn't let people get close, I couldn't get hurt. I was determined not to count on anyone or anything, including tomorrow. And that's how I've lived my life for more than 20 years.
Rick's features softened.
"I had no idea you were hauling around all that heavy baggage. I think I can understand why you did what you did, but what a lonely way to live."
"I know that now. And I'd like to reestablish my relationship with you and Dad if it's not too late."
Rick met his gaze straight on.
"It's not too late for me. And I think Dad will feel the same. You should have plenty of opportunity, too. I expect you'll be working with him more closely as he recovers. In fact, you may be taking over the helm of Campbell Publishing sooner than you anticipated, depending on his prognosis."
Mark frowned. Given the complication he'd left behind in Oak Hill, that hadn't been in his immediate plans. Rick studied him.
"I'm getting the impression you're not thrilled about that." "I'm not. To be honest, the thought of running Campbell Publishing doesn't excite me."
"Why not? I mean, you'll have the chance to shape the company for the future, to carry on the family tradition and add to Campbell Publishing's record of honesty and truth in journalism."
"You sound like Abby."
The flicker of a smile tugged at Mark's lips.
"Who?" "The editor of the Gazette, where I've spent the past few weeks. She feels the same way you do about journalism and family tradition."
"And you don't?"
"I respect the family tradition, and I'd love to see it carried on. But I don't have the passion for journalism that Dad and Abby have, or that you seem to have."
He cocked his head.
"You know, that's one thing I've never understood. Why didn't you join the firm when Dad asked you to after you finished college?"
"You want the truth?"
"Yes."
"I hate to admit it, but my ego was to blame. When I graduated, you'd just come on board. I could already see that Dad wanted to groom you to take over the lead spot. I guess I wanted to make my own mark, and I knew I couldn't do that at Campbell Publishing. I'd always be in your shadow. But I'm not complaining. I like what I do. It's been a satisfying career. I'm fine with how everything played out."
"But I'm not."
Mark massaged his forehead, where a dull ache was beginning to beat.
"Have you ever told that to Dad?"
"No. I didn't have any alternate plans until the past few weeks, when I stumbled onto a job that did excite me."
"Want to tell me about it?"
He hesitated. Talking about this with Rick before he and Dad discussed it might not be appropriate. Then again, Rick wasn't the type to betray confidences.
"As long as this stays between us.
Goes without saying."
Mark leaned forward and crossed his arms on the table.
While I was in Oak Hill, I got involved in coaching a boys' basketball team. One of the promising players started slipping, and I found out his family was in the midst of a financial crisis. That got me thinking about all the families facing unexpected and temporary emergencies who need assistance fast. An idea occurred to me for a charitable foundation that would serve the areas where Campbell Publishing owns newspapers. The way I conceive it, boards of clergy would administer the program in our different geographic areas, all working through a central office here at headquarters. I researched other foundations and put together a proposal for Dad to consider.
Rick's validating smile was reassuring.
I think that's a great idea. Thanks. I hope Dad agrees. I know he's read it because he mentioned it as they were taking him away for his test. I'd love to direct a program that makes a tangible difference in people's lives and lets me use my finance background in a more humanitarian way. But as you said, Dad's always counted on me taking over. I can't figure any way around that without disappointing him, and I've done that too often already in my life. I see your problem. Unless...
He stared at Rick as inspiration struck.
Unless you took over.
Rick's face went blank.
You mean the CEO spot? Why not? You're smart, you work hard, you have solid values. It's a perfect fit.
Rick shook his head. But unless Mark was mistaken, a flash of interest sparked in his eyes.
Except for 3 things. I have a job, Dad may have other ideas, and I don't know the business. Are you married to your job? It's worthwhile work. More worthwhile than running an organization like Campbell Publishing?
One side of his brother's mouth quirked.
When you put it that way.
As the idea took root, Mark's pulse picked up.
As for knowing the business, we could work together until you feel comfortable. I don't think Dad's ready to turn over the helm yet anyway, unless he's forced to for health reasons. But he seemed alert to me a little while ago, and I bet he'd be fine with the arrangement. You two have always gotten along. Would you consider it? I'd have to talk to Nicole. It would be a big change. If she was on board, though, yeah, I'd give it serious thought. But this discussion may be premature. Why don't we table it until we get through Dad's crisis?
He skimmed his watch, wiped his mouth on a paper napkin, and rose.
Ready to go back upstairs? Yes.
Mark stood. But as Rick started to turn away, he placed a hand on his younger brother's arm.
Hey, thanks for making the effort to stay in touch all these years. For not resenting me because I was the heir apparent. For being a great brother.
Rick's Adam's apple bobbed, and he shoved his hands in his pockets.
This is starting to sound mushy. Well, we can't have that. Let's go.
Mark called up a grin, gave him a playful shove, and fell into step beside him as they headed for the elevator. But as they stepped inside for their trip back upstairs, his spirits rose along with the elevator. Because even though hospitals would never be his favorite place, somehow this day was more endurable with his brother beside him. And if Mush could smooth out some of the rough spots in his life, he'd take all of it he could get. As Abby pushed through the front door of the Gazette late Friday afternoon, Molly looked up. Mark called while you were out. He said he'd try again later, but he wanted to let you know his dad is improving and the stroke was mild. The doctors expect his father to make a full recovery. I'm glad to hear that. When did he call? About half an hour ago. Drat, she just missed him. But when they did connect, there was much to discuss. Like the fact that Dr. Martin's encouraging assessment of her health had been seconded by Dr. Sullivan earlier today after her run into St. Louis to see him. Whether that would assuage the fears her story about Mom had roused on Monday remained to be seen. Given Mark's losses, it was easy to understand how her situation would be off-putting. But how ironic that just as she'd begun to consider taking the risk of giving her heart to a man whose background was so different from hers, he seemed to be having second thoughts about taking the risk of loving her. All she could do was hope the reassurance from both her doctors would alleviate his worry. Otherwise, where would they go from here? She also needed to let him know she'd finally accepted the fact that there was no way she could hold onto the Gazette. After reviewing the numbers again with Joe and the finance board this morning, it was clear they were operating on fumes. If Campbell Publishing didn't acquire the paper soon, it would go belly up. And while turning her family legacy over to a conglomerate would be hard, watching the paper die would be worse. Abby sank into her chair, ran her fingers over the scarred oak desk where so much worthy work had been done, sniffed. At least Campbell Publishing appeared to be a reputable outfit. With Spencer Campbell at the helm, the Gazette should be able to retain its integrity. It just wouldn't be hers anymore. And even if she stayed on as editor, which Spencer had suggested could be a stipulation of the sale, that wouldn't be forever. So what was she going to do with the rest of her life? So many questions, so few answers. And until she and Mark had a chance to talk everything through, all she could do was hope that the end of her legacy didn't also mean the end of a romance that had only just begun. It had to be here somewhere. Shoving aside another dusty box late Friday night, Mark gripped the edge of the final carton in the far corner of his guest room closet and pulled it out into the light. Why had he promised Evan he'd look for his old astronomy book on his next trip to Chicago anyway? The book had to be 20 years old, and the text would be outdated. But Evan would like the awesome sky charts he and Bobby had pored over for hours. And no matter how old the commentary was, the main constellations hadn't moved. It would be fitting to pass it on to a new generation. Except it was nowhere to be found. He dropped down beside the box he'd pulled out, one of the few he'd transferred from the closet in his boyhood room to this one when his father had sold the family home a couple of years back. If it wasn't here, it was long gone. Balancing on one knee, he lifted the lid. A cloud of dust rose and he sneezed as he began rummaging through the miscellaneous items that had been dumped in haphazardly. A realistic plastic frog that had once sat on his nightstand, a dog-eared comic book, a flattened Cubs cap, a miniature racing car. All items from the Bobby Mitchell era of his life. If he still had the book, it would be in this box. Digging deeper, Mark's fingers closed around the spine of a bulky volume. Even before he pulled it free, the familiar feel of it in his hand confirmed that he'd hit pay dirt. Several other assorted objects were piled on top, and as he lifted the book out, he tilted it to let the odds and ends slide back into the box. Froze when he saw his name written across the front of an envelope in a familiar adolescent scrawl. Grabbed it before it slid back into the box. It was from Bobby, and it had never been opened. Setting the book aside, Mark sat on the floor and leaned back against the wall as a memory deep in his subconscious from the day of Bobby's funeral surfaced. He hadn't attended. Nothing anyone had said had been able to convince him to go. Instead, he'd locked himself in his room, deaf even to his mother's gentle entreaties. In the end, his family had given up and gone without him. 2 hours later, when they'd returned, he'd still been in his room, still lying on his bed, still staring at the ceiling. His mother had come to his door, but he'd refused to unlock it. In the end, she'd resorted to sliding this envelope under the door. Her words came back to him as if she'd said them yesterday. "Mrs. Mitchell asked me to give you this, Mark. It's from Bobby. He wanted you to have it after he was gone." For almost an hour, Mark had stared at the blue rectangle lying on his beige carpet. Then he'd swung his legs to the floor, picked it up, and shoved it deep into a box in the farthest, darkest, most hidden corner of his closet, where it had stayed forgotten until now. As he stared at the envelope, Mark drew a ragged breath. How odd that after all these years he would stumble on Bobby's card, a card containing a message that had never been delivered. Fingers trembling, he carefully pried open the seal and withdrew the card. At the image and sentiment on the cover, his pulse stumbled. It was so Bobby. Against an inky night sky filled with glittering stars, the Milky Way arched like a glowing celestial path to the heavens. A comet streaked across the infinite blackness, and in one corner a full moon, tinted pale blue, watched over the scene. 8 words overlaid the stars. To my once-in-a-blue-moon friend. Bracing, he opened the card. The printed message inside was simple. Reach for the stars. But it was Bobby's handwritten addition that gripped his heart and wouldn't let go. I know we said we'd visit the stars together, Mark, but I guess I'm going first, in a way neither of us expected. I just wanted to tell you that you were the best friend I ever had, and that I know you're having a real hard time with this leukemia thing. It's a bummer, isn't it? But Father John was here yesterday, and he said I should tell you that even though God doesn't give us any guarantees about how long we're going to live, He does give us the ability to make every day count. And He gives us memories, so we can never really lose the people we care about. I feel like you and I did that, Mark. We made every day count. Please don't be sad when I'm gone, because I'll still be with you in all the memories we shared. But if you start to miss me, look up at the sky and remember that the stars always shine, even when you can't see them, just like love. Take care, buddy. Thanks for being my friend. And keep reaching for the stars. Clutching the card, Mark drew a long, shaky breath, leaned his head back against the wall, and closed his eyes. How could Bobby have understood more at 13 than he did at 34? Like the fact that life didn't come with guarantees, that it was important to make every day count, that love carried risk, but the rewards were great and lasting. Maybe Bobby and Mom were both gone now, but the gift of memory allowed them to live on in the hearts of those whose lives they'd touched. And though losing them had been devastating, he wasn't sorry either had been a part of his life, for they had enriched it beyond measure. Just as Abby would if he gave her the chance, for however long he was blessed by her presence. Throat clogging, Mark fingered the card in his hands. Across the years, and despite the passage of time, Bobby's message still resonated. Perhaps more now than it would have 2 decades ago, for it had come to him when he most needed to hear it. Once again, Bobby's friendship had blessed his life, as it always would. For 21 years, he'd bottled up all his deeper emotions, cut himself off from the people he cared about, lived a solitary, insular life. But now it was time to strike out on a new path. Now it was time to reach for the stars. Chapter 16. Well, you boys look much improved today. Mark exchanged a smile with Rick as they stepped into their father's room the next morning. After spending the day before at the hospital, and after being assured by the doctors that their father's stroke was indeed mild and that he would make a full recovery, they both headed home and crashed. The restorative powers of sleep had done wonders. Dad had also improved over the past 10 hours. His color was back to normal, and he'd been moved to a regular room. The doctors had said that the minor lingering weakness in his left side would improve with time and therapy, as would the slight slur in his speech. He was doing so well, in fact, they expected to release him tomorrow. All things considered, the Campbells had much to be thankful for.
"You're looking chipper yourself, Dad."
Rick moved beside the bed and squeezed his hand.
"That's what I told the doctors. I'm not happy about spending the day flat on my back when there's work to be done at the office." "It can wait."
Mark took up a position on the other side of the bed.
"Besides, it's Saturday. I'm not the type to lie around and do nothing."
Spencer gave them a disgruntled look, then brightened. "I know. We'll talk about that proposal you sent. Sit down, sit down. You too, Rick."
"Dad, the doctors said you should—"
"Forget the doctors. What they don't know won't hurt them." He waved Rick's protest aside with an impatient flip of his hand. "Besides, I'm going stir-crazy. Sit, both of you." Mark glanced at Rick, who responded with a "what can you do" shrug and pulled up a chair beside the bed. Capitulating, Mark perched on the windowsill.
"Do you know anything about Mark's proposal?"
His father directed the query to Rick.
"He gave me the highlights yesterday." "Excellent. We can dive straight in."
Dad shifted his focus to the other side of the bed.
"It's an impressive piece of work. Thorough research, strong business case, sound philanthropic thinking. I like it, and it's a much more organized effort than anything we've ever done. The Bobby Mitchell scholarship piece is a nice touch, too. A fitting tribute to a fine young man. So, what prompted all this?"
Leave it to his father to cut to the heart of the matter, to want to know the whys as well as the hows. Condensing his experience with Evan and Reverend Andrews as much as possible, Mark briefed his father on the genesis of his idea. When he finished, Dad gave an approving nod.
"Sounds like your visit to Oak Hill has been productive on several fronts. How's your work on the Gazette going?" "I should wrap up within a few days. Give me the bottom line. The paper is well run, well respected, and debt-free, but barely holding on by its fingernails. With the economies of scale we can bring to the operation, it should turn a reasonable profit."
Another satisfied nod from his father.
"That's what I thought. I was impressed with both the operation and the editor. Did you know that Pete Gleason is thinking about retiring?"
At the abrupt change of subject, Mark recalibrated. What did the retirement of Campbell Publishing's editorial director have to do with this discussion?
No, I didn't know that. How is that relevant?" "It occurred to me that Abby Warner could be an excellent candidate for that job in a few months, after she assists with the Gazette transition and trains a new editor. Think she'd be interested?"
Mark stared at his father, brain firing on all cylinders. If he could persuade her to move to Chicago, that would solve one of the major hurdles to their relationship. And if she became a Campbell, she'd be contributing to another, even larger family legacy. A current of excitement zipped through him.
"I can't speak for her. She's pretty devastated about losing the paper run by generations of her family, and Oak Hill has always been her home. But I like that idea."
"Why?" His father pinned him with the signature razor-sharp gaze that missed very little. Mark shifted his weight.
"I'm impressed by her." "You'd be a fool if you weren't." His dad's lips twitched. "Now let's talk more about your proposal. The foundation will need a director. Have anybody in mind?"
The stroke may have slowed Spencer down physically, but it hadn't put a dent in his mental agility.
"I have a few thoughts. I'm listening."
Mark took a steadying breath. This was the make-or-break moment.
"Over the past few weeks, I have done a fair amount of soul-searching. For years, there's been something missing in my life. A sense of purpose, for one thing. I spent my days drifting. but I found that purpose while I was in Oak Hill, in this foundation. I feel the same excitement about it that you feel for the newspaper business. So I'd like to direct the effort. I know you always expected me to take over when you retired, and I wish I had your passion for publishing. But the simple truth is, I don't. However, there's someone who does.
He looked at his brother. His dad transferred his attention to Rick.
Is that right, son? Yes. All these years, you never said anything. He didn't want to live in my shadow.
Both of them turned back as Mark spoke.
He knew you had me pegged for the top spot, but he's the better man for the job.
Brow furrowed, Spencer looked back at Rick.
I think I owe you an apology. When you turned down the chance to come on board after college, I assumed you weren't interested in the family business. It appears I should have asked more questions. It wouldn't have mattered, Dad. My ego is what got in the way. I knew you'd welcome me to the company, but I also knew that Mark was being groomed for the CEO job, and I wanted to find a place where I could make a difference. I can understand that.
Spencer gave a slow nod.
I felt the same way back in the day. That's why I started Campbell Publishing.
He looked between the two of them.
It seems you boys have this all worked out. I'm already feeling a bit superfluous.
A glint of humor sparked in his eyes.
However, I expect I can still teach you both a thing or two. Or three.
Rick grinned at him.
At least.
Mark winked at his brother.
I'd say we've already put in a productive day's work. And since I'm on the mend,
Dad shifted toward the window.
You should head back to Oak Hill, Mark. Take care of unfinished business. There are 1 or 2 loose ends I do need to tie up.
And if all went as he hoped, maybe he could deliver the happiest possible ending to Abby. And to himself. Abby broke off a bite of the peanut butter cracker she didn't want and wrinkled her nose. It was hard to eat with a non-existent appetite, but skipping meals wasn't an option. 2 chomps in, she grimaced, groped for the bottle of water on her desk, and took a swig. The cracker was dry as cardboard and about as tasty. Giving up the pretense of working, she leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling. This had not been a productive Saturday. After spending all afternoon and part of the evening in her office, she'd gotten very little work done. How could she, when 2 issues dominated her thoughts? The fate of the Gazette and the fate of her relationship with Mark. The destiny of the Gazette wasn't in doubt at this point. If Campbell Publishing didn't acquire it, the paper would go under. Either way, her time here was coming to an end. Her fate with Mark was less clear. But one thing she knew with absolute certainty. She was falling in love with the Campbell heir, despite her fears about the pitfalls of trying to meld 2 divergent backgrounds. Pushing back from her desk, she rose and began to pace. It didn't take a genius to understand why he'd have second thoughts about getting involved with a woman who had health issues, given his history. But even if they got past that, logistical issues remained. Mark hadn't seemed to think geography was a deal-breaker, but long-distance connections could be hard to sustain. It was possible their feelings for each other would wane once they were separated. Unless she moved to Chicago. She took a deep breath. That was risky. What if she disrupted her whole life, only to have Mark's interest in her fizzle after a couple of months? Besides, she was a small-town girl through and through, and Oak Hill was her home. The notion of living alone in a high-rise condo in the heart of a big city while they dated was a major turnoff. Sighing, she twisted her wrist to display the face of her watch. 6:45. Way past time to call it a day. She wasn't accomplishing anything here work-wise, and she could worry and fret just as easily at home as she could in her office. After a detour to her desk to retrieve her purse, she crossed to the door and flipped off the light. Just as she started down the empty hall, a dark-haired man clad in snug jeans and a black leather jacket came around the corner from the reception area. Her heart missed a beat. Mark was back. He paused when he caught sight of her, and the slow smile that warmed his eyes sent her pulse skittering again. Wow, did he look good! So good, it took every ounce of her willpower to keep her feet planted firmly on the worn carpet instead of running down the hall and throwing herself into his arms. But he seemed to have no such reservations. In several long strides, he covered the distance between them and pulled her into his arms.
I stopped by your house. When you weren't home, I assumed you were here.
He stroked his chin against her temple, the faint evening bristles sending a delicious quiver through her.
I missed you.
At his husky admission, relief coursed through her, sapping the starch from her knees. Had he worked through his reservations about them? Or was that too much to hope? I missed you too. How's your dad? He backed off slightly, keeping her within the circle of his arms.
Improving. He should go home tomorrow. The stroke was minor, and his doctors don't think there'll be any lasting effects. In fact, he's back in fighting form already. He and my brother and I had an impromptu business meeting in his hospital room this morning. Some of it concerned you.
She braced. You talked about me?
Uh-huh. And the Gazette.
A knot formed in her stomach. This was it. The news she'd been expecting was about to be delivered. Campbell Publishing wanted the Gazette. Hard as she tried to rein it in, moisture gathered in her eyes. Dipping her chin, she eased out of Mark's embrace. If she was going to fall apart, she wanted to do it in private.
Hey,
he claimed her hand.
It's not all bad.
Struggling for control, she tipped her head up and forced herself to meet his gaze. Campbell Publishing is going to buy the Gazette, isn't it?
There's more to the story than that. Can we sit for a few minutes while I tell it to you?
Since delaying the inevitable was foolish, she nodded. We can use my office. He didn't relinquish her hand as she led the way down the hall. Once in her office, he sat on the edge of the massive desk and tugged her next to him.
I think this can hold both of us.
She perched on the sturdy, battered oak surface beside him and steeled herself for the verdict. Just cut to the chase, okay?
All right. Yes, I recommended to Dad that Campbell Publishing buy the Gazette. Thanks to you and your predecessors, it will be a tremendous asset for the company. But there's more.
Abby swallowed, tried to speak, failed. What more could there be? That was enough bad news for one day, for one lifetime.
Hey, hear me out, okay?
He brushed a stray strand of hair back from her forehead. At his gentle touch, pressure built in her throat. Not trusting her voice, she nodded.
Dad wants you to remain on board here and train a new editor for the next few months. But after that, he'd like you to consider taking over as editorial director for all of the Campbell Publishing newspapers.
As his words lingered in the air between them, Abby tried to digest them. Why?
He has great respect for your editorial integrity.
Mark angled toward her and cocooned her hand between both of his.
Think of it, Abby. You could fight for truth in journalism on an even larger scale. Ensure that dozens of papers abide by the principles of honesty and integrity that have always been the hallmark of the Gazette. Your impact can be more far-reaching than that of any of your predecessors here. This is your opportunity to take the Warner legacy to a new level.
She stared at him. Could he be right? Was it possible that she hadn't failed after all? That her forefathers would be proud of her rather than disappointed? After all, they had all dreamed big with broad vision. Maybe it was time she did the same. Maybe it was time to let go of the past and create a legacy of her own. She took a deep breath. I never expected anything like this.
Does that mean you'll think about it?
Yes. Warmth radiated from his eyes.
You just made my day.
She squinted at him. How does me considering a new job make your day?
Because I hope it's part of something bigger. Which brings me to the next item on my agenda for this conversation. A personal item.
He stroked his thumb over the back of her hand.
Remember how you thought I was a lazy, stuck-up playboy when I first came to Oak Hill?
Heat suffused her cheeks.
Well, I didn't. Yes, you did. And you were right. But I'm not the same man I was 3 months ago. And while a number of people played a role in my transformation, you were the star.
Never breaking eye contact, he raised her hand to his lips and pressed a kiss to her palm. Her lungs lost their rhythm. If you keep doing that, you're going to ruin my concentration. He hitched up one side of his mouth.
Then let me skip all the whys and hows for now and give you my other news. During my stay in Oak Hill, I realized I don't want to be at the helm of Campbell Publishing. I want to create and direct a charitable foundation for the company that funnels our corporate donations directly to the grassroots level, to help families like the Langs that need immediate assistance. I put together a proposal for my father, and he's endorsed the idea. My brother will join the firm to prep for the CEO position in my place.
She gaped at him. I had no idea you had anything like that in the works.
No one did. I kept it quiet until I knew whether Dad would go for it. I couldn't be happier that he did. Well, maybe a little happier. Which brings me to us.
She waited, holding herself still, hardly daring to breathe as he continued.
I'll cut to the chase here, too. I understand as well as anyone the risks of loving. But life without love is empty, and I don't want to live that way anymore. I don't want to live without you.
His voice scraped, and he offered her a shaky grin.
Sorry, this is new territory for me, and I don't want to make a mess of it.
You're doing fine. She squeezed his fingers. He nodded, swallowed.
You said once that if we ever got together, all the compromises would be on your side, that you were the one who would have to uproot yourself, leave the only home you've ever known. I can't dispute the geography. I do still want to be a part of Campbell Publishing, which means I have to live in Chicago most of the time. But I'm planning on exchanging my high-rise condo for a quiet suburb filled with houses that have porch swings and white picket fences and flower gardens. I'd also like to spend time in Oak Hill on a regular basis.
His grip on her hand tightened.
I know we haven't known each other long, and I don't want to rush you into anything, but the truth is, I can't imagine a future without you. So here's what I'd like to propose. Let's get to know each other over the next few months. Take as much time as you need to feel comfortable we can overcome the challenges you're worried about. I'll wait. And if everything works out the way I think it will,
he lifted her left hand and tapped the fourth finger.
This may not stay empty for too much longer. If you're on board with my plan.
Joy bubbled up in Abby, and she drew a shaky breath. Who could have guessed that the interloper who'd come to steal her family legacy would also steal her heart? Even more astounding, he was willing to take a leap of faith with her despite his fears that their marriage could be short-lived because of her medical condition. Despite the losses he'd endured years ago that had driven him to shut himself off from people so he could never be hurt again. A tear spilled out of her eye, trailed down her cheek. Brow creasing, Mark reached up and wiped it away with a gentle, not quite steady finger.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rush you. I should have waited to bring this up until...
Mark, she covered his hand with hers as she found her voice at last. I'm on board. 100%. He exhaled, gave her a shaky smile.
Whew, I was sweating bullets here. I know you have concerns about our differences.
I've worked through a lot of those over the past few days, but I didn't know if you could come to terms with your worries about my health. He reached over and wove his fingers through her hair, cupping her cheek with his palm.
In the end, it was a no-brainer. I'll live with the risks because I can't live without you.
As Abby looked into his eyes, brimming with love and soft with tenderness, she tucked his heartfelt words carefully into her heart. You can stop worrying about risks. I asked Dr. Martin to research my mother's files, and there weren't any contributing factors to her death beyond negligence. He said there was no reason I shouldn't have a full life or a family of my own. I also saw Dr. Sullivan this week, and he concurred. So you may be stuck with me for a very long time. His irises began to glisten.
Forever wouldn't be long enough.
She edged closer to him on the scarred surface of the desk that had been the source of so many stories over the years. But none had an ending happier than hers. You have a way with words, Mark Campbell.
Nope, that's your ballywick.
He stood and pulled her to her feet, resting his hands at her waist as he gave her a slow smile.
I do better with action than with words.
She looped her arms around his neck. Prove it. And so he did, in an oh-so-satisfying way. But before she'd totally surrendered to his kiss, she sent a silent thank you heavenward. For the wisdom to embrace a new tomorrow, for the courage to take a chance on love, and for the gift of this incredible man to love and to cherish all the days of her life. Epilogue.
You nervous?
At Rick's question, Mark stopped pacing and looked over at his brother as the muted organ prelude music filtered into the sacristy.
Weren't you on your wedding day?
Yeah. Rick grinned.
I was afraid Nicole would realize she was getting a bad bargain and leave me standing at the altar. Bingo. Your worries are baseless. Abby was totally serene and radiant when I stuck my head into the bride's room earlier. She's not going to back out, though what she sees in you is beyond me.
Rick gave him a teasing shoulder butt.
You're a lucky man. Tell me about it.
The door opened and Reverend Brad Warner entered, looking more rested than he had last night after his long trip from Bolivia to perform the ceremony.
Are the groom and best man ready?
Before Mark could respond, Rick spoke up.
Chomping at the bit.
Rick reached over, adjusted the boutonniere on the lapel of his tux, and slapped him on the back.
But let's get this show on the road.
Brad ushered them out, and Mark fell in behind Rick as they walked into the sanctuary and took their places in the packed church. The music changed, and the door in back opened to admit their flower girl. As Elizabeth walked down the aisle, Mark gave the congregation a slow perusal. It appeared everyone in Oak Hill had turned out for their special day. Marge was front and center in the pew with his father, holding his new nephew so Nicole could be matron of honor. And she was dressed for the occasion in a flower-bedecked hat and hot pink dress studded with something that sparkled every time she moved in the shaft of late-afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows on this April day. When she grinned and gave him a thumbs up, he offered her a discreet wink. The police chief was here too, his young daughter in tow, as were Dr. Martin and his wife Kara, who was handling their reception later at the Oak Hill Inn. The entire Gazette staff was on hand as well, along with the countless townspeople he'd come to know over the months of their commuting courtship. Elizabeth slipped into the pew with Marge, and the music changed. Once again, the doors in back opened, and Nicole entered. Mark glanced at Rick, who was grinning at his wife, his expression much like it had been on the day of his wedding as he'd watched his bride walk in. Pure bliss. As soon as Nicole took her place in the sanctuary and turned toward the back, the music shifted from quiet to triumphant. The doors opened, and Abby appeared, the flattering silhouette of her gown backlit from the light in the vestibule. Though Dad had offered to escort her, she'd chosen a solo entrance. And what an entrance it was! Holding a nosegay of spring flowers, wisps of tulle trailing behind her upswept hair, she came forward at a steady, sure, and stately pace, the train of her gown sweeping the floor behind her. Halfway down the aisle, her gaze locked with his and stayed there, her eyes filled with love. Pressure built in his throat as she reached the sanctuary, and he moved forward to join her. As he cocked his elbow and she slipped her hand through, he leaned down to whisper in her ear, "You look beautiful." "Thank you. I hoped you'd like the dress." He did. The barely there sleeves, fitted bodice that left a modest expanse of skin bare, and wide sweep of skirt with lacy decorations suited Abby. But it was the beauty of the woman inside the dress that filled him with joy on this day. And as they took their places in front of her brother to profess the vows that would unite them as man and wife, Mark knew he'd been blessed the day Abby had entered his orbit 8 months ago. And now, with a dream to share, they would make every day count as together they reached for the stars. The end. This is Therese Plummer. We hope you've enjoyed this production of A Dream to Share by Irene Hannon. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.